804, go ahead.
4213 to Robert. Yes, sir.
I made contact with Diana Wilkinson. She's pulled off to the side. She was not aware she was in the roadway. It'll be 10-8. She's 10-4.
When I come here, sir.
10-4.
You broke up. There's out of here. $42.13 over now.
Dispatch Medical 11 shows code 1Bay0.
En route address 1.
Two, I'm doing one for the EAV.
Airport 10.
Airport 10. Show the parent, Serenity Jones. They were in the vestibule, being high rate.
305, Exxon Dock Patrol.
10-4. 1257.
Radio check, 10-10.
I made contact with a representative from Walker's. They're another company that drops off people off the tugboats. She's due back out around 2:30. She was instructed to go to the commercial lane. We've still got to get them set up in the system, but just take her information and log it in the log like everybody else.
417. Okay,
Never get around.
705 and 703 in Acre.
Over.
Careful. All 3 1.
Unit 7.
Shit. Where's he at? One part weekend towards the store. The 1011 the transit for radio intercept.
145, I'll be out.
10-4.
Use your filter.
I'll be right with you.
10-4. 125, 131, Panic, Principal Secretary. Attention all units, briefing 1395, arena subject running at Washington and Iowa. Inquiry Rocktown, they got the guy in custody of $1,300. 10-4 route.
104 direct.
201.
Medic 6320 to dispatch. You can show us back at the station.
Receive.
Unit 3.
Always look clear. Courtyard is clear.
Dispatch for medic 91.
10-4, thank you. 10-5. 10-5.
Alright, in B 6.7.
Yeah, good.
No,
Hey, you just go down, unit, they got him in custody.
standing by.
Idaho 11 has the tug Douglas Murphy with the MPX 407 and the CAM 3228, docked at 1300, no damage. Rating 801, 913.
We're copying in there.
107.
10-4. 10-5, that was all wind.
131. It was an accidental cross.
We're at the Lopez store. Slow everybody down. He's in custody.
10-4.
Okay, your fourth truck is here, Michael.
10-4 at the Lopez store. Is there any injuries to officers? Never.
But the wind and your transit and your traffic, do you repeat? Be out by the high school.
10-4.
10-4.
704.
22 to. That's what we got him.
10-4.
Like 2,000 the counting everything we had.
Negative. You show me clear 588, and I'll be at the high school. So.
701 clear.
10-4. Unit 7.
Hey, we have a gentleman walking around with a shotgun in his hand on
Road 10-4, 600 Mestina.
DAB, Pavilion, Fire Landing, J212-175, patrol secured.
on Jackson, Chavez.
4 units go.
This is right. Those guns are right.
Who's with you, 705? 10-4, having another seizure.
I'm good. And I'm also with him on the call on Ruben Chavez. 104, be out of Wichos.
I don't have a call on Ruben Chavez. Did any of you do one? 10-4.
Yeah, I think it's coming through RPD, a male subject, possible, walking around with a shotgun.
And then the address of Ruben Chavez or across street?
301, all SDGC kids are in the area. I'm going to be in to high school.
Jackson.
10-4.
Those 6 in there. Those 6 to 705. What else?
3 Charles 809.
Dispatch rate 73.
So anything you calling? I can't. You guys got it? Engine 73.
No, that was 706. What house was it?
Transmit 5 received, shows responding to squad 5.
Show me cleared out of service returning.
Appreciate
Yes, sir. Can you show me over to 46? I'll be south 281, mile marker 728 to the black GMC.
145. Can I have a case number?
Right on the corner, there's a makeshift wooden gate there, also a chain link fence around the
117.
Dispatch from engine 5, quick engine 5184.
Security.
2802, I have one more passenger for you.
313?
Is it
638. It's a panic attack, 10-4.
33. Charlie 210-04.
Sorry, 10-4.
645. Critical house, be out there.
10-4, you can tell me in the area.
645, 10-4.
Have y'all put the schools on lockdown? Take.
24. Should be headed back to 5 dispatch.
10-4, 19.
I think it's going to be 219 with the Chavez. Probably 110, kilo. Delta, T20 both minutes, please.
About 110.
Shows squad 5 out of service, hazmat 5 on the station.
292 Ruben Chavez.
That's okay. And I shouldn't have that pilot partners at 10:06, right? 27, U95, name and date of birth when ready.
Yeah, stay back.
205.
Simple.
Victor Charles, X-ray 6205.
3435 1044.
614-600, were you able to copy that traffic?
313, do you have a description of the mail?
06, I'll be at 219, Ruben Chavez.
Good.
15-2, 14-5. 292 Ruben Chavez, sir.
28, I'll be clear. Everything checks out okay.
Last name North, first name Bernard, date of birth of 11/13/77, 11/13/77. Be clear the courthouse and have to do.
I'll do 5. 705. 219 Ruben Chavez, male white, all black. 313. 705, did you have a description on the subject?
313, copy direct.
304. 304.
And route back to district.
Yeah. This hold it.
22, 705.
4101. 705, go ahead.
202 on clear. 202, 301, en route to headquarters.
Do you have a description of that subject?
1300. DB 20.
Charlie 250 around.
It's gonna be in when that shot is right.
So, can you show me out about 5, please? Back. 147, 15, 47.
So,
4135, traffic.
Appreciate that. 2 hour log on like it's a fire.
4135 location.
Court in Sonora, license plate Sam Victor Sam 5957.
Yeah, it's not too bad. 213. Right over.
Victor Sam 5957.
Yeah, there's showing negative 29. 804. Unconfirmed insurance. This is going to be for Marissa Bailey Chanel out of Junction, Texas.
You can cancel. RPD's out with that now.
And so far, I also have precinct 3 on the way.
License black polo with black pants, salt and pepper, hair.
Yeah, 10-4 we did.
You're down 10-4, I'm in there.
Available. 10-4, sir.
Touch 27.
Right there.
Delta 2 words.
Hey, where are you? Hey, just so you know, the weapon looked like a long barrel Roman pillar.
Good. 21, 87, 74, 27, 21, 87, 74, 27. That's no sweat.
Okay, yeah, I think it might have been a BB gun. They have targets set up on yours. They didn't really have any type of weapons whatsoever, but probably a BB gun.
418 is 1044. So we're gonna fly down by mail. I found a mail being passed out on the corner of HEB on Leopard. 123, 10-4 start.
All right, 10-4. Yeah, it should be on leopard.
It's clear.
Okay, that student was checked out with a nurse. She was able to get up and walk on her own. She just left campus with Guardian.
Sam, Tom, 418, so far.
2-4.
So we're going to be right in front of the Roland and Johnny's. We'll be on the mail, barbershop.
302, arriving.
Thank you. All right, is there only paramedic out there?
222 with me. 10-4. Try one more time.
22, we clear my parts.
44, 3044.
10-4, thank you.
I love knowing his detail.
903 radio check.
Okay.
304, out of the high school. 117. You can show me clear on my part.
2-4-117.
Enter dispatch on Alcatraz. Whenever you're ready, go to 27 again.
I'll still be out at Hamlin.
5, 10, 4. I'm checking status.
1.3, it's
10, 4.
21, 87, 74, 27.
I need money for
But I'm good. You should be able to.
Echo 6 ECC door check complete.
Another one.
3 Alpha.
Any other traffic?
Yeah, we'll go clear
Yep.
3 Alpha.
Charlie 160, I'm with 120, I can go with him.
Can you call the command center?
Sure. Did you have an update on the 5425 SPID for a canine in a vehicle?
Yeah,
Charlie 160, 10 4, 225.
Charlie 220. You can get a call my vehicle.
Charlie 150, 10 4.
well, typically, no on his way out to clear.
Charlie clear.
Okay, that's fine. Should we clear from this call and put me back on my last call? meeting?
10 4.
That's all from us. Everybody's fine, just one passenger plane of minor neck case.
1-8, everybody's fine. Just rhythmatics. That's all copy.
Okay.
Top 240, I can take out and after a minute call.
No, very clear.
Yeah, 1506. Chief.
Charlie 245, we'll be clear.
Charlie 10 look.
10 4.
Charlie 250. What's the last time of the Venom? 4405 to Marquez. You got a copy?
12, 10, 10, 4.
Arriving 5.4.
When you copy two plates, first to be Robert Young School. Robert Young Hall 8065. Second plate is going to be 1468983.
1-8, number.
Check pressure.
Here's how we're on the area right there.
Top 240, I'm around.
Never run.
4405 to Marquez. You got a copy?
3160, 96, 3160, 96.
Good work.
Digit 10 by 10. You guys can cancel. 10-4-3-3, boy.
Medic 10 receiver available.
1313.
13-4-2.
This isn't copied very closely, sir.
Dispatch medic 1, code 1, Charlie, turn 051.
Yeah, what's up? 511, Harris and 17. Somebody dropped off a bunch of, like, brush, like, limbs. Everybody's come pick it up.
607.
Charlie 296.
187. We had a panic in 148. I'm gonna go ahead and check it out.
10-4.
Charlie, 210 clear.
Charlie, 210-4.
Delta 220 row.
Camera rope.
Charlie, 210, Charlie, 148. Get off really fast. I got off there. Police. No. We do have to get up requesting contact.
Dispatch from Sheriff Commander.
Me, Charles 250-T459, Charles 250-T459.
Yes, sir, you're trying to get an FMO1? Receive.
Shoreline, medic 1. Thank you, 10-4.
607, 10-4.
909, radio check.
10-4, thank you.
Dispatch from engine 3. Show me pulling my Knox key.
This is medic 1. We're coming to you, code 1, with a 59-year-old male patient with a chief complaint of shortness of breath, difficulty breathing, that started approximately an hour ago. Vitals are as follows. Heart rate's 104. Currently working on obtaining a blood pressure. Respirations are 21. SpO2 is now 99 on a alveolar breathing treatment. Blood glucose is 238. Temperature is 98.6. Nano times 4, G-test of 15. We do have an 18-gauge IV established. We'll be at the facility in approximately 3 minutes.
Receive 1320.
Medic 1, can you repeat that for sure, please?
We are currently obtaining a blood pressure at this time.
10-4, 187.
10-4, Medic 1.
10-4.
Charlie 290, Staples and Holly, I'll be on a disabled vehicle. Start me on record. Probably going to for like
607.
Sorry, 185, Charlie 1.
Yeah, I checked from Airport Road up here to Highland and Highland Spencer. I'm up at UCL tonight.
10-4.
Charlie 2 Arnold.
One juvenile female en route to JJC, beginning 77667766.
15027, Rossa.
10-4 at 1323.
Have we cleared launch speeds to the school on that call? 10-14.
Yeah, sorry, can you meet me at 83 yard?
Charlie 150, 10-4.
Thank you, sorry. 44 Hartzer.
Yeah, show me route to 1824 Elizabeth Street. I'm going to try to meet up with my suspect vehicle on the hit and run.
No, that's fine. I got Charlie to help me already.
1824 Elizabeth, 10-4.
1206. 10-4.
The truck trying to look for a child inside the hotel because there's a big hole over here in the road, and I'm going to go put some dirt and everything for the road here on the 83 and Highway 44. 10-4, huh? This is still clear.
Never.
Charlie,
61.
Charlie, you did Wilbur go. Wilbur and go.
Yeah.
Southern Ontario. There you are, my friend. 204 returning. How you doing today?
I wouldn't mind it, believe me. I wouldn't mind going up there way up north in Michigan, where the air is clean.
Right on, right on. Yeah, there's a few other voices coming in the line with 427, but you're rose to the top.
I didn't catch a lot of that. There's a lot of
Appreciate it, 427, and you must have the same because I'll tell you what, you're good
you did make it to Hollywood. This is the 47.
And, yeah,
Hear me again, give me a shout. 4077, Hollywood Cal, over and out.
Yeah, roger that on the Antron. I have one as well. Right now I'm on a little 2-element beam, but the Antron stays with me because we have so many locals in this area. It's a little bit nicer going vertical there, Roger.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of those out here on Hollywood Boulevard.
I appreciate the kind words, my friend. Hey, I do hear a bunch of other voices, so I'll keep it short. But this is 427 out of Southern Ontario. Keep your stick on the ice, as us Canadians like to say. And hopefully we can do it again. Happy Easter to you from 204 right around Vancouver.
Yeah, I would have had to have a massive power supply to get this out of a solid state, man.
Bye-bye.
Show me arriving. Ending is going to be 7767. At 1329.
I would put that bulk down station, the crank it way up where she can hear it. Sometimes a pair of headphones. Bit on the cool side for us this spring as well, but Mr. 5150, I believe this is the first time all the way from Montreal, so I'm glad you could make the trip out west, Roger. Yeah, roger that on Kelowna, for sure. I've passed through there a few times. I've never stopped, but beautiful, beautiful country up there, Roger.
Someone calling for Fox, man.
Thank you so much, 5150, and happy Easter to you and yours.
Hi, everybody.
Well. Until we do it again, take care. 7-3s from 204.
Hey, Mark. What's going on, Breaker? We're just testing the waters. If there's nothing happening, I'll shut this off and we'll just go on about it like nothing happened, right? But, you know.
I heard a whole bunch come back for 204, but about 5 at once there. I'll try and pick you apart there, so.
Okay.
Well, that's a challenge.
I heard that Buckeye station. The Buckeye station, can you go ahead for 204, please?
CM4.
Alright, thank you there, Buckeye State. I caught most of that. All I caught was 4 in Buckeye State. So, hey, I'll just wave a hand. Thank you so much for shouting out the numbers.
British Columbia.
I got it that time, Mr. 24 out of the Buckeye State. Mr. 24, thank you again. 204 with your 7-3.
Oh, prediction we're having each kid.
I don't think I'll do it on a barefoot.
404 out of Ohio, 404 Northeast Ohio, I believe it was. Yeah, that's why I got back in.
Silver here.
How about it? 204 498 St. Louis. We're trying.
Thank you so much there, 404. Yeah, 4 must be the lucky number or something. All right, my friend, all the best to you, and take care from 204 out here close to Vancouver, British Columbia.
We got skunked on that. We'll try it once again. How about it? 204 UDX 498 Highlander, St. Louis, trying.
UDX 498 Highlander, go ahead, sir, for 204.
Hey, Roger, my friend. Well, you came in so good and so nice and clean and loud, I had to jump in there and say howdy to you, Roger.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that you did, my friend. And save some flowers for yourself because you got a big sounding radio there, crystal clear audio, and definitely a pleasure on this end. Back to you.
Well, fine. I sure appreciate the kind words, my friend. Right back at you on that. You know how that goes. 204, the personal on this side is John, Juliet Oscar, November. I'd love to get yours as well for the log if you don't mind.
Well, John, write your own name. It's exactly the same, minus the H. It's exactly the same, J-O-N. Back to you.
That's funny, John. I'm John, J-O-N as well. Now quit it.
There you go. Must be a synchronicity at play, my friend. Mr. UDX 498 John Highlander. Hey, before you go, what's your QTH?
I'm located smack dab in the center of Missouri, exactly, right in the middle, my friend.
Roger that, smack dab in the middle of Missouri out there, Jerry. John, happy day. Sure, I'll keep it short. There's a whole bunch of voices out there, so let's do this again sooner than later. Happy 3 through 204. No, I'm still here.
Very good, 204. Well, one thing about it, maybe you'll be one person that I can actually remember their name. You know what I'm saying? Hey, there's something to be said for that. John, have a great one. Good talking to you. Enjoy your day up in British Columbia. UDX 498 Highlanders, St. Louis, waving.
Roger that, John. Yep, I know exactly what you're saying.
UDX 498 Highlander, Whiskey Victor 1128, Alpine, Oregon, waving at you on this new box.
I hear somebody way out in the distance, maybe Taiwan or something out there. 1128 in Taiwan. I got a 2 on you. Man, you're coming in great here, 1128. Go ahead.
Appreciate it, my friend. Yeah, might as well be in Taiwan, no doubt about it. Oh, yeah, I'm loving this new Palomar 300A, man. It's a sweet box.
Well, she sure sounds nice, and I'm so happy for you, buddy. I hope everything goes smoothly for you, and it works for many years of good service for you in the years to come there. Is that a Roger?
Oh, yeah, Roger on that for sure. Appreciate the flowers, my friend. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye out for some tubes, if they're ever floating around out there, and I'll grab them while the grabbing's good.
Oh yeah. They come up from time to time, so you just got to be quick and swift to be ready to dart in there and grab them off the market. Roger.
Roger that. Yeah, hit all the ham fests and radio festivals and all that stuff. Yeah, that's a good place to start looking for sure. Yeah, it's got 6 KD6s in there, 6 KD6s, excuse me, and they're screaming. What do they do? 150 watts a piece. Yeah.
Yeah, they sound great. Listen, I need to make some scam money, so I've got some 8950 sweep tubes that won't fit that at all. You want to buy them?
Roger on that. Yeah, I've heard people take these 300As and switch them over to where they'll take 6 LQ6s too.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to give a little tease in there. You know how that is. I try to be I try to be the straight man, but just can't quite get the job done on the jokes. Roger.
Oh, Roger on that one. I kind of got it, my friend. Yeah, I got it. That was a good one.
Well, don't tell nobody. They wouldn't believe you anyway. You know how it is. But you are live on Highlander 498 Video Gates at 1611, just to let you know.
Right on. I'm looking at it right now. And, yeah, good to hear myself out there for sure.
Isn't it kind of nice to see your own signal, only your signal coming down that screen? That's kind of cool, isn't it?
Yeah, I wish I had one of those big linears like him so I could be heard.
Oh, see how that guy is? Oh, he's just a sleeper. He's a sleeper out there. He's just waiting for me to stick my head up so he can knock me all down.
I'm just green with envy.
Yeah, I bet you are. Yeah, you got me in the blueberry patch green with envy. What's green and blue? I don't know, but anyway. Well, that put an end to that, didn't it?
You know, I'm an old man, so I kind of forget what to say sometimes.
Oh, well, you're in good company. I'm doing well to remember my name.
Well, I'm getting a lot of QRM
Oh,
right
John.
now.
That's amazing. Luckily I'm not. What I am getting is heavy winds. That was what, 21.5? 21.5, 27.3. Okay, great. So it's ramping up a little bit here. Ain't that great? Maybe my signal will swing out further now. Thought I heard 76 out there.
What are you yelling at you out there, Jay?
Uncle Hairball.
Oh, there's some jerk off out here that's got his radio like his modulation cranked up as loud as it'll go. You can't even understand a word he's saying. And, yeah, he's just being down, throwing a carrier over the top of me, probably now. Usually what starts it all.
You think it's somebody local out there, or what?
909 SoCal.
So we got Mark, we got John, we got Mr. Hairball in there. Excellent. Good to see you, my friends. It's been a while.
Yeah, all I hear
Is that audio okay, guys? Too loud, too low? Boy, the wind's blowing here, guys.
there was like an expert at radio that,
Must have coffee. Why do you say that now? Now I'm going to want that or a beer. That's the question. Coffee or beer?
Have coffee.
Have coffee? There. Must have coffee. Mark Sanquist. Hey, heard you earlier. Sold $5 into my receive, or solid S5 into my receive in South Kakalaki. Well done, sir. A786, I heard you too. I figured it was you out of South Carolina. The notorious 786. Depends on the temp. If it's chilly, coffee. If it's warm, beer. Well, it says 79.5 up there. I think that's warm, isn't it? What the hell, man? It's 78.2 outside.
Last four is point.
Still getting wiped out by that carrier there, Jay.
Yeah, it's not anymore.
Cover.
Cool.
690 north to southwestern Illinois, blowing smoke out here in the northwest corner, my friend.
That's a long way to blow smoke.
Isolation is yeah.
Got most of that. Got a lot of QRF coming in here, my friend.
101 Cincinnati, 756 British Columbia.
Can't believe we're down a channel. Otherwise we'd hear 1775. 786 out in the
All right, my
sticks.
friend. Well, you have a good one out there for sure. We'll wait till conditions get a little bit better, but yeah, you're sounding great out here in the northwest corner. Have a good day, my friend. Enjoy your Easter. Let us do it. Alpine, Oregon, so that will be standing by.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start charging property taxes for the utilization of the Missouri airwaves to 1128. Are you saying it's gonna be a hard one to collect? I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, but looks ain't everything, my friend. Looks ain't everything. Oh, look, someone is showing us how long they can go. That's always impressive.
Aren't they talented people there, Highlander, for sure? Yeah, I think that's what it was. They were like, oh, they're not going to be able to listen to that video gate. Yeah, they're not going to get out there and be obnoxious. Yeah, should have known. Forgot there's children out there and keep their kids mad. Damn.
Well, I know. It's a mystery, but remember that we do live in the world of Oz, and there's lots of the little people around. So, and what they're doing.
But it was going through some a crisis.
Charlie, 210 clear.
607 check, please. Thank you.
926 radio check.
CQ satellite. CQ satellite. Whiskey Tango 8 Delta. CQ. CQ satellite. Come again, call sign. Call sign again. Tours that. Whiskey Tango 8 Delta. CQ satellite. CQ. Whiskey Tango 8 Delta. November 4 Mike Zulu. Echo Mike 60. November 4 question Mike Mark Zulu. November 4 Mike Zulu. Echo Mike 60. You took a plate on me. One more time. November 4 Mike Zulu. Echo Mike 60. November 4 Mike Zulu. Got it. Echo November 55. QSL. Thank you. 73. QRZ. Whiskey Tango 8 Delta. CQ satellite. CQ satellite. Whiskey Tango 8 Delta. CQ satellite. CQ satellite. Whiskey Tango 8 Delta. CQ.
Okay, bye.
Delta 250 to Delta 1.
49, call for station.
All Renewable.
4 Alpha. Yeah, on duty.
10-4.
3009.
Hi, and welcome back to the Save It for Parts channel. In this video, I'll be attempting to modify this television satellite dish into something that can track U.S. military satellites and download images from them. Now, we've done some of these things in prior videos on this channel. In an earlier video, I modified this originally Ku-band TV dish into an S-band satellite dish. Now, I throw a lot of different frequency bands around on this channel, and I do try to explain some of those. Some people want more or less explanation about the acronyms and terminology I use. Originally, television satellites such as this would use the Ku microwave band around 12 gigahertz, and if you remember big bulky satellite dishes from the 1980s and 90s, those used C-band microwave around 4 gigahertz. Now, this one is currently configured for S-band around 2.2 gigahertz. S-band is also where Wi-Fi lives. It's around 2.4 gigahertz. So there are a bunch of radio frequencies that you may or may not care about. Long story short, we have modified this for a radio bandwidth and range that it was never intended for, and we've had some success with it. In a prior video, we were able to track weather satellites with this. We were able to download some images. This particular dish comes with a motor system. This is called a Winegard Traveler, and it's designed to live on top of a motorhome, a camper, an RV. When you park at the campground for the night and you want to watch TV, this thing unfolds from the roof of your camper. It automatically tracks over, finds a TV satellite, and boom, you're watching football wherever you are. Now, I happen to be bored by football, so I tend to take dishes like this and modify them to do other things that I find more interesting. In this case, I want to track military spy satellites with it. Now, the ones we're looking for in this project are called the Defense Meteorological Satellite Program, or DMSP. These were a Cold War era program for military weather forecasting. Essentially, the DMSP satellites would pass over the Earth prior to an actual spy satellite, and they would take a picture of the ground, see where the clouds were, what the weather patterns were, and that helped the actual classified spy satellite following along behind to know where to aim its cameras. These days they aren't used quite so much, and they're actually no longer encrypted over parts of the US. They're still encrypted over a lot of the world, so you can't do a project like this just anywhere. You have to be in North America, and specifically Northern North America, because for some reason they don't unencrypt until they pass kind of the northern half of the US. That might be more than you want to know at this point. We'll get to that later. To make this track low Earth orbit satellites rather than geostationary satellites as it was originally intended for, I've had to write quite a bit of custom computer code to run the motors, interface with a orbit tracking program called gPredict. That's open source software. I'll throw links to all this stuff down in the description below. So basically, we are getting the orbital parameters of random satellites like DMSP, like NOAA weather satellites, into the gPredict program, passing them over to the software, the firmware that runs the motor on this dish, and basically tricking the dish into following those satellites rather than a television satellite. We've had some complications with that in the prior video. Again, this was never designed to do that sort of thing. Low Earth orbit satellites are much closer to the Earth. They move much faster relative to us on the ground. A geostationary TV satellite sits in one place from my perspective, while a low Earth orbit satellite zips across the sky in about 10 minutes. So the dish has to track that satellite, keep up with it, and stay aimed at it to get a good signal. That's especially important for some of the S-band satellites like DMSP that have relatively weak signals compared to other satellites that I've looked at before. The NOAA weather satellites have nice strong signals. You don't need to be very precise with your tracking, but DMSP and some other scientific satellites that I want to look at, I need to be very precise with this. So we're improving some of my code from the prior video where I had that wiring harness for my software-defined radio antenna, and we're going to run the wiring through the dish mechanism. Here's a better look at what I've done at the focal point of the dish with the radio electronics I'm talking about. This is a helical feed for S-band, so this is a 2.2 gigahertz antenna, basically, aimed back at the dish. We have that going to an FM radio filter, so this filters out FM broadcast radio because that stuff is a nuisance when I'm working with any radio stuff, and it gets all over the spectrum. So we want to filter out broadcast FM. This is a wideband amplifier, so this boosts the incoming signal up to a higher level, and then that sends it down to the software-defined radio. And we're using a Newelec Hack RF1 for this because it has a wider bandwidth and it can go up into the microwave frequency range, so it can go up and look at 2.2 gigahertz, where a lot of other software-defined radios that I've used in the past, like the RTL SDR, will not go above L-band, 1.7 gigahertz. So we need a Hack RF1 or some equivalent higher-end SDR to see these signals. So I moved my dish up onto the garage roof, I hooked it up to a laptop in the garage on that network, and now I can sit in the nice warm house, console into that laptop over here on this computer, and I can watch it on the security camera and make sure it does what I'm telling it to do. I do still have to watch it on the camera and make sure it's not doing anything too stupid. Of course, the downside of leaving the dish outside 24/7 is that I have to watch the weather and make sure not to leave it parked like this when there's heavy snow. So I've been working on this project for a while. The cats are desperate to help in every one of my videos. I've got the roof antenna working. I've got my code behaving pretty well. I've done a bunch of tweaks to it. I've taken some suggestions from people. I've updated some things. I've changed some parts of the code around. I do have a version 1 of this code on GitHub, but by the time this video is out, hopefully I will have a version 2, which works a little bit better and is slightly less kludgy. And we have managed to download some images from various satellites. The NOAA getting not much of a filter with this thing. I might leave the other LNA in place. This one is externally powered. I'm going to have to solder on a power connection for this. And then the other LNA...
Over to 129 North Allister, 129 North Allister.
Okay, hopefully coming up soon, we have a new project. The Miniature Radio Telescope version 3, now with a Winegard carryout dish. So we can get it to move around and make all kinds of terrible grinding noises. Alright, we're trying our miniature radio telescope outside. We're having some success. Not everything is working quite the way it should, but our little dish here is scanning correctly. And our Python script is reading power levels from the RTL SDR. So hopefully we'll get a pretty picture of the sky in the L-band frequency range. Stay tuned to find out. Okay, hopefully coming up soon, we have a new project, the Miniature Radio Telescope version 3.
Yeah, if you can cancel that case number, 40-0040.
Can I get another officer's address code, please?
I got that through on here. Speaking up.
10-4. 145, CNR to Driscoll.
Let me see, talk direct.
All right, guys. There are 2 dates to remember. January 26th is International Clean Energy Day, and today is April 1st, International Energy Day in general, not just clean energy. Today we're going to show you a homemade nuclear fusion using what we have here in the lab, and we're going to explain a bit about the policies. What are these rolls, these types of reactors? How can you do something like this at home with a bit of equipment? And then, in addition to this, which is just a demonstration, we're going to show you a working one, and we're going to use this energy to do the most common thing ever, which is to heat water. And so, intro.
10-4.
You can show that.
10-4.
Charlie 170.
31.
Charlie 170. 31.
Can you add attention to one of the contractors on site?
35.
4840 4174 80. What's in right now?
10-4.
Wireless communication is inherently anonymous. There is no way of knowing who transmitted a signal if they do not identify. And there is no way of knowing where that signal is transmitted from, unless you actively track it down. This is a radio direction finding device that uses an array of antennas and synchronized receivers to track down the position of a given radio transmission and lead you directly to its physical location. This is Kraken SDR. This video is made possible by Lab 401. They are a web store based in Europe. If we imagine a radio signal is like making a sound antenna. This is actually also a hobby known as fox hunting. The brain uses the difference in time from when these minute time measurements become possible without frequency drift between receivers causing issues. Kraken SDR makes the otherwise cumbersome direction finding fast, easy and automatic. Let's first go through how to set up the antennas correctly. The antennas need to be set up differently.
410 Single 7 radio check. 10-4. 10-4.
If you're asking, you're still out there on Foster.
Hi, my name's Eric Rye, like the kind of bread. I'm a third-year PhD student and probably the oldest PhD student at the University of Maryland. I'm typically like a network security and privacy kind of guy. Anything on the internet that's like sort of sad is where I'm typically at. So with that as an intro, let's talk about Wi-Fi positioning systems, or WPSs for short. At a high level, a Wi-Fi positioning system is just a system that somebody runs to allow mobile devices to geolocate themselves using Wi-Fi routers as landmarks. And while I'm going to focus exclusively on Apple's Wi-Fi positioning system during this talk, I just want to make clear at the outset that Google, Microsoft, some other companies like Skyhook, all operate Wi-Fi positioning systems. But the way that Apple's is implemented has some kind of unique quirks that make it uniquely vulnerable to the type of attacks that we'll be talking about. So let's get right into what a Wi-Fi positioning system is and how it works. So imagine that this is your house with this like enormous router outside your front door, and that router is like constantly advertising its presence by sending out certain types of 802.11 management frames that indicate what the network name is so that it shows up in your Wi-Fi settings. But importantly, those broadcasts are also containing a unique identifier for that access point. In fact, for that interface, an interface on that access point called a basic service set identifier, or BSSID. GPS requires higher power than just scanning the 802.11 spectrum. Some devices don't have GPS, like my MacBook, for instance, doesn't have a GPS interface.
Actually, arriving at Cole Park. Unit 5.
Hang on, unit. Slow down there, Turbo.
7 Eagle.
Okay.
Charlie 115.
DB30.
Yes, sir. Can we contact me at 1017, sir? Me at 1017. He's Route 23. We have Oregon and Ford. We're outbound. Is Jim Bear's not issuing transfer, sir?
Yeah, I'm showing clear from 43.
Yes, ma'am. Can you put me a QR, please? 931 Hidden Way. 10-17. 3160, 83 miles.
Charlie 160, I won't be clear on time. I could take that suspicious person. I'll advise.
Okay.
Delta 232 was fine, just a heavy sleeper.
Clear 1404. Charlie, square 5.
684.
Okay. 684.
Dispatch for squad 4.
Sylvia, Sligo 4, All Renewable.
What was the location?
Can you show me back?
Welcome once again to Leto's Law. Here's Steve Leto.
10-4.
Momentum apartment.
Been talking a lot about AI recently, whether or not AI is coming for my job, and I had a bunch of people say, "Hey, Steve, AI is coming for your old job, where you were a disc jockey." So Stephen with a V, Mike, and Madcap all sent me this from the Sydney Morning Herald. Now this is happening in Australia; it could very easily happen here, but there's been a
6118 SPID.
What was the location?
6118 SPID.
Cover.
6118 SPID.
Cover. Cover. Charlie 290, cover. Charlie 120.
113.
113.
Can you show me out at Sam's Club, the purple one?
145.
Sam's Club, somewhere. Ready to do the same call or separate?
Yes, sir. He showed me leaving Jaeger and en route to transportation to pick up a unit for a special detail.
10-4.
Yes, sir. Same call. 684. Plenty.
919 Transit, Jammu to Sugar Tree Apartments. Have you stated they're here in for the warrant?
4857, 4857.
So all four of them at the same time?
Image 10, I'm cleaning my part.
684, 10-4.
Image 10 for.
He just went down the stairs. You know, instead of sending the call, it's going to be a vehicle versus pedestrian, the Circle K on West Wheeler, 1307 West Wheeler, will be sending out EMS below.
De stroomstoring begon iets na 12 uur vanmiddag en meteen was het chaos, zoals hier. De stoplichten werkten niet meer en dus deed iedereen maar wat. Er werden verkeersregelaars ingezet, maar ook die konden niet alles meteen goed regelen. In heel Spanje viel de stroom uit. En in heel wat steden in Portugal, waaronder de hoofdstad Lissabon. Ook in een deel van Frankrijk, vlakbij de grens met Spanje, was geen elektriciteit. Maar de storing daar was redelijk snel weer hersteld. Het is natuurlijk meivakantie en dus zijn er in Spanje en Portugal nu ook Nederlandse toeristen die daar vakantie vieren. Zo ook de 12-jarige tweeling Casper en Ties.
Wij zitten dus precies in het stukje Portugal waar de stroomstoring ook is.
De tweeling wilde samen met hun ouders lunch gaan halen op de camping, maar dat lukte niet.
Dit is de keuken waar normaal wordt gewerkt, maar alle lichten zijn hieruit zoals je ziet. De pannen werken niet meer, het tostiapparaat staat uit, alles is hieruit, daar ook de lichten, het kan gewoon niet meer aan.
En de ijsjes die verkocht worden op de camping moeten snel gegeten worden.
En de meneer van de receptie zei net dat voordat ze allemaal gesmolten zijn, dat we zo nog snel even 10 ijsjes moesten eten, want anders dan waren ze gesmolten en dan was het zonde van de ijsjes.
De storing veroorzaakte niet alleen op de weg problemen, ook op vliegvelden en bij treinen en metro's. Die konden zonder elektriciteit niet rijden en daardoor kwamen reizigers vast te zitten. Bij een groot tennistoernooi in Spanje werd de Amerikaanse toptennister Coco Gauff net geïnterviewd op het moment dat de stroom uitviel. De Nederlandse journalist Iris Grop woont in het noorden van Spanje en ook zij heeft last van de storing.
Wat we eigenlijk meteen merkten was dat in de supermarkten alle lampen vielen uit, de vriezers en de ijskasten zijn allemaal uit. Echt alle elektriciteit werkt niet. En in Spanje zeggen ze ook, dit is echt de eerste keer dat dit gebeurt in het hele land. Dat het hele land geen elektriciteit heeft. Dus het is best een bijzonder moment.
Ook op scholen hadden ze er vanmiddag last van.
Ja, ik moest mijn eigen kind van school halen en daar is ook geen elektriciteit, dus dat was best lastig met eten maken. Ze konden ons ook niet bellen, we hadden geen telefoonverbinding, dus als er iets zou zijn, zouden we dat ook niet weten. Dus we zijn maar gewoon naar de school gegaan om op te halen.
Wat de oorzaak is van de grote stroomstoring is nog niet helemaal.
I 12 profit. 30, so I have a union driver's deal. 152, I'm sitting. 1210, I'm sitting.
What is that? Kyle, Frank, William, 5787.
ID 12307, patrol when you get up. Signal 4.
Many of you have asked to see my take on the Duga radar, or what was more commonly known as the Russian woodpecker, so here goes. During the 1970s, large portions of the HF bands were suffering serious cases of interference, reportedly caused by a powerful transmitter, or transmitters, located somewhere in Russia or the Ukraine. But first, let's go back a bit. The Soviet Union had been working on early warning radar for their anti-ballistic missile systems throughout the 1950s and 1960s, but most of these were line-of-sight systems that were really only useful for rapid analysis and interception only. None of these systems had the capability to provide an upper hand in the form of an early warning of a launch within seconds or minutes that would give Soviet defences time to study the attack and plan a response. It was determined that an over-the-horizon radar array in the USSR would help solve this problem, and work began in the late 1960s. The name Duga is thrown around a bit, so we need to break it down. The first experimental system with the name Duga was built outside the Black Sea port of Mykolaiv in the southern Ukraine. This successfully detected rocket launches from Baikonur Cosmodrome 1,600 miles away. Then the experimental system was followed by the prototype Duga, built on the same site, which was able to track. Duga 1 system was built in 1972, Cry, and will come to the location of Duga 1 soon. And a chief engineer of the BBC different locations. The interference became so bad that most of the communication services within the bands in the UK complained through their respective organisations to the Home Office and to the Frequency Registration Board of the International Telecommunications Union, or the ITU. Other countries, including the USA, who were similarly affected by the transmissions, forwarded complaints to the ITU and the Russian authorities. A Home Office representative in the UK claimed that they'd made a complaint directly to the Russian authorities and that they replied saying that they were conducting tests and were taking steps to reduce the interference. Friday the 17th of December 1978 saw the BBC ask the British government to make an official complaint to Russia over what was termed blacked out broadcasts. They said the interference came in the form of a woodpecker sound in the middle of programmes, which infuriated broadcasters. Cairo Radio said that it had been obliterated. However, a spokesman for the BBC monitoring station said that while this was an exaggeration, the interference had been a considerable nuisance and occasionally made monitoring impossible. Andy Clark, W4IYT, a radio amateur now unfortunately silent key, claimed that he was operating a commercial aeronautical communications station that kept contact with long-distance airliner flights by shortwave radio. He said that suddenly during 1976, powerful interference came on the air, disrupting communications. He said he named it the woodpecker, and when he asked the New York headquarters of his communications firm if they too were experiencing this woodpecker-sounding noise, they were. The signal, he said, was, quote, raising hell with the airplanes. We just couldn't contact some of them. Radio amateurs relayed their complaints to their country's communications regulators, and many organisations, along with governments in many countries, protested to the Soviet Union. Officially, the Soviet Union didn't even admit the signal was theirs. There were many attempts to alleviate or even jam the interference caused by the woodpecker. Some companies developed noise blanker devices to help with interference levels, and then there was the Woodpecker Hunting Club. Consisting of radio amateurs, they would record the signals coming from the woodpecker and send them back. They claimed the woodpecker's transmitters would actually move frequency when this was done correctly. Others allegedly had better equipment and would synthesize the signals to the same effect. Wayne Green, publisher of the ham radio magazine 7.3, urged hams to attack the problem and said if you want to screw up the radar signal, all you have to do is send a return signal on its frequency, which blocks out the echoes. He went on to say hams from the earliest woodpecker days have been driving the monster off their bands by getting on the frequency and sending properly spaced dots back. The screen somewhere in Russia blanks out, and the operators utter some Russian oaths and change the frequency to get rid of the interference. He concluded by saying, it works too, say so many hams who have tried it, although it greatly helps if several hams in different locations gang up on the radar's frequency. By the late 1980s, the signal from the woodpecker became less frequent, and in 1989 it disappeared completely. The real reason for the eventual shutdown of the Duga systems were never made public. However, the beginning of the end of the Cold War was likely the reason. Another reason was probably the success of the US KS early warning satellites, which began entering service in the early 1980s and by this time had grown into a complete network. This satellite system provided immediate, direct and highly secure warnings. Any radar-based system was subject to jamming, as we've seen in this story, and the effectiveness of any over-the-horizon radar system is always subject to atmospheric conditions, although they're still used today. It's also worth mentioning that the Soviet Union also had other over-the-horizon deactivated and doesn't receive much if any maintenance, most by what we don't know.
So we're still on the call on Foster. Can you put us back on? 10 feet, Mr. Juliet.
I need to go tower.
Last year I did a video on the Russian woodpecker, a name given to a Soviet over-the-horizon radar that made shortwave listening virtually impossible for many people during the 1970s and 1980s. I'll link that video below and at the end of this one so you can get the full story, but I wanted to bring you some more information on what life was like while the woodpecker was at large, and how people attempted to combat this nuisance signal in more detail than I did in the previous video. I also have to point out that a lot of people seem to get upset over me calling this nuisance the Russian woodpecker when it was Soviet and actually based in Ukraine. Well, in short, the Soviet Union was started by the Russian revolutionary Vladimir Lenin, who was Russian. Russia became the country most identified with the Soviet Union in the Western world during this time, therefore the signal became known the world over, at least in the radio community, as the Russian woodpecker, and that's the name it's still referred to as to this day. It should be readily realised in the radio hobby that what is one man's interference is another man's interest. Number stations and the various shortwave oddities that have surfaced over the years have proven this point. If you monitor the online SDRs, you'll see dozens of people sat listening to the buzzer. Such was the case with the USSR OTHB, or Over-the-Horizon Backscatter Radar. Also known as the woodpecker or pulsar, this device drew much interest by the interference it generated, and mainly how to combat.
Николай, Женя, Татьяна, Иван. 82 890. Женя, Анна, Николай, Роман, Ольга, Николай, Анна, Цапли, Иван. 13 68 06 04.
Go on, Doctor. Start zero. Okay, tell me out of the city copy and send 10 for court. 10 feet at 35, right, Robert? Okay. Yes, sir.
Airport, 50.
In the morning of the 27th of April 2022, whilst looking around the frequencies, I found this on the CB band. So I checked the SDR at Jodrell Bank, and sure enough, massive big signal there. I checked the SDR in the Netherlands, and same again, very, very large signal there. So I had a look for an old video of the sound of the old Russian woodpecker, and sure enough, it sounds exactly like the Russian woodpecker. Now, I doubt very much that the original Russian woodpecker has come back to life, but has another Russian woodpecker come to life? Anyway, here's a short sound clip of the old Russian woodpecker. Now let's listen to the sounds that was received this morning.
9180.
628 Stone Street.
2227.
684, 10-4.
Alpha Golf Flight 195 here on Low Beach. Can you copy Alpha 320?
Yeah, shot open. Full sound connect.
Last 4 is 4894, 4894.
Do I have a constable on duty?
801 Rossville.
1210, 10-4.
801.
150.
Show is clear from location and en route to 2626 Holly Road in Corpus.
The ability to rationalize are all affected from a purely mental point of view by signals of this nature.
Is there any defense? This personal transmitter puts out 7.8 cycles a second, which Mikrowski says is a natural planetary frequency the body is tuned to. It swamps the incoming signal from the woodpecker.
Is 27 is going to be attached to the first one, Nicholas.
Remove the transmitter's protective field, and the Russian signal reasserts itself.
It is being used, as far as we are aware, by the German civil service. Der in Germany is called Der in Germany.
Bravo 215. We got one detained right now for WC 14.
49, 13, 04.
Sorry, what was it? 10405. I'll try to with her at the DN mid 3. Go to 225.8. 225.8. And Charlie 250. I'm back across the stripes.
Okay. See the other one.
Route 8 to base. We could perform and arrive this just 2 o'clock. 2:05, what time it was. Arriver and performer. Overnight.
So, he's in 179 Shaker. 10-9.
Over Kurt.
So,
15, go ahead.
49, 13, 684, 10 UTL.
high school is conducting lockdown drill as well.
Try 13 clear. I've been clear. Can you put me out with 180?
10-4.
128, 10-4. 84,
154, 10-8.
Charlie 230, I'm listening on as well. Black Mail, Marusher, Blue Cat. said he was near a gray SUV trying to pick an online in his car. 10-4.
Ready, 6.
Out of here.
ECC on Daniel. Yeah, she's already 5. We know there's a radio issue. 153 in the area. Sure.
Okay, fine.
14 Erica, next location. That's 210 Delta 1 move.
Route 8 is 1044.
Unit 5.
12 copy.
49. Tango Robert 8339. 10-4. Communications off 30, back at the plaza. 10-4.
Later it will explain why the potential is such an important thing, the ambient potential that something is sitting in or is charged to. But normally the Earth, the surface of the Earth, and the electrosphere above it are charged to a different potential, and so depending on the particular conditions and all, anywhere from 150 to probably a maximum of about 300 volts per meter, you have an increasing voltage as you go up to the electrosphere from the surface of the Earth, with respect to the surface of the Earth. So, in the average thunderstorm, the clouds, the bottom parts of the clouds are charged oppositely to the electrosphere. So when a thundercloud is moving in, as it starts to pass over you, first of all, your potential starts to decrease. This 150 volts per meter starts to decrease, turns to 0, and then reverses. The charge sign reverses while that thundercloud is over you. This decreasing background potential that your body is comfortable in normally working, when it starts changing like that, that's the stuffy, uncomfortable feeling you have just before a thunderstorm. You say, well, it must be fixing to storm. It sure is getting stuffy now. After the thing goes on off, as it starts leaving, the potential starts changing back towards 0 and then goes back up to the normal potential. And you feel a great sense of relief and freshness in all your back. It's really nature's rotor-rooter form to clean out biological systems. You've sort of just been rotor-rooted by the thunderstorm. When you're dealing with this system here, the potentials are key. And so when you have a dramatic change of potentials, where you have a fluid which does not operate internally in the fluid, does not operate in a flat space-time but a curved space-time, the change of its ambient potential is very significant. Potential is, as we've shown in a paper or two, and as quantum field theory will agree with, the standard old potential, pure voltage, if you will, is actually an inflow of energy from the time domain, the fourth axis, Minkowski axis, translation of it into 3-space, and output is longitudinal wave energy in 3-space. And that's quantum field theory, and you can transform that into wave theory, and you've got the solution to the so-called source charge problem that I published in the year 2000. So when you involve potentials, you involve a very powerful set of changes between the time energy coming in, the fundamental time energy, which is where we get all electromagnetic energy in space, comes right out of the time domain, and then what is actually being given out by the object. So when you change the time aspect and you change that other aspect, you make profound changes in every charge in the body, every single one of them. And in a liquid like this, where you're maintaining a certain charge because of the time relationship, you make a profound change in it, which will be expressed as probably electrostatic charge on the outside of it, something like that. It'll act like it were a capacitor or something charging up.
Exactly what it does.
It acts like what you've done is you've encountered a capacitor, and it discharges upon you touching it.
Yeah, see, I looked at, for another machine of another inventor, I looked at a process he was using once and came to the conclusion that he was charging in a rotated frame. He had found that a certain way to charge, when you make change potentials in ambient potentials, you actually change the rotation of the frame. It's not a simple change like it's treated in electromagnetics. Go to special relativity and you have actually rotated the frame out of the lab frame. And capacitance changes and charge changes when you rotate the frame. And then if you snatch it back real quick, or it is snatched back, and you've got real charge appearing apparently out of nowhere. But it's actually a process from a rotated frame. The energy of a given particle or charge is different depending on what frame it's measured in. And of course, that's just standard physics. But nobody ever thought about using that. Force it over into a frame, a rotated frame, charge it. Takes a lot less to charge it. Discharge it back in the lab frame, you got a lot more charge coming out of there than what you had to put in there. And you haven't violated any laws of nature. You have violated a special case set of laws of nature where the space-time was never rotated. It was always flat, no rotation. But if you go to the rotation, yes, you get energy changes and you get charge changes.
So that's why I don't like this, because unless they actually add the time domain back into the equation.
And if they don't use curved space-time, see, the standard electrodynamics, which standard chemistry uses, they use the U1 model, U1 group symmetry electrodynamics. That's the standard model of electrodynamics that everybody uses. It's supposed to be the greatest thing since sliced cheese. It isn't. That model assumes a flat space-time, local space-time. That was falsified by general relativity, now almost 100 years ago. It also assumes no net interaction with the active vacuum. That's been falsified in physics for almost 50 years, particularly since 1957 and the discovery of broken symmetry and the award of the Nobel Prize to Li and Yang. So it is a limited model, but unfortunately, where you turn science into dogma is when you lock in on a given model and you assume your model is perfect. And therefore, anything that doesn't agree with that model cannot possibly exist in nature. See, that's where where science becomes dogma. If we practice scientific method requires a couple of things. First, experiments must be done to show the results of what you're talking about. Second, these experiments must be replicatable. That is, you can't do it one time as a fluke and never able to do it again and claim it's science. That was some kind of fluctuation that happened and nobody knows what the hell caused that, what came through.
Hindenburg effect.
Right. But if it happens every time you do it and you can control it and show that it is a repeatable experiment, now if that disagrees with the model, the scientific method is, after we ensure that the experiment is for real, and we must do that ourselves by performing the experiment. We can't dodge the experiment. If we do that, then as scientists, we're morally bound by the scientific method to go change the model. Something is wrong with our model. That's no problem. No model is perfect. We've known that since the Gödel theorem. It's always going to be a better model, and we're going to find other things that don't fit the model. We're going to make another one, a better one. That's the way science progresses. But the problem today is that we have a great movement, you might call it fundamentalism in science, where we lock in on the accepted models and we shove out anything else that's ever going to be discovered or anything because it couldn't possibly exist if it violates our model. That is a total violation of scientific method. For example, in cold fusion, there's now some 600 or so experiments by many different laboratories, by many different good scientists in several countries of the world. You cannot ignore 600 repeatable experiments. If you do, it's dogma, not science. It's also against the big nuclear community, so you can imagine all those accelerators and everything saying you can do the transmutations at low spatial energy. They'd be out of business. So you have a great resistance because of I would like to use the word culture of the present scientific community, the scientific culture, the mindset. The mindset is what you're up against. Yeah, this paper is, I really like the fact that you're quoting numbers, and I assume that what you have behind this is good, solid experiments, or you wouldn't be actually trying to go forward with it.
Repeatable. Anybody can do it. It's repeatable.
Given it's repeatable, and given that the experiments, are there, and repeatable, then scientific method says we have to question the model. The proper response at this point is not to argue about the experiments, if enough of them have been done to be sure it's replicable and it's repeatable. We have to quit arguing about the experiment, and we have to argue now about the model. What we have just done is falsified the present model. That's what you've done. Okay, we got to look at the characteristics of that model if we see where the weakness of the model may be. Well, the weakness of the standard U1 electrodynamics model that's used in the chemistry, almost exclusively, for example, is two things. The first thing that it does is false, is it assumes a flat local space-time. You can't even have an energy change in a flat space-time by definition. If the energy changes, the energy density changes, you've just curved space-time. So if you didn't have curved space-time, you couldn't have any chemical reactions at all. I mean, it's ludicrous after 100 years almost from the discovery of general relativity and the fitting of it. The other thing is, we know from particle physics that any charge, any dipolarity, for example, which that's the whole thing in chemistry, charge and charge distribution, and all the dipolarities and the multipolarities and all this. All the ions and all that stuff is driven by the charge and charge distribution. And the moment we have that situation, we know that we have broken symmetries everywhere.
MS at Islander Way, Robert Victor Lincoln, 8220.
And Rose.
Facing left on this side.
Robert Victor Lincoln, 8220. So far. So far. Now Weather's going to be a city employee. Still 30 traffic.
Can you show me a route to 4409 Teague Street?
Still 30.
The protective shield of our planet decays and eventually fails. So do our satellites. First, communication satellites in the highest orbits go down. Next, astronauts in low Earth orbit can no longer contact their mission control center. And finally, hazardous, relentless cosmic rays start bombarding everything on Earth, causing havoc and devastation. Are these the terrifying consequences of the planet's magnetic field reversal we're going to face? Right now, as you're watching this video, Earth's north magnetic pole is extremely out of whack. It's so serious that scientists will have to update the global magnetic field model released a mere 4 years ago. Does it all mean that the magnetic pole of our planet will flip soon? Well, be patient. We'll figure it out a bit later. You see, the magnetic pole is moving quite erratically from the Canadian Arctic towards Siberia, and these movements are very unpredictable. But it's normal for the pole to be moving. There are long-term records from London and Paris that prove that the North Magnetic Pole moves randomly around the rotational North Pole over periods of several hundred years. But the most astonishing thing about its movement is that it's speeding up. Around the mid-1990s, the magnetic pole unexpectedly accelerated from a bit over 9 miles to 34 miles a year. And recently, the pole crossed the international date line, moving toward the eastern hemisphere. The European Space Agency launched extremely accurate magnetic field satellites in 2013. Thanks to them, researchers have superb data they can use not only to make magnetic field maps, but also to update them every 6 to 12 months. That's how they were able to notice that the core field was weakening too. It might be a sign that the planet's magnetic field is about to flip. To understand this process better, we need to figure out how the core field works. Let's say we've got a bar magnet that runs through the center of our planet and has a north and a south pole. This magnet is incredibly strong, representing about 75% of the intensity of our planet's magnetic field at the surface. Our bar magnet is not only moving, but is also getting weaker by about 7% every century. Admittedly, this bar isn't the perfect representation of the core field. It's more like electric currents generating Earth's magnetic field. Still, this model makes it easier to see what's happening to our planet now. The magnetic field of our planet plays an important role in protecting us from dangerous radiation and geomagnetic activity, which is the product of the interaction between the solar wind and Earth's magnetosphere. Earth's magnetic field also moves. Scientists have been studying and tracking the movement of the magnetic poles for hundreds of years. The historical motions of these poles indicates changes in the global geometry of the magnetic field of our planet, and they may point to the beginning of the field reversal too. That's what the flip between the north and south magnetic poles is sometimes called. You see, if the north magnetic pole moves a bit, it isn't a big deal. But a complete reversal might have a serious impact on the climate of our planet, as well as modern technology. Luckily, such flips don't happen overnight. The entire process stretches over thousands of years. Plus, even though the magnetic pole weakens during a pole reversal, it doesn't disappear completely. So those scary events from the beginning of the video aren't likely to happen to us. The magnetosphere will continue protecting the planet from cosmic rays and charged solar particles, even though there might be some amount of particulate radiation that will make it to Earth's surface. Magnetic fields are generated by moving electric charges. If some material allows these charges to easily move in it, it's called a conductor. Metal is a great conductor, and we often use it to transfer electric currents from one place to another. In this case, the electric current is negative charges called electrons moving through the metal. The current is what generates a magnetic field. Earth has a liquid iron core. In other words, there are layers and layers of conducting material inside our planet. Currents of charges are constantly moving through the core, and the liquid metal is also moving and circulating there, generating the magnetic field. This magnetic field, in turn, produces something resembling a bubble around the planet. It's called the magnetosphere, and it's located above the uppermost part of the atmosphere. This layer shields and deflects high-energy cosmic radiation, which otherwise would be extremely dangerous to people and other forms of life on Earth. The magnetosphere also interacts with the ionosphere, the layer of our planet's atmosphere containing loads of ions and free electrons and capable of reflecting radio waves. The interaction between these two layers and the magnetized solar winds is what scientists call space weather. The solar wind is normally mild, and there's no space weather whatsoever. But sometimes, the sun starts shedding gargantuan magnetized clouds of gas that can accelerate to incredible speeds. They're called coronal mass ejections, or CMEs. They're ejected from the sun over the course of several hours. CMEs usually look like giant twisted ropes and can occur spontaneously. Their frequency varies according to the 11-year-long solar cycle. For example, at a solar minimum, you can observe one ejection per day, and when the sun is in its most active phase, there might be 3 CMAs per day. Coronal mass ejections disrupt the calm flow of the solar wind and cause serious disturbances that can damage stuff, both in space near Earth, like satellites, and on the planet's surface. If coronal mass ejections make it to Earth, their interaction with the magnetosphere generates geomagnetic storms. Those can trigger auroras, happening when a stream of energized particles hits the atmosphere and lights up. And then there are also solar flares. They develop more rapidly and with much more energy than coronal mass ejections. Solar flares often occur soon after coronal mass ejections. The most powerful volcanic eruptions pale in comparison to solar flares that release 10 million times more energy. Within a few minutes, one solar flare can give out billions of tons of charged particles. Solar flares are also insanely hot, with temperatures reaching several million degrees Fahrenheit. Astronomers believe that such bursts of solar radiation happen when the sun's magnetic field gets twisted in some regions.
7876178 and off.
Okay.
and determine the feasibility of such production. By supporting this bill, we're taking an important step toward rebuilding American manufacturing capability in strategic sectors. We're creating a roadmap for revitalizing rural communities that have been sidelined for far too long while critical infrastructure components are manufactured overseas.
What's the box,
236,004. 236,004. Good. Perimeter building check complete. And so we can advise them if, or check either, and if not, advise them that there's possibly live wires and damage to the box. Yeah.
What if I told you that right now, as you watch this, humans have begun merging their minds with machines? Not in some distant future, not in a sci-fi film, but here, now, today. A revolution is happening inside human skulls that could redefine what it means to be human. The question isn't if we'll merge with technology, but whether we're ready for what comes next.
801,
This
your traffic didn't come through. How is your headphones? I'm here. Headphones.
I'll be clear.
Mr. President, can we talk to you real quick? Start the meeting.
President Macron and his wife Brigitte of France, ladies and gentlemen, to the history that binds us and the values that still unite us. This future, together. Vive la France and God bless America.
Where gala dinners go, it probably doesn't get bigger or more Joe Biden is first for President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden too. The welcome for French President Emmanuel Macron and Mrs. Macron came alongside the White House opening its doors to the elite who's who of America's political, diplomatic, business and fashion circles.
496.
The guest list extended to 330 and more. Among many from the Biden family at the black tie event, standing out was this man, Hunter Biden, the president's son who faces a federal tax probe and heat from Republican lawmakers. Hunter's presence did not mean, however, that the Republicans stayed away. The House GOP leader Kevin McCarthy brushed off questions on awkwardness.
Do you think that the White House and Republicans can work on together?
I think the economy, making us energy independent. I think securing our border, stopping fentanyl. I think holding government accountable. They haven't had much of that, and I think the country in this last election want to see a check and balance. So I look forward.
Dinner with Hunter Biden today. How does that feel, knowing that many people in your caucus want to investigate him?
Well, I'm at dinner with my mom, so I'm going to have a great time.
President Biden appears to have made an assertion, and done so in style, in full public view, that he has no reason to disown or distance himself from the actions of his son, Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden was among about 350 guests invited to a gala dinner at White House on Thursday night in honor of visiting French President Macron and his wife Brigitte, with a host of celebrities in attendance. This dinner was the first in this style of gala dinners at the White House since the end of the pandemic. Macron was the guest of honor, but the political limelight.
27 Galloway out of Tynan, eligible, Class A after 2020. $706 noises electrical was advised.
Angel 17 to be cleared by medic 17.
Okay.
Fixing.
115.
154, 129.
Go ahead, 115. Traffic.
Fixing.
$660.
$134. 154, 129. Charlie, could you give me a first one?
Every time the media lies! Every time the media lies! A journalist in Gaza dies! A journalist in Gaza dies!
The 2024 election is in full swing. And yes, age is an issue. I'm a grown man running against a 6-year-old. Journalism is clearly not a crime, not here, not there, not anywhere in the world.
And I am honored to be here hosting what is, according to swing state polls, the final White House Correspondents' Dinner. And I would like to point out, it's after 10 p.m. Sleepy Joe is still awake, while Donald Trump has spent the past week falling asleep in court every morning.
Every time the media lies!
Here's Chevy arrested 4333 Ivy Lane.
One reporting annex for Fort Rock.
10-4.
Yeah, 10-4. I just talked to her. 605. When you get it fixed.
10-4.
Total 6 on clear.
20974.
DP30, you need the case number, the one that you gave me?
Hey, the dispatch.
205. Yes, can I ask you calls for you?
0. We'll move it about 45 degrees above the pad deck.
For a strong back retract.
And that will make the way for liftoff for Falcon 9. And we did hear that call out that we are preparing for strong back retraction. That should be coming up here in about 20 seconds.
3250, she's saying he's there.
The strong back is that vertical structure just behind the vehicle that you see there on your screen.
Strong back lower has started.
And there's that call out that the strong back retraction has begun. Now, again, what you're going to see is those clamp arms just below the fare.
6801.
K95, your case number 5250174. The last 40174.
1206.
1206.
I still show that a service. Could you clear me?
10-4.
10-4.
4135 in the area.
Right.
We're going to be transporting code 1 at Driscoll beginning around
113. Should we arrive at Dawson for special assignment? 10-4. Any more room behind brush?
Last minute, did you have a process?
Okay, 10-4. And the second call is going to be for Driscoll Children's Hospital, 3533 South Alameda. Caller's name is Linda Trejo. Her phone number is 361-694-5100 for a 7 by their relative's dog. No information on location of the bite, no parent information.
That's a demo.
Delmar in South Alameda.
134.
Charlie 170.
10-6 on special assignment for Dawson, set up at the intersection of Middlecoff and Player.
Adam 230, Adam 240, close to a bicycle in progress. And the 3728 I-60 access.
Visitors at Yellowstone National Park, the very close call with a geyser raining down rock and debris.
Adam 230 total.
38.
10-4, let me know if there's any more room back there, please.
Yeah, look at K95 for 5350 stables at Clearbrook.
I'll take these up on for a mental body call 1125 hibiscus 11 hibiscus RPD
154.
240, your RP case must follow the bike. It's half right handlebar with a dress code. Suspect is a Hispanic male, black and who's lastly going on to Brookhaven.
Palmyra, a tropical island in the South Seas. For most of the year, it's uninhabited. But by strange coincidence, in June of 1974, 6 sailboats all converged on this tiny island. It should have been Shangri-La, but when bad blood developed, piracy took over, and the only law was the law of the jungle.
This guy wants to get tough.
CBS News special report. I'm Major Garrett in Washington. We are coming on the air as officials in New Orleans, local and federal, are prepared to give an update on this morning's deadly attack. At this hour, at least 10 people were killed when a pickup truck drove through barricades into a crowd, sending people running in terror and disbelief through Bourbon Street. This all happened around 3:15 a.m. local time. The suspect rammed into dozens of pedestrians, injuring at least 35. Federal officials tell CBS News the suspect has been identified as 42-year-old Samsoud Din Jabbar, a U.S. citizen from Texas. The FBI says the suspect, who was wearing body armor at the time of the attack, was killed in a shootout with police. Law enforcement sources say an AR-style rifle and handgun were recovered at the scene. An ISIS flag was located in the vehicle, as well as 4 explosive devices. The FBI is working at this hour to determine any potential associations or affiliations with terrorist organizations, international or domestic. In a statement this morning, President Biden, who has been in touch with the New Orleans mayor, said, quote, "There is no justification for violence of any kind, and we will not tolerate any attack on any of our nation's communities." Joining me here at the desk, Nicole Skanga and Scott McFarland, CBS News correspondents both. Nicole, let's start with you. What else do we know that I did not outline here at the top?
Well, there are some indications of premeditation by the suspect here. Law enforcement.
104 Texas DL. 104, go ahead.
How did that work for you, Pat?
04688849, repeating 04688849, Lugo.
104, 10-4.
Go ahead.
Pretty much somewhere arriving.
Sure.
$145. Can you copy a 27 out of Georgia?
Email to the post office.
Okay, fine.
You know, it's hard to believe if World War III would have ever started, it would have started right here.
Nestled deep in the Chequamegon-Nicolet National Forest in northwest Wisconsin is the small town of Clam Lake. Clam Lake is best known for the excellent hunting and fishing in the area, and of course the herd of elk that roam the countryside. But the elk population is more of a
This is what the toroidal fields look like, or that are created by the sounds we make when we speak. And phenomenal research and work has been done to show us what the different toroidal shapes and fields look like of different letters and different sounds, especially vowels. And then as we speak, these toroidal fields that we manufacture and we create with our mouths, infinite forms, infinite shapes, infinite creativity that we manifest, actually become scalar waves and scalar technology that go into all of creation and permeate all of creation instantly. It doesn't take light years for the thoughts we have or the words we speak to permeate all of creation. It happens instantaneously.
A toroidal field is a captivating energy pattern that assumes the shape of a torus, reminiscent of a donut or a vortex. It serves as a gateway, connecting multiple dimensions and providing a conduit for the flow of energy and information. Within the realm of esoteric philosophy, the toroidal field is considered a fundamental structure underlying the fabric of reality itself. In the exploration of metaphysics and the hidden realms of existence, the concept of toroidal fields has emerged as a profound and captivating phenomenon. These fields, which manifest as torus-shaped energy patterns, are believed to serve as gateways to unseen dimensions, bridging the gap between the physical and the metaphysical. Research and observation have revealed that these toroidal fields are not solely abstract constructs, but are intimately intertwined with the human experience of language and communication. In particular, there exists a fascinating correlation between the shapes of toroidal fields and the sounds we produce, with a particular emphasis on vowels. The human vocal apparatus, with its intricate arrangement of the larynx, vocal cords, and resonating chambers, acts as a unique instrument through which the energy of speech is channeled. When we vocalize different letters and sounds, the intention behind the sound combines with the physical mechanics of our vocal apparatus, giving rise to a distinct toroidal pattern. For example, the vowel sound A is associated with a toroidal field that expands outward from the speaker, resembling a pulsating sphere of energy encompassing its surroundings. This expansive field signifies openness, creativity, and the primal spark of creation. On the other hand, the vowel sound O generates a toroidal field that loops back upon itself, evoking a sense of containment, introspection, and cyclical energy. Each letter and sound in the phonetic spectrum is thought to generate its own unique toroidal pattern, resonating with its corresponding energetic signature. The shape and characteristics of these toroidal fields are believed to arise from the interplay between the physical acts of vocalization, the intention behind the sound, and the metaphysical aspects of language. Moreover, the existence of distinct toroidal shapes and fields associated with different sounds and letters suggests a profound connection between the human voice and the fundamental structure of reality. It implies that language, in its essence, is not merely a tool for communication, but a conduit through which we interact with the energetic fabric of the universe. By exploring and understanding the intricate interplay between toroidal fields and the sounds we produce, we gain insight into the profound relationship between language and the unseen realms. The toroidal fields generated by our vocal expressions act as portals, allowing energy and information to flow between dimensions, transcending the boundaries of our physical reality.
Ancient civilization actually believed that the universe and the heavens were created. I have not discovered or found any ancient civilization that talks about evolution. That is a relatively new concept that was introduced into our education system. Even in the Bible, we learn about the word God said, "Let there be light." And you'll find when you study this that pretty much every ancient civilization, certainly everyone that I've studied and come across, the further back you go and you eventually stumble upon their creation theories and how the world and the universe came to be, you will find those words either about sound, resonance, or frequency, how the Creator brought forth the universe and everything in it through either sound or vibration or resonance.
145, 185.
Go ahead. I forgot to tell you. I did arrive and I'm already cleared from IV and route to Gabriel Street to patrol for the breakdown. 10-4. Good one.
One 30, show me that, I mean.
130, repeat.
Show me that, admin.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening as the case may be. I'm Tom Bearden, the author of Excalibur Briefing, and I'm making this 2-hour tape to give you a presentation on some more fundamental work I am releasing in accordance with the Excalibur Briefing. This presentation is on scalar waves and on scalar interferometry, and it deals with the long-lost secret work of Nikola Tesla and also the Soviet weaponization of the Tesla technology. I want to accent that during this briefing we will not have time to cover in great detail everything that should be covered. I hope to highlight, however, the process and the technology that Tesla had, a new technology we do not know today, but one which he had prior to 1900. And we will go into the nature of that technology and what makes it work. The slide we are presenting at this time deals with the conclusion of a report done by then Captain J.D. Lamoth for the Defense Intelligence Agency. And the report predicted that sooner or later the Soviets would be able to do some rather startling things. Know the contents of documents that we tried to secrete from them. Know our troop and ship movements, although we tried to protect them. Know our installation locations and the nature of those installations. To mold thoughts at a distance, to disable equipment, and to kill persons at a distance. That was contained in an official DIA report released under the Freedom of Information Act. And we will give you today the gist of the technology by which we think the Soviets are attempting to accomplish those aims. Since the time of Lenin, the Soviet aims have not changed. They are for eventual world domination of both the world and its peoples. Here on this slide are some startling statements that have been made by Soviet leaders in the past. Some of them you already know about. A couple of them perhaps you do not. I would like to call attention particularly to Khrushchev's 1960 statement to the Soviet Presidium, where he pointed out that the Soviets had a new weapon in development so powerful that if unrestrainedly used, it could wipe out all life on Earth. I also would like to call your attention to the 1975 statement by Brezhnev, where suddenly at the SALT talks, the Soviet side introduced a rather strange proposal that we should also consider outlawing the development of new types of weapons more frightening than the mind of man had ever even imagined. It is my thesis that the Soviets in both cases, both the Khrushchev case and the Brezhnev case, were speaking of the Tesla technology which has been lost in the West. We will first need some brief background. It is widely thought today in physics that the Michelson-Morley experiment eliminated the ether. As Dirac once pointed out, it did no such thing. What it actually eliminated was a material ether. Any Lorentz invariant non-material ether is perfectly consistent with the Michelson-Morley experiment. And in fact, the basic Soviet theory today of psychotronic weapons or Tesla weapons is founded upon that particular principle. They use little pieces of vacuum as a Lorentz invariant ether concept, and from that all of the rest of their physics is derived, particularly those which deal with the weapons and the Tesla weapons. Also, they have advanced the work of Ives, a Western physicist who in the 30s and 40s developed a more fundamental theory of physics. Ives derived all of Einstein's postulates, Newton's laws of motion, relativistic form, and the square law of gravitation from a Lorentz invariant non-material ether theory, a more fundamental theory. His work has been ignored in the West, but it forms the basis of the Soviet threat work today. For example, when Bob Toth, a reporter from the Los Angeles Times, was handed a document by Petchukov on the streets of Moscow, the document purporting to have the secret or the theory of Soviet parapsychology, both the dissident scientist and Bob Toth were seized immediately by the KGB and interrogated. When the KGB found out that neither of them knew what they had, they simply stonewalled it and turned them loose. That is, after the intervention of the U.S. president. In that paper, the theory was speaking of little pieces of vacuum as being the basic approach to the theory. Part of our background also must address the work of another brilliant Western researcher and scientist, Dr. T. Henry Moray of Salt Lake City, Utah. In the 1920s and 1930s, Dr. Moray had successfully tapped the almost infinite energy of vacuum, the zero-point energy as we call it today. By 1939, Dr. Moray was obtaining 50 kilowatts of power from a 55-pound device straight out of pure nothing, pure vacuum, tapping the zero-point energy. The device used 29 tubes, 29 special stage tubes that he had painstakingly managed to build out of thousands attempted over the period of years. In 1939, a Soviet agent in that laboratory working with the device under Dr. Moray suddenly destroyed the device and beat it to pieces, heart-rendingly destroying the work of a lifetime. He also, however, had obtained drawings of the device, and we can be assured these drawings had been transmitted back to the Soviet Union. And so in 1939, there is a very good point where we know the Soviet Union had obtained the fact that you can build such an amplifier, you can get the energy of vacuum amplified, and we know that they had obtained the basic secret of it in 1939 from Dr. Moray in Salt Lake City, Utah. Now, as everyone knows, the U.S. in World War II successfully built the atomic bomb. 2 atomic bombs dropped on Japan brought a fanatical, dedicated nation to its knees and caused its prompt surrender. At Potsdam, Truman told Stalin about the surprise development of the atomic bomb. Stalin, with a stone face, made no reaction. However, it is our thesis that when Stalin returned to Russia he called in all his chief scientists in a rage. Stalin, you see, had planned to take over the world or make the Soviet move about 2 years after World War II. He knew that the West would beat its swords back into plowshares. All he had to do was maintain his armies intact, wait for them to disarm and dismantle their defenses, and then attack and seize Europe in 6 weeks. It would have worked except for the surprise development of the atomic bomb by the United States, heavily contributed to, of course, by Britain and by many of the other scientists that had been run out of Europe by Hitler. Now Stalin no longer could mass his troops, and so he had to wait and he had to catch up in the new weaponry. In a fury, he told his scientists that the destiny of communism had been frustrated by this great U.S. technological breakthrough, but that it would not be the last such technical breakthrough, but the next one had better be Soviet. Now, this is a man who's an absolute dictator. He kills his foes and his enemies, and no one dared oppose him. And so the entire Soviet Academy of Science did a backflip, a 180-degree turn, and took off into the hinterland, studying everything that existed that passed as paranormal or unknown phenomena. Wherever you found a yogi walking on fire or lying on a bed of nails or meditating, you were likely to find a Soviet scientific team studying and instrumenting them if possible. Their scientific colleagues might rail at them that this was not science, but the state kept right on paying their salary. It is my thesis that because of this effort, the Soviets resurrected the Moray work and resurrected the secret of Tesla. In going through the material of the West, which they set up a large effort to do, they discovered that the Tesla material had been lost, and they began to work on the secret. And so we have emerging then 2 primary things which we must look for in fueling the Soviet frightening new kinds of weapons unknown to the West. One of these is the Moray amplifier. The other is the Tesla technology. Now, in 1958, a very strange nuclear accident occurred in Russia. This accident was an explosion of atomic waste, we are told, from people who were nearby or who were connected with the treatment of casualties from the accident itself. If so, it left its signature, because T. Henry Moray, in his special tubes, had found it necessary to use a radioactive nucleus. The radioactive nucleus is one of the things which will tune in or interact with the strange Tesla waves that we will be covering later on in this presentation. And so, if we can believe that shortly after World War II, the Soviets resurrected the Moray amplifier, and by the early 50s had discovered the Tesla technology that had been buried in the West, then it is quite reasonable that by 1958 they would have been embarked in the building of great new weapons. This one, for example, was a weapon which would transmit a nuclear explosion through hyperspace. That is, it would transmit it out of our space and time at one location, pop it into a tuner at another space-time location in our world, with no travel in our world in between the 2 points. I will give you later a specific case in which I think this was successfully accomplished. Such a hyperspace howitzer, of course, would be using the Moray technology, we believe, in that time frame. We believe that in the early 1950s, perhaps by 1950 itself, the Soviets were embarked on the development of weapons from this technology. By 1958, they should have been in the advanced prototype or even towards the early operational deployment stage, certainly in advanced development. And we believe what happened was a howitzer of this type blew up in an unsuccessful test. The reason it blew is because when it went tuned into hyperspace, we believe the tuning mechanism was damaged, and instead of going narrowband, it went broadband. If that indeed happened, then the nearest broadband tuner would have gotten it. The nearest broadband tuner were the hot radioactive waste stored nearby the facility. Those wastes had all kinds of radioactive nuclei there, all kinds of tuners, and therefore a very broadband tuner existed nearby. So the howitzer simply blew the facility apart because the explosion emerged from the atomic waste nearby. But continuing our story, we switch now to a very strange incident shortly after the Cuban Missile Crisis. First, let us speak of the Cuban Missile Crisis. As you know, in 1962, Khrushchev, ever the ebullient peasant, began to stick long-range missiles at great speed into Cuba. These missiles would have covered the United States like a glove with nuclear firepower, and in one fell swoop, he would have changed the nuclear strategic balance of power. Of course, this was detected, and John F. Kennedy decided to call his bluff. In fact, Kennedy knew he was bluffing because at that time a Soviet colonel by the name of Penkovsky was cooperating with us by the courtesy of British intelligence, and Penkovsky verified that the Soviets were in fact not ready to withstand a nuclear assault, and their defenses and their nuclear missiles were in terrible shape. So Kennedy knew Khrushchev was bluffing and he would have to back down. In that aspect then, Kennedy called his bluff, and of course, as you see, Khrushchev did back down. What Kennedy did not know was that the great new superweapons were almost ready. But Khrushchev had jumped the gun, the weapons were not yet deployed, and so although we knew nothing of the superweapons, they were not available for use. Therefore, Khrushchev backed down during the Cuban Missile Crisis. We point out to you that is a very serious offense in the Soviet Union, in any communist state. A very serious loss of face had occurred. Khrushchev's days were numbered before he would be overthrown as the leader of the Soviet Union. And he knew this. At that moment, he was in a desperate race for time to get his superweapons deployed and do something which would recover face and maintain leadership for a while longer. In April 1963, a few short months after the Cuban Missile Crisis, it is my thesis that the Soviet superweapons became operational for the first time. That is, the howitzer, for example. It is also my thesis that in April of that same year, Khrushchev scored a major triumph as a demonstration to the leaders of the Communist Party and the party membership that indeed his policy was the best. He did this to recover face and maintain his leadership. I am convinced that on the 10th of April 1963, from a remote facility in the Soviet Union, a weapon was directed against the U.S. Thresher atomic submarine, and that atomic submarine was destroyed from a Soviet laboratory as a full-up operational test of the first of Khrushchev's great new superweapons. I believe the submarine was destroyed utilizing its photograph. As we know from radionics, any photograph already maintains the pattern of the object, and it can resonate through hyperspace with that particular object. We will find later in this presentation that we're dealing with waves which can travel much faster than the speed of light and including infinite velocity. At infinite velocity, every point in the universe is totally together. And so any photograph which maintains the pattern of its object in the virtual state interactions imposed on it is in fact tied directly to that object with no distance between them in hyperspace. It is thus possible to use the photograph to direct that kind of wave directly onto the object at a distance, no matter where in the universe it might be located. If we check the incidents surrounding the loss of the Thresher, we find several very strange circumstances involved. Number one, the ship apparently began to disobey or not respond to its controls, and so it was in trouble when it started its deep dive. Another incident, which is very indicative indeed, is that its companion ship, the USS Skylark, on the surface above it, experienced great difficulty with its communication systems, several types of systems. In fact, when it became apparent to the Skylark that the submarine had been lost, it took over 1 hour, or just about 1 hour, for the submarine to transmit an emergency message because of the communications difficulties experienced. I point out to you that the Tesla technology we will be discussing later can cause such communications difficulties in multiple systems, and that is one of the signatures of the use of such weapons. Here on this slide we show a typical deep underwater nuclear burst. There's a standard formula to calculate such a depth at which the burst does not vent the gas bubble. In that case, the only thing that happens is a great wall of water rises up out of the ocean in a mushroom or conical type shape, mushrooms out and falls back into the ocean. One day after the death of the Thresher, that is on April the 11th, 1963, a jet airliner flying past 100 miles north of Puerto Rico saw a sudden emergence from the ocean of exactly this type of great mushroom-shaped cloud of water, which rose up approximately 1/2 mile and then fell back into the water. The incident was reported to the FBI and to the Coast Guard when the jet airliner landed. It has been scrubbed off and nothing was ever done about that particular anomalous report. A full report on that incident is in the files of SITU, the Society for the Investigation of the Unexplained. It is my thesis that what happened here was the first full-up successful test of an operational hyperspace howitzer from the Soviet Union. That is, a Soviet submarine passing by dropped off an underwater receiver for the test. And then from the laboratory in the Soviet Union, a full-up nuclear explosion was transmitted through hyperspace into that receiver in the ocean successfully. And so on April the 11th, Khrushchev had succeeded in a great 1-2 punch as a full demonstration to the Communist Party that indeed the new operational weapons were there, and indeed he, Khrushchev, should remain as their leader.
Deformities right now. We do have him in full spinal precautions. He's not on any blood thinners. That was for you.
We would like to pause briefly now and return once again to the past.
Running. We'll be at your location in about 5 minutes. Use AL4 GCS 15. 145 traffic. Easy. Easy coming market.
Mic check 1, 2.
Mr. President, can we talk to you real quick? Start the meeting.
Alright, 10-4. Can you just ensure somebody called Guardian?
7-1 clear.
10-4.
Car stating is going to be a Jeep type SUV, Kia, no license plate in the front.
10-4, the AP had called about 30 minutes ago.
10-4, we're here at Bruce Trent. Nothing showing yet.
Alright, 123, we'll be parked. 10-4.
Were they on port property? Do we know?
They went to Bar Erica.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, traffic.
I feel like all right.
Was the tractor topped off this morning?
305, front gate close.
So is this going to turn on?
Alright, I'll be back in route to Clark Wilson to drop off Montes.
Illinois Civil.
Alright, 10-4.
425 via.
You know you're parking at the,
What's that for?
and you're parking at the McBride parking area. This happening.
I got the first runner running down Player Street right now.
The electrical 20th century. Before 1900, Nikola Tesla was firing lightning bolts 75 to 100 feet in distance. He had built the most powerful coil ever built in the history of man. Dr. Nikola Tesla. Dr. Tesla is a strange genius who essentially gave us almost single-handed the electrical 20th century. Before 1900, Nikola Tesla was firing lightning bolts 75 to 100 feet in distance. He had built the most powerful coil ever built in the history of man, or ever dreamed of. He also had developed and also later designed the LC oscillatory circuit, which made radio possible. He in fact conquered AC power and made it practical by in fact inventing the rotating magnetic field, by which most of our AC motors and generators still are operating. They are still Tesla generators and Tesla motors in most cases. And so he made it practical to transmit AC power at a distance. This indeed wiped out the dreams of Edison, who was backing direct current and direct power. In that case, in direct power case, you would have to have a generator plant about every 20 miles or so across the face of the earth. You can imagine what a great financial empire was involved. And in one fell stroke, Nikola Tesla wiped out the dreams of that kind of empire by Edison. Also, by just before 1900, he had developed a great tower and was transmitting signals through the earth because he had found a new type of wave, a totally new kind of electromagnetic wave. He had found that he could set up standing waves in the earth with this type of wave, a scalar wave, and that the molten core of the earth and or the electrical energy flowing in the earth would feed energy into his standing scalar wave. He himself knew that in that standing scalar wave matrix there would form then ordinary electrical energy based on the matrix. And so enormous energy would begin to form on the matrix that he placed in the earth, and anywhere on the earth that anyone put up an antenna tuned to that frequency, one could extract electrical power. If one wanted more power, one simply put up additional antennas or better antennas. But with one generator station, Tesla could have fueled the world and given free energy to mankind for all time. When his financial backers discovered that this is what he was about, they in fact set out to destroy him, for they considered him a dangerous madman. We accent that Tesla was not using Hertzian waves. He had passed that stage previously. Tesla was using a more fundamental electromagnetic wave that we have yet to use in the West. And it is the fundamental wave that fuels the Soviet weapons today, that is, the strange new super weapons. Tesla used a scalar wave. Specifically, he used a wave of phi field, static electric potential, electrostatic potential, well known in the theory. He also knew that two paired or two coupled scalar potential waves made a Hertzian wave. And so any Hertzian wave is nothing in the world but two coupled Tesla waves. In other words, the present electromagnetics is a highly special case of the more expanded electromagnetics that emerges once we use the scalar wave directly without such coupling into ordinary vector waves. Tesla knew the coupling could be at a distance. And so it did not matter where the two scalar waves met and coupled. At that point where coupling occurred, one would have ordinary vector electromagnetic waves, Hertzian waves, or energy, if you will. When his backers found out what he really intended to do, that is, give free energy to mankind forever, they knew that this would destroy many financial empires which depended for their control upon the control of energy production and energy resources. So they considered Tesla a dangerous madman. All his financial backing was removed. Eventually his laboratory was burned. Various and sundry other blockages were put in his way, and this man then eventually became a non-person. He was totally isolated. So the man who had been the greatest inventor and scientist in the world in 1900, by 1914, had already become essentially a forgotten non-person. On this slide I am showing some excerpts from the history of the development of what today is called Hertzian potential in electromagnetic theory. I want to call your attention particularly to the 1903 paper by Whittaker, who proved that any vector field can be replaced with two scalar fields. In other words, by projection from that, then any vector wave can be replaced as two scalar waves. And this essentially is the thing that Tesla had discovered. Notice the close timing of the 1903 Whittaker paper with the fundamental work that had been done already by Tesla. So, in fact, in the hardcore theory today, there already exists the proof of the coupling of Tesla waves into ordinary vector electromagnetic waves. The theory was extended later by other workers in the field, particularly the work of Nisbet in 1955.
When you're going back to the parking area,
and on this slide we show some of the work that we referred to, that is, the paper by Nisbet and other work in the field. This again is not a comprehensive reference list at all. It is merely pointing out that in the foundations of electromagnetic theory, the case for the Tesla wave and Tesla pair coupling into electromagnetic wave already exists, but has been lost in the West. In the West, we have concentrated our attention specifically on the vector wave, on the Hertzian wave, which can only move at a single velocity in vacuum. C, the velocity of light. Specifically, C is the velocity of the vector wave. If we have scalar waves, they need not be bound by that velocity at all. In fact, we will find later that the phi field, for example, can move at any velocity or be made to move at any velocity, essentially from 0 to infinity. On our next slide, we point out some present theoretical facts that one should be aware of. First of all, the present phi field is totally a spatial concept. The idea of potential was derived and worked out primarily back in the 1800s. And during that time, the march of time, the time flow rate itself was thought to be an immutable act of God and unchangeable by man himself. We know today that is not true. Relativity has taught us that the flow of time can in fact be changed and slowed down at least. However, in the 1800s, that fact was not known. Potential theory was developed well before Einstein's relativity came along.
Should be open.
And so we find then a spatial potential. In other words, the clear assumption that the flow of time is a constant for everything. The flow of time is assumed constant in the present electromagnetic theory as it is set up with spatial phi field, which I'm calling on this slide phi 3. We also know that any spatial gradient in such a field gives us a vector. In other words, all vectors are two-point functions. We must have 2 points in the field, and we must have a difference in potential between them before we can have a potential gradient and therefore a vector field. The concept of voltage is also a 2-point function. It is always the voltage between 2 points. The motion of an object is the thing that moves it from one point to another, and it is the motion of an object which indeed accounts for all vector fields. If a static charge could absolutely be static, it would have no vector field whatsoever, but only have a phi scalar field. It is the frantic movement, for example, of electrons on a statically charged ball, which accounts for the wiggles of those electrons, accounts for the production of the E field and associated B fields. The gradient, however, is between separated points in two superposed phi fields if the two of them are superposed. And phi field can move at infinite velocity. And if you do not believe that, I suggest you check page 223 in Jackson, Classical Electrodynamics, 2nd edition, which is one of the best graduate texts in classical electrodynamics in the United States. If you check that reference, you will find the blunt statement that the phi field does move at infinite velocity. Actually, that is the velocity the way it is presently portrayed in the theory. If we begin to use scalar waves, we can vary the velocity anywhere from 0 to infinity, anywhere in between. And now we point out the physical interpretation of the potential, the phi field, the electrostatic potential. In the present theory, it is the stress in space. The real phi field, the one which Tesla used, is a four-dimensional phi field, not a three-dimensional one. It is the stress on space-time itself, the medium itself. In fact, that stress is four-dimensional, not three-dimensional, and therefore can be used to stress the flow of time. Now, if we stress the rate at which time itself flows, we can affect anything and everything that exists in that time flow. Right. For example, we can affect thought, we can affect minds, we can affect the fundamental constants of nature, the inertia of an object, the gravitational field. All of those exist in time, and all of them are changed if we mess up or mess with the time flow in which they exist. And so when we have a phi-4 field, the stress on space-time itself, we are dealing now with a fundamental unified field because it crosses all fields of nature. Any field is affected by the phi-4 field. The Tesla phi-4 field, then, is a more fundamental phi field than the one presently used in the theory. It is the stress on space-time itself, without voltage, without E field or any other vector field applied. It is a purely scalar field concept. From that concept, for example, we can have pure potentials with no vectors attached to them. We can have no V or no E field and yet have a phi field or even a phi field wave. This kind of a wave will penetrate any physical medium. We can produce EM fields at a distance if we couple two of the waves together at a distance to form vector electromagnetic waves by pair coupling. They can be pure time waves because moving in 4 dimensions rather than 3, these waves can either move spatially like a normal wave or they can move in time only, sit at one point and simply fluctuate in magnitude. But in fluctuating, they are stressing the time flow itself, and therefore they are affecting every fundamental constant of nature, the gravitational field, the inertia of mass, etc., etc. And so they are very real fields which do unified field theory concepts and technology already. And that is the field which Tesla had discovered with his instruments and with his devices prior to 1900. Here again we summarize some of the strange characteristics to be expected of the Tesla field. For example, we can establish standing waves in the Earth or in the ionosphere. Actually, you could establish them anywhere. We can tap energy from the Earth's core. That is the one which indeed was responsible for the suppression of Nikola Tesla. The wave can travel faster or slower than the speed of light. Already in the limited electromagnetic theory we have, we recognize the phi field can travel at infinite velocity, and I gave you that reference. It can also be made to travel at a slower velocity, because if you adjust the amplitude of the wave that you produce, for a given medium that it is going through, there will be a certain amount of pair coupling. The drag is due to pair coupling into vectors. Vectors are forces and drags. You do not have drag from scalar concepts only. So the amount of coupling into drag determines the speed of the wave. If we produce a higher velocity wave, we must produce a higher potential on it. And so we can control the velocity simply by controlling the amplitude of the initial wave for a given medium that we are transmitting it through. That is one example of the way you can control the speed of the wave. It can change the rate of time flow and does. It can affect all fields, including gravity. It can commute between the virtual and the observable states presently so mysteriously separated, because it is a true point function.
600.
If we take a single quantum change, delta L, delta P, we can go to any particular small delta L we wish, including subquantal. And so this is the magic field, which is the hidden variable theory that goes between the subquantum state and the quantum states known today. This is the magic field that is searched for both as the hidden variable theory and both as the unified field theory, since it also can tackle gravitational field. As one example on this chart, we show the magic wave that Tesla discovered and called his standing columnar wave. For example, looking at the bottom diagram, this is a little space-time diagram. The vertical line is time, the horizontal line is free space or laboratory space. The Tesla wave is a magnitude of phi which will be somewhere between the time dimension and the three spatial dimensions. It can be anywhere in between. In fact, it can even move back and forth between them. If it does that, then a very unusual type of wave motion results in our normal space. What results is the wave as it is down here in the space medium just moves like a normal wave with a certain velocity. As it produces or approaches the time movement axis only, it stops at a point and sits there waxing and waning and affecting all the fields and fundamental constants of nature. As it then moves back towards the space-time medium, it picks up velocity again, until again it's moving in space. It gives you then the type of wave shown on top. On top we show that sitting at a point and messing with every other field of nature and all the fundamental constants, gradually releasing its effect on the flow of time and moving through space, then slowing down and starting once again to seriously affect the flow of time and all the other fundamental fields and forces and constants and so forth. The velocity chart or velocity plot is shown in the middle graph. It simply picks up velocity and stops, picks up velocity and stops while it's doing its thing. Now, other people besides Tesla and Morey have stumbled onto parts of this particular technology. For example, in World War I, the United States Navy utilized the Rogers undersea and underground transmission system to transmit underwater to its submarines around the world. They also used it to transmit through the earth to American Expeditionary Forces headquarters in Europe. The work was declassified in 1919, and it was hailed as a major triumph. It was exclaimed that all the surface antennas would be wiped out because of this new fundamental discovery. And Tesla also affirmed that the Rogers work was utilizing the Tesla wave, not the Hertzian wave. That was in 1919 that declassification occurred. Mysteriously, by 1920 or 21, all reference to that and to the great promise of this new technology was wiped out as if by an unseen glove. No way, in no fashion, apparently, was the Tesla wave going to be allowed to produce free energy for mankind and advanced communication systems. Also, according to the fundamental research work of Dr. Robert Beck, this same technology has been rediscovered at least 3 times since World War II, and in each case, again, has been mysteriously squelched in the West. In the West, the technology that Tesla had discovered before 1900 has been repeatedly suppressed up to the present day.
Could be a possible rental.
On this slide again, we show a thing which is presently missing from electromagnetic theory. The fact that the scalar waves are there, and also that the scalar waves can couple to form vector waves at a distance. Also, I'd like to point out some other omissions from the present electromagnetic theory. One of the crucial and critical aspects of the theory that is fallacious is the confusion of charge and charged mass. They are not even dimensionally the same thing. Mass does not exist in time. Mass time does. Mass is totally a spatial or three-dimensional concept. If we believe quantum mechanics, the charge on a mass, for example, of a charged particle, is due to the emission and absorption of virtual particles, such as virtual photons. It is this virtual flux, then, which is charge. It is not the mass, but it is that virtual flux connected with the mass. The charge connected with a mass produces a charged mass, that is, a charged particle. But in the theory, the two are made synonymous. It is not possible to do work on charge. It is only possible to do work on mass. Force is defined in the simplest case as mass times acceleration. No mass, no force. So phi field, in fact, is nothing in the world but the intensity, or the four-space density, if you will, of the four-space virtual flux in a region. It does not matter whether or not there is any mass, observable mass, in that region. For example, if we believe the present theories of vacuum, vacuum itself has a very high level of primordial electromagnetic energy. It is also full of scalar waves. In fact, everything is going bananas. Incredible amounts of energy are in the pure vacuum itself. These energies are there in the form of charge, not as charged mass. In other words, there is no observable mass connected with them, and that's what the vacuum is. And so the present theory must be again changed. We must substitute at least 3 terms for every term that presently has charge. One term is charge itself in the correct sense. The second term is the mass that's connected with the charge. And the third term is the relationship or the connection or coupling between the two. Now, a scalar wave is a wave in the background V sub 0 of vacuum itself. In the present theory, that V sub 0 is assumed 0. It is not 0. It is, in fact, a very high value. It is, on the average, constant if nothing is disturbing it. But if we produce phi waves, scalar waves, Tesla waves, what we are producing are in fact waves in the phi sub 0 medium, space-time itself. In other words, space-time is phi sub 0, and phi sub 0 is 4-dimensional. And that is what the phi sub 0 wave is produced in. That is what Tesla found out. You can actually shape the fundamental space-time medium itself by the phi field Tesla scalar wave. The scalar wave is also a longitudinal oscillation. When coupled, the pair coupled makes a vector wave, which is a transverse oscillation. And so transverse waves, or Hertzian waves, are always coupled scalar longitudinal waves. That coupling can occur at a distance. It need not occur immediately at the point at which the scalar wave is produced. However, in our real world, there are so many moving charges, essentially everything is charged, that the moment a scalar wave is produced, much of it or most of it is coupled with other scalar waves that are being produced around or passing through the vicinity. And so we find, for example, excited states of atoms emitting photons, that is, pair-coupled scalar waves. They also emit some scalar waves that are not coupled, but we have no instruments at present to detect them. For example, the scalar wave does not push electrons. It takes a force to push an electron, and that's a vector concept. You don't get it unless you have a vector wave. The scalar wave doesn't push electrons, and so our electron-pushing detectors do not detect it. Strong scalar waves can be detected, for example, with such things as Geiger tubes. Because the Geiger tube is a pileup of charged masses, but we don't care too much about the mass, just look at the piled up charge. In other words, the charge density is increased. And so if we pass a phi wave through there, it rides like a cork on a wave of water and rides up higher in phi wave. It's as if every single electron acquired a little bit greater charge, a little bit greater phi field. And so if it becomes the ionization, we get a cascade discharge, and so the Geiger tube will read. It gives us vector fields, and that pushes electrons, and we get an indication. If we wish to detect weaker scalar fields, we must indeed use interferometry techniques. We must pair couple to produce vector fields, and that is scalar interferometry. And so we use such things, if we wish to detect them, as electron interferometers. Now, there are indeed some natural scalar interferometers around that can be studied if one is very careful. One of the standard phenomena that is produced by this fashion is what is called earth stress lights, earthquake lights, mystery lights, ghost lights, and so forth. There's a myriad of terms for the will-o'-the-wisp. It is produced usually in or near fault zones in the earth. Now let us discuss what we have when we have a tectonic plate fault zone in the earth itself. In other words, we have a split under pressure, under high stress, of the tectonic plate rock itself. In that case, what we have is something...
Freeland.
It's Alvin and Niles. It's going to be a Texas personalized plate. Sam, Young, Robert.
Ida, Adam.
Something like on this diagram.
35, 44.
Ten four.
10-4.
127, same traffic.
Airport 10, Airport 41.
10-4.
306, transfer.
205.
205.
Rest of the bus plan.
28.
Delta 110. Can you show me 704 4502 East Causeway? Airport 10.
636, 10-4.
Can you page for that white Lincoln again and let them know it's going to be cited and towed?
10-4. Okay, what's going on?
Engine 6 received in orders.
156, show me clear from this event.
Be going out into the parking lot on the store side. Some traffic issues, maybe an argument.
That's not like 144, you advised that 28 was going to be 236 George Victor Henry.
No, we clear detail.
326 George Victor Henry. Louisiana. No,
130. Show me clear today. It'll be 42.
County 160, come back.
It was case number 650065, price number Charles T50T463, T463.
And you're there in front of the rascals? Oh, nice.
Last yeah, work on the contact.
Still pretty clear.
The Sweden going to be the second call today. The other one was going to be an incomplete.
10-4, can we do with Delta 1? She's already been advised to talk to housing about her issues with the neighbors meanwhile.
Sure. Delta 1. Sure. 182, that's your car. Or the one vehicles inside.
Show me car, I'll be en route to transportation, please. Okay.
Dispatch 6 something.
Carver and Dunbar. I'm Dunbar. Dunbar, get up. 3 Charleston, enforcement impact. What was that 20 again?
305, from West City, not pickup comes.
Second caller advice is going to be closer to County Road 2095, 77 and County Road 2095. Southbound.
159, out of transportation, 88-861.
On 4, Pat. And it's just going to be about a mile south of
that I would, in my life, would come up to me and call me a legend, you know, but this is all about the Philadelphia Eagles, and it's about the dynasty that Howie has created, that of course, Mr. Laurie has created, and, you know, it's who knows where it's going to go, you know. We lost a lot of defensive players, so, you know, Chris.
But this was a good way to celebrate, right?
Oh,
what a way to cap it off.
It was the best way to celebrate, and did you see all the people here from the Delaware Valley? My God, it was great. And
the Eagles chant?
Yeah, and I'm a Delco guy, you know. And they,
MHID employee. 14 more container.
So 428.
Vacated.
Number 14, Karen. Next one.
169 Jeff Carpet. No, they came through.
6-5. 305, call 6 out, 3-4.
Victor Boy, Victor 2069. Victor Boy, Victor 2069. Is that subject roughly young, maybe in his 20s or so?
You open the front gate and
Edge rusher named Jihad Campbell out of South Jersey. So a lot of excitement in the air.
He was born in 72. To have utilization.
Negative on the side gate. There's still let's pick up open up the front gate later.
That's 4.
Six, 6-10.
Out of service. Also get a second flight in Illinois. 954-025 Samcom. 954-025 Samcom. 304 out of service. One clear.
Then we wearing a white shirt right now.
804, verify the 28, Victor 20.
We have just taken in this elegant 76 in part exchange, and as you can tell, she's an absolute whopper. We've also priced her at a really reasonable £315,000. Bloody hell, Dad, I'm knackered. His boat is absolutely huge, but the best thing about it is the inside. So let's go and show you.
Another one.
Okay, so as you can see, this is basically a super yacht. Dan's on the back, and the flybridge is massive. Everything's massive. In fact, I'm just going to say massive so many times you're going to get sick of me saying it. But anyway, let's jump on board. It's got a funny rail here. I don't know why you'd want a rail there, because I'm going to have to jump the gap and the rail at the same time. But anyway, see you on board. Okay, so we've got a lovely platform here. It's not high-low because this is boat is 1997. They didn't have them then. Anyway, come up here, and we've got this really nice cockpit with freestanding furniture. And Dan, I've got some new socks that my kids got me for Father's Day. Now, what do you think they are before I give you the rest? You don't know, do you? Believe it or not, they're hamburgers. This boat, look, Dan, that you can't actually get on the sofas. I'm not even going to bother adding them up, but they're everywhere. I've had to. So this boat is so huge, we're going to have to get a tramp on, otherwise you'll be here for an hour. The galley, full-size oven. Yeah, on the new Fairlines, you've got a lot of round cabinetry. I think it's Marina, Essex Marina. I think you could actually have a good income from this, if you fancy a laugh. Okay, lower helm. We have got twin side doors. Well, shout doors. Actually, they're actually shout. I hadn't thought of that. There you go. Oh no, it's not locked. Oh, no, it does fit. It's got. This is a shit. Like, I can actually get my whole body out the shout window. Oi, get the fenders in! I mean, that works a treat. So, there's obviously a few, you know, it's an old boat, so it's got a few little things you'll need to do. It's going to be a labour of love. There's some scatter cushions I hid earlier. Look, there's about 8 there. Now, Dan and I got this boat earlier. Turn the batteries on. Do you have a look at the control board? Any of you good at German? House? 9? Baudettes. Anyway, we sussed it, didn't we, Dan? We sussed it, we got the lights on. Anyway, there's a lot of switches. So, if you buy this boat and you want a handover, don't ask me. Okay, to the lower helm. Well, I mean, this is like a TV from the 70s. I mean, isn't it? Look, Navtex actually prints out the weather. That prints the weather out. I mean, that's how... This is how retro this boat is. Big switches. Do you know what though? It's all in good shape, isn't it? Big controls. I reckon, look, you need a whole hand on each control lever to accelerate. That's how manly this boat is. Look at that. God, I'm having. It's like being at the gym. Just to go forwards. Power thrusters. Look at the size. Everything on this boat is huge. Look, this is bigger than my hand. There's one thruster. But do you know what? It hasn't broken, has it? Steering wheel. Okay, you're not going to go racing in it. In fact, this boat will go through the fuel figures. If you go slowly, it's not too bad. Big Caterpillar diesels. Wait a sec. Oh, I see. Right, we got... Sorry, Christ! We've got port and starboard ahead, then we've got the accelerator. So actually you need 4 hands. Look at that. That is brilliant. I absolutely love it. The compass is as big as my head. Can you see that? Why are you laughing so much? We've never seen anything so big, have we? We don't sell super yachts, look, we sell normal boats. Anyway, let's go downstairs. Okay, so come down the forward staircase. My socks blend in with this carpet. It's quite a long way down, Dan. Anyway, look at the size of this master bed. It's massive. This is the master cabin, and there, I reckon, there's about an acre. Do you reckon there's about an acre? There's about an acre of space. I mean, the sofa in the master cabin is bigger than most sofas on most boats. TV, okay, it's not the biggest. Lots of cabinets. I like the dressing table for the missus. That's nice. Lots of power sockets. I think gold, when it was in, then it went out, and I think it's just come back. Would you say? I think so. But I'd probably have it not so chintzy. You'd probably have it like a dull gold, wouldn't you? So you'd probably sand it down.
4, 5,
it would look
6,
nice.
2, 5,
Lovely quality portholes. Lovely bed. And then on the port side, we have a walk-in wardrobe with a rail here and loads of cupboards for your socks and stuff. We've got, what's that? Is that a washing bin? There's a stool. Bedside lamp, I love. The bed was actually quite comfy, Dan. Then on the starboard side, we've got loads and loads of cupboards for towels and stuff. Cupboards everywhere. Obviously, the more modern boats now have a window there, but if you have a big window, you lose the cupboards. So, you know, the old boats aren't all bad, you know. And then we're into the ensuite bathroom, which I think is actually bigger than the one I've got at home. And you've got a bidet. Do you know what a bidet is?
Yeah, but you told me not to say anything like that.
Okay, don't talk about the bidet. Bidet, apparently the Italians like bidets. I mean, I haven't even got twin sinks at home, have you? Lots and lots of space. It absolutely obliterates. Look, can you see that? Got anchors, Euro sockets. We can change them to UK if you want. A door which goes back onto the platform. But what I really want to show you is the engines. Okay, so this is the door to the engine room, and let's go and have a little peek. So the engine room, as you can see, is like a garage at home. And these are Caterpillar 3412 diesels, which are about 700 horsepower each. But look, they're nearly as, they come up to nearly my top of my bottom of my neck. They're absolutely massive. We've got a reverse osmosis freshwater system. I bet you that doesn't work. They don't work when they're new. You've got all the switchgear down here, the stainless tanks. You've got 2 generators down behind you, if you have a look down there. Massive exhaust. These are turbochargers. I mean, just look at that compared to the size of my head. Look, that turbo is bigger than my head. But I'm going to go through all the fuel figures with you. It's very, very clean. Look at the staircase. Crikey, it's bright up here, Dan. Sunbathing. Look at, oh, we've got to walk around the bow in a minute. Look at those bulwarks. And then, look at this lovely space. I think I would add teak, wouldn't you? Yeah. Just to break it up a bit. Oh, we've got a Williams. We've got a crane. Now, do you know a fact, Dan? Do you know why they don't like using cranes anymore?
Unreliable?
No, they're Italians, so they're 40. Party up here, it's brilliant. Now just remember, this boat is 30%, 94,485. Finance advance, if you want to borrow, £642. Section 2 is fuel, 24, and the cost per hour is about £184 per hour for both engines. Average use 50 hours per year, about £9,000 per year in diesel. Now, the range on this boat, Dan has looked into this for me, didn't you, Dan? And we think the range is about 750 miles, which means you can go an awful long way on a tank. Now, considering most boats, we've got to pack our bags in, we haven't got, I would allow about £10,000 per year for the 2 engines and the 2 generators. Section 4, variable costs. Depreciation, well, we've put 30,000. That's just to cover payments. So your total is £78,882. Okay, so the bit you're waiting for is section 5, JB's measure of pleasure. Well, accommodation, I think you've got to agree for accommodation and family parties. 5 out of 10 in terms of percent for value for money.
Can you show me clarify the rest and log out for this?
Hello?
That is mine. It is.
27 West Beach. 727 West Beach, boy. I'm gonna go check it out.
10-4 units, copy.
One for that officer.
104 being flagged down about odor coming from 727 West Avenue B.
156.
301 to base and
Is Harvard complicit in Chinese genocide and lying about it? A former NYPD officer is arrested for stalking a Chinese dissident on behalf of the CCP, and Xi Jinping's desperate attempt to woo countries back to his side is failing. And more on this week's China News headlines. Let's start off with something a little ridiculous. A Maryland man has pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit wire fraud with a man living in China. Here's how the scheme worked. Min Fong Nok Vong, from the town of Bowie, Maryland, submitted a fake resume to trick U.S. companies into hiring him as a remote software developer. But the work was actually done by a man in China, using remote access software Vong installed on the laptops he was given by the companies. Vong was then paid for the work, kept a cut, and sent the rest to the man in China. In total, Vong admitted to quote-unquote earning over $970,000 not doing IT work. Now he's facing up to 20 years in prison. Why so many years? Well, according to the U.S. Department of Justice, several of these defrauded companies contracted out Vong's services to U.S. government agencies in addition to the FAA. As a result of Vong's fraudulent misrepresentations, these government agencies unknowingly granted Vong's co-conspirators access to sensitive U.S. government systems, which they accessed from China. And it gets even worse. It was apparently all part of a North Korean scheme to fund its nuclear program.
Here are screen grabs of the North Korean allegedly posing as Vong. According to a sweeping federal indictment, the North Korean is an IT worker, part of an army of North Koreans, mostly in China and Russia, who are scamming their way into U.S. companies to do lucrative freelance IT work and then send the U.S. cash they earn to the North Korean regime, which is desperate for Western money to fund its nuclear weapons program.
Apparently, Vong got roped into all this after being contacted by someone he was playing video games with online. Stay safe out there, kids. Meanwhile, an ex-NYPD officer has been sentenced to 18 months in jail after being convicted of helping China stalk an expat. In 2023, Michael McMahon was convicted of aiding a transnational pressure campaign aimed at convincing a former Chinese city official to leave the U.S. and return to China. The city official, named Xu Jin, left China in 2010 when the Chinese Communist Party accused him and his wife of bribery. They denied the charges, and Xu's wife testified that the official was unfairly targeted for challenging the Chinese power structure. Later, in the U.S., Xu says he received a threatening note on his door telling him to go to prison in China in order to protect his family there, and that the CCP even flew in his father to convince him to return. Of course, China denies ever threatening dissidents abroad. I mean, come on. That doesn't sound like something the CCP would do. How could anyone think such a thing? McMahon was among 10 people charged in the federal case investigating China's Operation Fox Hunt initiative pursuing overseas dissidents. 2 other co-conspirators were also sentenced to prison. U.S. District Judge Pamela Chen said McMahon aided a campaign of transnational repression that harmed the targeted man, his family, and the United States. She also accused McMahon, who claims to have been unaware of working on behalf of the CCP, of ignoring clear warning signs when he agreed in 2016 to help find Xu Jin. McMahon claims that he was told investigating Wu was for a Chinese construction company hoping to get embezzled cash, and acknowledges that he did gather surveillance on Xu and also looked him up on law enforcement and government databases. McMahon is getting some support because it appears that he was duped and deceived, but he's due to report to prison in June. The Philippines is calling China's arrest of alleged spies an act of retaliation. Manila has been engaging in a crackdown on networks of alleged Chinese spies in the island country, which is notable since the Philippines and China are clashing over disputed territories in the South China Sea. But Chinese authorities have now detained 3 Filipino men, accusing them of spying for the Philippine government. Beijing accused the men of gathering intelligence on the PLA for the Philippine Intelligence Services, which Manila denies. The Assistant Director of the Philippine National Security Council, or NSC, said that they are law-abiding citizens with no criminal records and were vetted and screened by the Chinese government prior to their arrival there. He also explained that the men were former recipients of a government scholarship program created under an agreement between China's Hainan Island and the Philippines' Palawan province. He believes, as others do, that this was a politically motivated retaliation for Manila's arrest of alleged CCP spies, which, considering the circumstances, isn't a stretch. But China has even more reason to be upset because Google has now labeled the western part of Philippine waters as the West Philippine Sea. Wow. Google and YouTube have been soft censoring China Uncensored and other voices critical of the CCP while promoting pro-CCP propaganda. But if they keep doing stuff like this, I might actually forgive them. Harvard University may have committed a sanctions violation by hosting and giving training to a Chinese paramilitary organization responsible for genocide in Xinjiang. Ah, the Ivy Leagues. As controversial as ever. The Ivy League schools were already in hot water due to controversy over accepting foreign gifts, mainly in the form of donations. For Harvard, one of these donations included a $350 million gift from the Chan family of well-connected Hong Kong real estate tycoons to Harvard Public Health School back in 2014. Harvard even renamed the school in their honor. 4 years later, the Chan School of Public Health formalized partnerships with 7 Chinese institutions through the Harvard-China Health Partnership, or HCHP. One of those was the Xinjiang Production and Construction Corps, or XPCC. They received training in 2019 and 2023 from the HCHP. So, what does the XPCC do? It's a state-run paramilitary corporate conglomerate that operates in Xinjiang. The XPCC runs prisons, a media empire, agricultural projects, and the education system in the area. It's basically a parallel government that administers Xinjiang. And as such, it has played a critical role in suppressing Uyghur life, culture, and identity, including through extrajudicial internment and imprisonment, land expropriation, forcible migration, repressive and preemptive policing, social engineering, religious persecution, and forced labor. It was so bad that in 2020, the U.S. sanctioned the organization. And while this occurred after the 2019 training, it happened before the 2023 training, hence Harvard being accused of violating sanctions. The investigation is ongoing, but cases like these just raise even more questions about foreign funding, especially from China, in some of America's best schools, and add fuel to the fire for the Trump administration's war on Harvard. And after the break, China isn't doing too well in the trade war. Welcome back. The U.S. says a Chinese satellite company is aiding attacks by the Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen. The Houthis have been firing at U.S. and other ships in the Red Sea since fall 2023, in what they call solidarity with Gaza. And last month, the Trump administration began a military operation to degrade and perhaps destroy the terrorist group. State Department spokeswoman Tammy Bruce said their actions and Beijing's support of the company, even after our private engagements with them, is yet another example of China's empty claims to support peace. The company in question is Changguang Satellite Technology Company, which was sanctioned by the U.S. in 2023 for providing support to Russian Wagner mercenaries fighting in Ukraine. China denies that the company is helping the Houthis and says it's working to stabilize the Red Sea tensions. But according to other reports, China rejected U.S. appeals to stop the satellite imagery support. You'd think that with China being so pro-trade and the Red Sea being a major shipping route, this wouldn't be the case. But considering how close the CCP is with the Houthis' backer in Tehran, it shouldn't be a big surprise. The only question is, what will the White House do about this? 62 Taiwanese military members have been found to have Chinese residency permits. These permits give the person holding them the right to live in China, which means it's possible some of these troops could just flee to the mainland should war come to the island. It's legal to have these documents in Taiwan, but it can impact access to sensitive information. Obviously, Taipei is very concerned about this, especially given the increase in the CCP's influence operations, hacks, and spying in Taiwan over the past year. Defense Minister Wellington Koo told a legislative hearing last Wednesday that the service members will be banned from handling intelligence or other confidential data, which is a great idea considering all the Chinese military drills in the area lately. And despite Xi Jinping's best efforts to court Vietnam to his side in the trade war, it doesn't appear this is working out very well. Instead, according to reports, after a long series of talks, Vietnam has reportedly reached a deal with the U.S. on an F-16 fighter jet purchase. If confirmed, this would mark the biggest arms deal between Hanoi and Washington ever signed. Despite sharing communism, Vietnam and China have had a troubled relationship. And China's increasing aggression in the South China Sea and territorial disputes with Vietnam aren't making this any easier. So these jets could obviously deter the CCP from doing anything rash. Neither the U.S. nor Vietnam have confirmed the report, and some analysts are skeptical that the deal will go through, given Vietnam's usual reliance on Russian arms imports. But the quality of Russian weapons leaves a lot to be desired. On top of that, the deal, which could see Vietnam acquire up to 24 F-16s, could help the country reach a favorable deal in its trade talks with the U.S. And so could Vietnam joining South Korea in cracking down on Chinese goods skirting U.S. tariffs. Washington has openly accused Chinese companies of using Vietnam to dodge U.S. duties by making it a transshipment hub, a place where Chinese-made parts are assembled, slapped with a Made in Vietnam label, and forwarded to the United States. Vietnam, which relies heavily on exports, ships a lot of goods to America that are made with Chinese components, which helps the CCP avoid some level of tariffs. But in talks with Peter Navarro, an influential trade advisor in the White House, Vietnam promised vaguely to crack down on fraud. While part of this may be due to the trade talks, Vietnam is also cracking down on fraud in U.S.-made goods shipped through its territory to China. So it's entirely possible that this is just a general crackdown on fraud. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But finally, China has come up with a novel way to fight back against the U.S. trade war: poison Americans. Yes, China, well known for sending toxic and poisonous products to the U.S., has now said they won't supervise veterinary drugs and medical devices leaving the country. I'm so glad almost all of our medical supplies are made in China. That was a good idea. Before you go, click on this video here from my gaming channel about why so many video games are about killing God and how atheism has affected the modern world. Once again, I'm Chris Chappell. See you next time.
Back in service available. 610, balls on scene.
610, 10-4.
South 20, can I get a private on 3016, please? Did you show Engine 73 breast injury out of service for the remainder of the day?
Good. 4900 Yorktown, Robert George King, 3713. Okay.
Between a stop in front of Guadalajara, with Paul George William, 3687.
144, Doug Bart, code 4. Paul George William, 3687, 10-4. 10-4.
We got one of them cities where you can come from out of town, kill something, and just leave. You somewhere you ain't supposed to be.
Why do you think the murder rate in Houston is so high?
Houston different, bro. A different type of breed I took. The younger youth now, see, they crashing out. They doing whatever, you feel me? They want a hat now.
This is what we doing out here now, you know what I mean? Put a belt on their ass and shit like that.
You with the money don't get glorified no more. They don't respect that no more. They respect who got the most hats, who got the most souls.
Either you kill or be killed out here.
People get their feelings hurt over words. Houston dying over words.
Yeah, that's what I feel like about f***ing ass. Now, out there we kill, yeah, we put up.
Everybody be dissing really just end up dead. Everybody want to kill you.
I was just outside playing tag. I was trying to tag her out. Told.
305. Get back, port side.
10-4, yeah, you came in like a ghost on land.
304, I got the clipboard, by the way. We don't know vehicles, I get back to the side, I'll be quick.
Several FBI agents in the United States have been convicted and sentenced to prison for serious crimes, including bribery, obstruction of justice, espionage, and murder. Below is a detailed account of some notable cases. Welcome to Undercover Diaries. In this video, we will uncover the shocking downfall of FBI agents who became criminals themselves. Case by case, we reveal the disturbing truths behind some bad elements within the agency. Case 1. Charles F. McGonigal. Once a prominent figure in U.S. counterintelligence, McGonigal experienced a dramatic fall from grace that exposed vulnerabilities within the FBI and raised concerns about foreign influence at the highest levels of American law enforcement. Born on June 23, 1968, McGonigal joined the FBI in 1996, serving in various field offices, including New York, Washington, Baltimore, and Cleveland. He earned a BBA from Kent State University and later an MA in government from Johns Hopkins University. By 2016, he ascended to the role of special agent in charge of the counterintelligence division in the FBI's New York field office, overseeing investigations into Russian interference in the 2016 U.S. elections. While still with the FBI, McGonigal was involved in investigations targeting Russian oligarchs, including Oleg Deripaska, a close associate of Vladimir Putin. After retiring in 2018, McGonigal conspired to provide services to Deripaska, violating U.S. sanctions imposed in 2018. He agreed to investigate a rival Russian oligarch in exchange for concealed payments, using shell companies and forged documents to mask Deripaska's involvement. Simultaneously, McGonigal engaged in undisclosed relationships with foreign nationals, including Agran Neza, a former Albanian intelligence official. While still employed by the FBI, McGonigal received at least $225,000 from Neza and met with Albanian Prime Minister Edi Rama, actions he failed to disclose as required. These interactions suggested potential conflicts of interest and raised questions about the integrity of his official duties. In January 2023, McGonigal was arrested and faced multiple federal charges, including money laundering, making false statements, and violating U.S. sanctions. He pleaded guilty to conspiring to violate the International Emergency Economic Powers Act and concealing material facts from the FBI. In December 2023, he was sentenced to 50 months in prison for his dealings with Deripaska. In February 2024, he received an additional 28-month sentence for concealing his Albanian connections, to be served consecutively, totaling 6.5 years of incarceration. McGonigal's actions not only violated legal statutes, but also compromised the integrity of the FBI's counterintelligence efforts. His case underscores the importance of stringent oversight and transparency within intelligence agencies to prevent conflicts of interest and maintain public trust. The revelations have prompted internal reviews and discussions about the potential for foreign influence and corruption within U.S. law enforcement. Currently incarcerated at FCI Sandstone, McGonigal's downfall serves as a cautionary tale about the perils of compromised ethics in positions of power. His case continues to be a focal point in discussions about national security, foreign interference, and the accountability of public officials. Case 2. Babak Brumand. Brumand served as an FBI agent from 1999 until 2018, primarily in the San Francisco field office, where he was responsible for national security investigations. His career, once marked by commendations and high-level assignments, came under scrutiny when evidence emerged of his illicit activities. Between 2015 and 2018, Brumand accepted over $150,000 in cash and other lavish gifts, including private jet flights, luxury hotel stays, escorts, and a Ducati motorcycle, from Edgar Sargsyan, a Beverly Hills lawyer with ties to Armenian organized crime. In return, Brumand conducted unauthorized searches of confidential FBI databases to inform Sargsyan whether he or his associates were under investigation, effectively helping them evade law enforcement scrutiny. To conceal their corrupt relationship, Brumand falsely reported that Sargsyan was an FBI source and fabricated reports to legitimize his unauthorized inquiries. In October 2022, after an 11-day trial, a federal jury convicted Brumand of conspiracy, bribery of a public official, and monetary transactions in property derived from unlawful activity. He was acquitted on 2 other counts. On February 27, 2023, U.S. District Judge Gary Klausner sentenced him to 6 years in prison, imposed a $30,000 fine, and ordered the forfeiture of $132,309 linked to his criminal conduct. That was how Babak Bruman, a former FBI special agent, was sentenced to 6 years in federal prison for accepting bribes and obstructing justice in a case that exposed deep corruption within federal law enforcement. His actions, spanning from 2015 to 2018, involved selling sensitive FBI information to a criminal associate, undermining national security and the integrity of the justice system. Bruman's case is part of a larger investigation into corruption involving federal agents and organized crime figures. His actions not only compromised specific investigations, but also eroded public trust in law enforcement agencies tasked with upholding justice and national security. This case underscores the critical importance of integrity within law enforcement and the severe consequences when that trust is betrayed. Case 3. Robert Philip Hansen. He was a devout Catholic, a loyal FBI agent, a family man, and the deadliest mole in American history. For over 2 decades, Robert Hansen lived a double life so flawlessly that even the nation's top counterintelligence experts couldn't see the traitor hiding in plain sight, until it was too late. Born on April 18, 1944, in Chicago, Illinois, Robert Philip Hansen grew up under the heavy hand of an authoritarian father, a Chicago police officer who emotionally abused him. Seeking structure and approval, Hansen pursued a career that, ironically, would place him among America's most trusted ranks, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI. Hansen joined the FBI in 1976, quickly ascending into sensitive counterintelligence roles. Behind his stiff demeanor and religious devotion, few suspected the darkness brewing beneath. He projected an image of loyalty to country, to faith, and to family. But in reality, Hansen harbored resentment, feeling overlooked for promotions and underappreciated. And so, in 1979, just 3 years after joining the FBI, Hansen made a fateful decision. He initiated contact with the Soviet Military Intelligence Agency, the GRU, offering his services for money. Hansen's espionage started small, but was devastatingly impactful. He betrayed U.S. secrets in exchange for cash, initially about $30,000, including the identities of Soviet double agents working for the U.S., 2 of whom, General Dmitry Polyakov and Alexander Dmitrievich Ogorodnik, were ultimately executed. Hansen operated with meticulous caution. Unlike other infamous spies who courted danger with reckless meetings or extravagant spending, Hansen lived modestly. He preferred dead drops, prearranged locations where he would leave classified documents for Soviet handlers to retrieve. Payments were left in return, sometimes in garbage bags, sometimes hidden in the woods. From the beginning, Hansen's motive was primarily financial, not ideological. He sought money to support his growing family. He and his wife, Bonnie, would eventually have 6 children and maintain a comfortable suburban life. Yet, he was obsessed with control and secrecy, often betraying information even beyond what he was paid for, simply because he could. After a brief scare in 1981, when Bonnie discovered his activities and forced him to confess to a Catholic priest, who bizarrely advised Hansen to donate the ill-gotten money to charity rather than turn himself in, Hansen briefly halted his espionage. But the temptation proved too great. By 1985, Hansen resumed spying, this time reaching out to the Soviet KGB directly. This second phase was far more dangerous. Hansen handed over some of the FBI's and CIA's most sensitive secrets. The U.S. surveillance tunnel under the Soviet embassy in Washington, details of U.S. counterintelligence investigations, the identities of virtually every Soviet agent working for the U.S. within Moscow's government. One particularly devastating betrayal involved Operation Tawdry, a secret FBI operation targeting Soviet operatives. His actions led to numerous U.S. assets being captured and executed overseas. Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, Hansen continued to rise within the FBI. He gained access to more and more classified information. His treachery cost the U.S. an estimated $1.4 billion in compromised intelligence efforts. And yet, somehow, he remained undetected. He avoided detection through careful operational security, never meeting his handlers face-to-face, using aliases like Ramon Garcia. and limiting his communications to coded notes and obscure dead drop signals. The FBI had suspected there was a mole inside its ranks for years, someone whose betrayals were so damaging they couldn't be random leaks. But they focused their investigation on other suspects, most notably Brian Kelly, a CIA agent who was wrongly accused. Hansen's cunning had kept him invisible. Until 2000, the end of Hansen's double life came not through a mistake on his part, but through a dramatic shift in the intelligence community. By 2000, the FBI, frustrated at its inability to locate the mole, decided to buy information. They paid a Russian source $7 million for a file containing materials related to the mystery spy. The documents included fingerprints and an audio tape of the spy's voice. The prints and the voice matched Robert Hansen. Realizing the gravity of their find, the FBI devised an elaborate plan. Rather than arrest him immediately, they created a phony promotion. Hansen was transferred to a special project at a new FBI office in Virginia, where his activities could be more easily monitored. Finally, on February 18, 2001, FBI agents caught Hansen red-handed. He was arrested at Foxstone Park near his home in Vienna, Virginia, after placing a package of classified documents at a dead drop site under a wooden footbridge. When agents surrounded him, Hansen reportedly said, almost with relief, "What took you so long?" Hansen was charged with 15 counts of espionage and conspiracy to commit espionage. Each count carried the possibility of the death penalty. Faced with overwhelming evidence, including fingerprints, surveillance footage, and years of dead drop communications, Hansen agreed to a plea bargain in July 2001. In exchange for a full debriefing detailing the scope of his betrayals, he would avoid execution. He pleaded guilty to all charges. In May 2002, Hansen was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, the maximum sentence short of death. During his sentencing, U.S. District Judge Claude Hilton told Hansen, "Your actions have caused grave harm to the nation and to countless individuals whose lives are now in danger because of your betrayals." Hansen showed no visible emotion. Robert Hansen was imprisoned at ADX Florence, a federal supermax prison in Colorado, reserved for the most dangerous criminals. He lived in solitary confinement, spending 23 hours a day in a tiny concrete cell. He died on June 5, 2023, at the age of 79. He was found unresponsive in his cell, bringing a quiet end to one of the most catastrophic betrayals in American history. His legacy is a stark reminder of how even the most trusted guardians can become the ultimate insiders of destruction. Hansen's case shook the FBI to its core. In the aftermath, the Bureau undertook a massive internal review, revamped its internal security protocols, and implemented more rigorous counterintelligence measures. His betrayal also poisoned the U.S.-Russia relations further, during a delicate post-Cold War period. The damage he caused is still considered, by many experts, to be incalculable. He wasn't just an enemy of the state, he was a devastating friend-turned-foe, whose treachery compromised American national security for decades. How could someone who outwardly embodied loyalty and faith turn out to be America's most damaging traitor? And could it happen again today? Case 4. Robert F. Cesario. This former FBI special agent became the focal point of a significant legal controversy involving the destruction of evidence during a high-profile corruption investigation in Arkansas. His actions not only impacted the integrity of the case, but also sparked widespread public concern over accountability within federal law enforcement. The case centered around John Woods, a former Arkansas state senator, who was indicted in 2017 for his role in a kickback scheme. Woods was accused of directing state funds to Ecclesia College in exchange for personal financial benefits. He was ultimately convicted on multiple counts, including wire fraud and money laundering, and sentenced to over 18 years in federal prison. As the lead FBI agent on the Woods investigation, Cesario was responsible for collecting and managing critical evidence, including covert audio recordings made by former state representative Micah Neal. These recordings were pivotal to the prosecution's case. However, in December 2017, Cesario took deliberate steps to erase the contents of his government-issued laptop, which contained these recordings, despite a court order to preserve and submit the device for forensic examination. He admitted to having the laptop professionally wiped, and then personally erasing it again before submission. Cesario claimed he erased the laptop to protect personal medical records. However, the court found this explanation unconvincing, especially given his plans to file a medical malpractice lawsuit, which would make such records public anyway. In August 2022, Cesario pleaded guilty to corrupt destruction of record in an official proceeding. He acknowledged that he intentionally erased the laptop's contents to prevent their use in the official investigation of John Woods. On January 5, 2023, Cesario was sentenced to 3 years of probation, including 6 months of home confinement without electronic monitoring, and fined $25,000. This sentence was notably lenient compared to the potential maximum of 20 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. The sentencing sparked public outrage, particularly among supporters of John Woods, who argued that Cesario's actions compromised the fairness of the trial. Critics contended that the destruction of potentially exculpatory evidence warranted a retrial or dismissal of charges against Woods. However, the court ruled that the destroyed evidence was not clearly exculpatory and that the defense had access to other recordings. Further controversy arose when journalists filed a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit against the FBI for failing to release documents related to the internal investigation of Cesario. A federal judge eventually ordered the FBI to begin releasing these documents in batches, highlighting ongoing concerns about transparency and accountability within the agency. The case of Robert Cesario underscores the critical importance of integrity and accountability in law enforcement. His deliberate destruction of evidence not only undermined a significant public corruption case, but also eroded public trust in the justice system. The lenient sentence and subsequent legal battles over transparency continue to fuel debates about the standards to which federal agents are held and the mechanisms in place to enforce them. Case 5. Terry J. Albury. This former FBI special agent became a central figure in a significant case involving the unauthorized disclosure of classified information. His actions, driven by personal convictions and ethical concerns, led to a high-profile legal battle under the Espionage Act. Born in Santa Rosa, California, to Ethiopian immigrant parents, Albury pursued a degree in sociology from Berea College. He joined the FBI in 2000, dedicating 17 years to the Bureau. During his tenure, he served both domestically and abroad, including a deployment in Iraq. By the mid-2010s, Albury was stationed at the Minneapolis field office, where he held a top-secret and sensitive compartmented information security clearance, and worked closely with Customs and Border Protection at the Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. Between 2016 and 2017, Albury accessed and disclosed over 70 documents, more than 50 of which were classified. These documents detailed the FBI's confidential informant recruitment practices and surveillance methods targeting minority and immigrant communities. The leaked materials were published by The Intercept in a series titled The FBI's Secret Rules, shedding light on the Bureau's internal guidelines and raising concerns about racial and religious profiling. In March 2018, Albury was charged with 2 counts under the Espionage Act: unauthorized disclosure and unauthorized retention of national defense information. He pleaded guilty.
Connection low has been abated.
Acknowledging his actions and expressing remorse. In October 2018, U.S. District Judge Wilhelmina Wright sentenced him to 4 years in prison, emphasizing that his actions knowingly put national security at risk. Albury's defense attorneys portrayed him as a whistleblower acting out of conscience. As the only African-American field agent in the Minneapolis office, Albury reportedly felt isolated and was deeply troubled by the FBI's counterterrorism policies, which he perceived as racially biased. His attorneys argued that he believed internal channels were ineffective for addressing these systemic issues, leading him to disclose the information to the press. Albury served approximately 2 years of his sentence and was released from the Federal Correctional Institution in Englewood, Colorado, in November 2020. Following his release, he relocated to Berkeley, California. His case has since been cited in discussions about the treatment of whistleblowers and the application of the Espionage Act to individuals disclosing information in the public interest. Terry Albury's case underscores the complex balance between national security, individual conscience, and the public's right to know. It highlights the challenges faced by individuals within intelligence agencies who grapple with ethical dilemmas and the mechanisms available, or lacking, for addressing perceived injustices. Case 6. Mark Rossini. Rossini, a former FBI agent, has been implicated in a significant political corruption case involving former Puerto Rico governor Wanda Vasquez Garst and international banker Julio Herrera Vellutini. The case centers on allegations of bribery and unauthorized access to sensitive information. Rossini served as an FBI agent from 1991 until 2008. He resigned after pleading guilty to 5 misdemeanor counts of unauthorized access to FBI databases. The unauthorized searches were primarily related to the investigation of Anthony Pellicano, a private investigator for Hollywood celebrities. Rossini accessed confidential information and shared it with actress Linda Fiorentino, who then provided it to Pellicano's legal team. As a result, Rossini was sentenced to probation, community service, and fined. In August 2022, Rossini was charged alongside Vasquez and Herrera Vellutini in a federal indictment alleging a bribery scheme. According to the indictment, Herrera Vellutini, owner of Bancredito International Bank and Trust, sought to influence the Puerto Rican government's financial regulatory body, the Office of the Commissioner of Financial Institutions, OCIF. Facing scrutiny from OCIF, Herrera Vellutini allegedly aimed to have the existing commissioner removed and replaced with someone of his choosing. Rossini, acting as a consultant for Herrera Vellutini, is accused of facilitating this scheme. The indictment alleges that Rossini and Herrera Vellutini promised to provide financial support to Vasquez's 2020 gubernatorial campaign, specifically over $300,000 in payments to political consultants, in exchange for her removing the OCIF commissioner and appointing a new one selected by Herrera Vellutini. In February 2020, Vasquez requested the resignation of the then OCIF commissioner. By May 2020, she appointed a new commissioner who had previously served as a consultant for Herrera Vellutini's bank. The indictment suggests this appointment was part of the quid pro quo arrangement. Rossini turned himself in to federal authorities in Puerto Rico in August 2022 and pleaded not guilty to charges of conspiracy, federal program bribery, and honest services wire fraud. His defense argues that the government's case lacks evidence of corrupt intent and that the actions in question constitute legal political lobbying rather than bribery. They contend that there was no explicit agreement linking campaign contributions to official acts, a requirement for bribery convictions under Supreme Court precedent. The defense further asserts that the financial support discussed was not contingent upon specific actions by Vasquez and that the communications between the parties do not demonstrate a corrupt agreement. They emphasize that neither Rossini nor Herrera Vellutini funded a super PAC for Vasquez's campaign, and there is no evidence that Vasquez or her staff followed up on such contributions. This case highlights the complexities of distinguishing between lawful political contributions and illegal bribery. It underscores the challenges in prosecuting alleged quid pro quo arrangements, especially when explicit agreements are absent. The outcome of this case could have significant implications for how political lobbying and campaign contributions are regulated and prosecuted in the future. As of now, the legal proceedings are ongoing, with Rossini maintaining his innocence. The case continues to attract attention due to its high-profile defendants and the broader issues it raises about political corruption and the integrity of public institutions. Case 7. Robert G. Lustiak Jr. Lustiak, once a respected FBI counterintelligence special agent, became entangled in 2 significant bribery and obstruction schemes that led to his conviction and imprisonment. Between 2011 to 2012, Lustiak conspired with Michael L. Taylor, a former U.S. Army Special Forces soldier and owner of American International Security Corporation, ADSC, and Johannes W. Thaler, a friend of Lustiak's. Taylor's company was under federal investigation for allegedly securing $54 million in Department of Defense contracts through kickbacks and fraudulent means. Lustiak, leveraging his FBI position, attempted to obstruct this investigation by designating Taylor as a confidential informant and intervening with prosecutors and agents to dissuade them from pursuing charges. In return, Taylor promised Lustiak and Thaler substantial financial compensation, including cash and shares in lucrative business deals. Lustiak's efforts included interviewing key witnesses and emphasizing Taylor's purported value to national security to halt the indictment process. Concurrently, Lustiak and Thaler engaged in a separate bribery scheme involving Rizv Ahmed, a Bangladeshi national residing in the U.S. Ahmed sought confidential FBI information on a political rival in Bangladesh. In exchange for cash payments, Lustiak provided Ahmed with internal FBI documents, including a suspicious activity report. The conspirators aimed to secure a $40,000 retainer and $30,000 monthly payments from Ahmed. However, tensions arose when Ahmed hesitated to fulfill payment promises, leading to threatening communications from Lustiak, who expressed intentions to retaliate by exposing Ahmed's requests to his political adversary. In 2014, Lustiak pleaded guilty in Utah to charges including conspiracy to commit bribery, obstruction of justice, and honest services wire fraud related to the defense contract scheme. He received a 10-year federal prison sentence. Subsequently, in 2015, he pleaded guilty in New York to charges stemming from the Bangladesh bribery plot, including bribery, theft of government property, and unauthorized disclosure of a suspicious corruption case that shook the foundations of federal law enforcement. Assigned to the FBI's Gang Impact Team in Southern California, Bowman was responsible for investigating gang-related crimes. However, in 2014, he exploited his position by stealing over $136,000 in cash seized during drug investigations. Bowman's misconduct involved multiple instances where he diverted seized funds for personal use. He spent tens of thousands of dollars on luxury items, including purchasing a 2013 Toyota Scion FRS for $27,500 and a 2012 Dodge Challenger for $43,850. Additionally, he used $15,000 to pay for cosmetic surgery for his wife and deposited $10,665 into a new checking account. To cover up his actions, Bowman falsified official FBI reports, known as FD 302 forms, misrepresenting the amounts of money seized and the procedures followed. He also forged a colleague's signature on a receipt to fabricate the appearance of proper protocol. Furthermore, Bowman attempted to persuade the same colleague to lie to investigators to support his false narrative. In May 2016, Bowman pleaded guilty to charges including conversion of property by a federal employee, obstruction of justice, falsification of records, and witness tampering. He was sentenced to 36 months in federal prison and ordered to pay $136,462 in restitution. Bowman's actions had far-reaching implications beyond his personal consequences. His misconduct led prosecutors to drop charges against more than a dozen defendants in cases he had investigated, undermining public trust in the integrity of law enforcement operations. This case serves as a stark reminder of the importance of accountability and ethical conduct within law enforcement agencies. Case 9. John Joseph Connolly, Jr. FBI agent John Connolly was an embodiment of betrayal. Once celebrated as a hometown hero, he would eventually be convicted of crimes as dark as those he swore to fight, including murder. John Connolly was born on August 1, 1940, in the rugged streets of South Boston, a neighborhood where loyalty ran deeper than blood. Growing up in the same tough environment that bred gangsters like James Whitey Bulger, Connolly learned early that survival required connections and cunning. Connolly's rise was meteoric. After college and a stint in military service, he joined the FBI in 1968, seen as the perfect agent to police Boston's tangled underworld. He was sharp, ambitious, and most importantly, he understood the city's unwritten codes. But it was that same understanding that would sow the seeds of his destruction. In the 1970s, Boston's criminal landscape was ruled by brutal gangs, the Italian Mafia, Patriarca crime family, and the Irish mobs of Southie. Determined to cripple the Mafia, the FBI authorized the use of informants. This led to Whitey Bulger and his partner Stephen, the rifleman Flemmy, two notorious killers with blood on their hands. John Connolly saw an opportunity. In a move that would haunt law enforcement for decades, he recruited Bulger and Flemmy as top echelon informants. In exchange for intelligence on the Mafia, Connolly would offer them protection, turning a blind eye to their own criminal enterprises. The trio formed a secret pact. To Connolly, it wasn't just business, it was personal. Whitey Bulger was a South Boston legend, someone Connolly had admired since childhood. Their relationship blurred professional boundaries into a twisted form of brotherhood. While Connolly fed his superiors' victories against the mafia, Bulger and Flemmi tightened their grip on Boston's underworld, dealing drugs, extorting businesses, and committing cold-blooded murders with near-total impunity. Behind closed doors, Connolly was more than just a handler. He became a protector, a co-conspirator, even a co-strategist. As Bulger's body count rose, so did suspicions. How could the FBI not know about his reign of terror? The answer: John Connolly made sure they didn't. Connolly routinely tipped off Bulger about pending investigations, surveillance, wiretaps, and grand jury subpoenas. He warned him when indictments were coming down. This allowed Bulger to eliminate witnesses, sabotage cases, and stay a step ahead, sometimes a deadly step. Connolly didn't stop there. He also took bribes, lavish gifts, cash, and luxury trips, although he insisted later that these were mere tokens of friendship, not corruption. As long as Bulger fed the FBI information on the Italian mob, Connolly was protected. It was a deadly quid pro quo, a devil's bargain. In 1994, a seismic shift occurred. New federal prosecutors and FBI agents, disgusted by rumors of internal corruption, launched secret probes into Connolly's dealings. Realizing the walls were closing in, Connolly tipped off Bulger once again, this time with devastating consequences. Whitey Bulger fled Boston, becoming one of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives for over 16 years. But Connolly's own luck ran out quickly. In 1999, after exhaustive investigations, John Connolly was arrested on federal racketeering charges. The crimes: protecting a known criminal, obstruction of justice, accepting bribes. The trial exposed jaw-dropping details: Connolly's years of complicity, his personal admiration for Bulger, and his repeated betrayals of law enforcement ethics. He was convicted in 2002 and sentenced to 10 years in prison. But Connolly's story wasn't over, not by a long shot. In 2005, as Connolly sat behind bars, prosecutors in Florida unveiled an even darker accusation. He wasn't just an accessory to corruption, he was tied to murder. The victim, John Callahan, a former World Jai president with mob ties. In 1982, Callahan was murdered after Connolly allegedly tipped off Bulger and Flemmi that Callahan was about to turn state's witness. Acting on the information, Bulger had Callahan executed, shot in the head and stuffed into the trunk of a car. Prosecutors argued that Connolly's corrupt activities had directly led to Callahan's death. In 2008, Connolly was convicted of second-degree murder in Florida. At sentencing, the judge, visibly disturbed, called Connolly's fall from FBI hero to convicted murderer an American tragedy. He was handed a 40-year sentence, essentially life in prison, given his age. Today, John Connolly's name is synonymous with one of the worst scandals in FBI history. He was briefly released from prison in 2021 under a medical release, suffering from terminal cancer and heart problems, after spending nearly 20 years incarcerated. By then, his former hero's image was long shattered, replaced with the grim portrait of a man who traded justice for loyalty and ambition for blood. Meanwhile, his betrayal continues to cast a long shadow over the FBI's reputation, prompting sweeping reforms in how the Bureau handles informants. Whitey Bulger, his one-time informant and protectorate, was finally captured in 2011 and later murdered in prison in 2018, ending another chapter of the saga Connolly helped unleash. These stories leave us with more questions than answers, and here's my question for you. When the people tasked with protecting our society cross the line into criminality, then who polices the protectors? Please share your thoughts in the comments below.
18, go ahead.
26 to base. Do it now.
Medical arriving and line 0.4.
145.
153.
Good. I'm out of transportation ending 108798.
Yes. Did you copy what I said?
West End Broadway, to West End Broadway for an illegal sign will be in the city right away.
83 Drive.
On day one, I will terminate Crooked Joe's ridiculous electric vehicle mandate. They're very expensive and they can all be made in China. They don't work in the cold and they don't go far. Other than that, I think they're wonderful. Let's drive down and get some potatoes from Idaho. Well, sir, that'll be about 6 stops. If you want to drive down to the store to buy clothing, or if you want to do something locally, that's fine. But these cars don't go very far. And they're very expensive. And what we're going to do is you're going to have an electric vehicle if you want it. And it's good for short trips, like to the candy store and back. And if you want to buy electric, you can buy electric, but you'll also buy combustion engines, gasoline. I'm not against the electric cars, but if you want a hybrid, you can have it, and if you want, but you can have a lot of choice, and that's the way it has to be. United Auto Workers, what they've done to their people is horrible. They want to do this all-electric nonsense. China now is building a couple of massive plants where they're going to build the cars in Mexico and they think that they're going to sell those cars into the United States with no tax at the border. We're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath. And by the way, I'm a big fan of electric cars, and you know, it'll be a certain group of people that are going to want them where they travel short distances. I'm fine with it. What do you think of an electric car? Well, I like Elon, but, you know, the car, you know, and there's a place for electric cars, but you have to have other choices, too. I love Elon Musk. Do we love him? I love him. And I'm constantly talking about electric cars, but I don't mean I'm totally for them, but whatever the market says, and if it's 10% of the market, 12%, 7%, 20%, whatever it is. They cost too much. They're all made in China. Other than that, they're fantastic. And I'm for electric cars. I have to be, you know, because Elon endorsed me very strongly, Elon. So I have no choice. But he knows. I am for him. I'm for him for a small slice is a slice. Everybody's going to be forced to buy an electric car, which they're not going to do because they don't want that. It's got a great market. It's got a market. It's really a sub-market. But they want everybody to have an electric car. We don't have enough electricity. We couldn't make enough electricity for that. I respect Elon a lot. He respects me. And not easy for him to endorse, to be honest with you. You know, it takes courage to endorse people. Many people have courage and many people don't. He does have courage.
Traffic came to a standstill in Spain this morning when most of the country was crippled by a massive power outage. The outage also affected Portugal and southern parts of France. Trains and subways came to a halt, leaving travelers stranded for hours. Officials say the outage was the result of what they're calling a severe disruption in the European electrical system. Tonight, about half of the substations are back online.
Here 14.
seen it.
Millions of people are without electricity in most of Spain, Portugal, and parts of France. A massive power outage knocked out subways, phone lines, traffic lights, and ATMs. Some airports even had to suspend operations. Here's ABC's Marcus Moore with the latest.
This massive power outage hit around noontime as people were going about their daily lives. Then, in an instant, much of the normal routine came to a halt. With the power going out across the region, we're talking about millions of people affected in Spain, Portugal, and parts of France. The subway and train system stopped working. We saw images of people walking on foot through dark subway tunnels. The airport's also a mess, with flights severely delayed because of the power situation. Travelers were left stranded in the terminals there. And sporting events like the Madrid Open tennis match was stopped. And I spoke to a resident in Spain who told me that it was essentially chaos on the roads as well because traffic lights stopped working. Officials had urged people to stay home so as to avoid adding any further gridlock or additional risks. And there's no clear answer right now as to what may have caused the power to go out, but officials say there's no indication at this point that this was the result of a cyber attack. One official is quoted as saying that there were oscillations in the flow of power to the grid, which led to this massive outage. Marcus Moore, ABC News, London.
Millions of people are without electricity in most of Spain.
Spanish authorities say power has been partially restored in northern, southern and western Spain following a massive power outage that has caused chaos for millions of people across the Iberian Peninsula. While the government has promised an investigation into the outages, which also affected parts of France and Portugal, the National Energy Network has suggested that they could have been caused by extreme temperature variations in the interior of the country.
The outage was as sudden as it was inexplicable. Across Spain and parts of Portugal and France, the electricity which keeps a modern economy humming simply disappeared.
We're going to have a second case on custody. Can you sign a second case number?
That's 361-904-5363.
So it's just 31. That's 31.
Yeah, I can help check some of those calls until 7 o'clock.
That's going to be on well, everything's 60 on now, conscious breathing, just having issues with the pacemaker.
Second call is going to be small for additional 5. Non-automatic progress. And as you will review now on the 11930 Leverage Street, 11930 Leverage Street. Their phone number is 361-631-2947-29.
Maybe if you see anything, you can call my safe one.
De madre, me lo imaginé. Observen esto. Increíble. Parece que ya está volviendo en silla. Tremendo tan... Ya. Ahí está. Increíble. Es increíble.
Adam 230, 10-4.
Ready for white horse using. Looks like it's now you're going southbound on Lover.
I've never received.
Transient, white shirt, the blue jean backpack.
Oh, look how thick they are. Look at these lines. Starting to droop. Yeah. They're starting to get farther out that second line over there, too. Well, there they go. Oh, God. They're running out of power. Yeah, baby. Oh, look how thick they are. Look at these lines. Starting to droop. Yeah. They're starting to get farther out that second line over there, too. Well, there they go. Oh, God. They're running out of power. Yeah, baby. Oh, look how thick they are. Look at these lines. Starting to droop. Yeah. Oh, look.
Route to 118 Mesa, 118 Mesa, made contact with Anthony. UPS delivered the wrong package to his neighbor. He's trying to retrieve it, but she's known to be hostile towards him. 118 Mesa Drive. Three 13. 313.
Duga, the most ambitious Soviet project of the Cold War, a system designed to detect the launches of American ICBMs. Yet, due to the Chernobyl disaster, it never reached full operation. Still, in the shadowed halls of its data center stands the K340A, a one-of-a-kind computer that once served as the brain of this monumental system. This is the first ever documentary dedicated to this machine, its history, hardware, design and operation. And it is the first of few stories from our nearly 10-year research into Duga that we believe will finally answer some long-standing questions about this place. For the first time, we went to Duga in August 2010. Well, I have just a few blurry pictures from that visit, and back then Duga was almost completely off limits. Trees were growing through antennas, there was moss under them, and all that looked like a relic of a lost civilization surrounded by ruins of an ancient city. But main mystery obviously was not here, but in former machine halls, filled with cold, moisture and heaps of deteriorated equipment. But what looked as a chaos obviously had a logic behind, and I could not get from a feeling that some answers are right in front of us. As it appeared later, I was completely right. During next few visits, I explored the biggest structure, the data center, to make sketches of the floor plans. And at the upper floor, in one of the large halls, were standing rows of racks marked K340A, along with the operator consoles. And just a quick look at the inscriptions cleared it out. That was it, the mysterious control computer I only heard about. And it looked not even close to anything I saw before. It was here, and at the floor below these halls came a lot of cable tracks. At that time, apart from a few news articles and some forum posts, there were almost no details about Duga available, not even speaking about its computer. It was like this up to late 2014, when I accidentally got a book by Boris Malashevich, who is a very serious researcher of Soviet computer history. And there were these pictures, which were the first and still the only public images of an intact K340A computer. He took them at Dunai 3Y radar system in Russia. That is the only place except Duga where these computers were ever used, and the last where a few were still operating. He shared quite much technical details, including that the computer was based on the residual classes systems of calculations. He also claimed that it was the fastest second-generation computer ever built. And back then I realized there were just 50 of them ever produced, so that can become an absolutely fantastic museum exhibit, and we need to do our best to save it for posterity. But first we needed more information. In late 2016 we returned to Duga for a research expedition. We wanted to map the remaining computer equipment, but more importantly to look at the remaining documentation. Well, if you have been here on tours, you surely saw those papers scattered everywhere, but I guess not so many actually tried to read them. So we brought a tripod with a camera, also other equipment, and started to work. Mostly that was trash, but a few papers had parts of blueprints of the computer racks and other visual hints. Practically everything was very heavily affected by 30 years of exposure to moisture. So it took us a lot of effort, but some we could turn from this into this. Well, now I see it was a good idea because Duga already had become a tourist site. Because quite often people having no bad intentions were moving papers to take a better picture, then next day a rain came, and then many things were gone. Also, there were a few pages from a technical description, which explained how worked printers next to operator's console. Fast forward, with this information later we could find exactly the same printer and even develop a controller with the USB interface for it. Well, about this we'll have a separate episode. But you may wonder, why all that was left behind? Well, in fact, remained very little. Attempts to revive the system continued up to 1988, but with no success. And after everything sensitive was completely removed, Duga's site became a civilian object, and what was left behind was basically nothing but trash. But it helped us reconstruct how the K340A looked when it was intact. Still, that didn't explain why so strange computer was actually needed at the first place. Well, as you will see next, later many answers came from the history of its creation, but before happened one very special meeting. One day, an elderly engineer, whom we'll call George, requested a tour to revisit his former workplace. He wanted to show it to his grandkids, because they read something on the internet, became interested and started to ask questions. This wasn't unusual, because many engineers had done it before and many did after. But when we met, he said he worked with ES-1033 general-purpose computer which was in the hall at the third floor. While it wasn't directly involved in Duga's operation, it was used for mathematical research. Of course, I asked about computers, and he told this. Those special computers were serious and strange. Only a small number of engineers worked with them directly, and they were mostly in their late 40s, so now they are over 80. Well, I know a few, but I'm not sure how I'd connect you with them, because there are age-related issues. However, from what I recall, there were initially 7 computers, with one more added in 1985. They did many things, but two tasks stood out: processing trajectories and optimizing frequency-angular modes of operation. We later visited what left of his machine, where he shared some really epic stories, including how a little prank with K340A hardware caused a big mess. But then he explained. In simple terms, Dugas transmitter sends signals towards the start point of an ICBM. The signals bounce off the ionosphere multiple times to reach the target, which is the missile's engines and missions. Then the signal reflects and being received by two receivers which triangulate and track its position. Well, it sounds simple, but in reality it is much more complex, because features of ionosphere's layers vary with time, seasons, geomagnetic activity and dozens of other factors. So an algorithm running on several K340A machines analyzed these conditions and suggested optimal operating frequencies. And once a target was detected, other K340A machines processed this data to determine the trajectory and predicting where and when it would reach its destination. This required fast processing of enormous amounts of very long numbers. Well, today that is not so difficult, but in the 50s and the 60s, computers were based on vacuum tubes and individual transistors. So performance, reliability and energy consumption were significant challenges. This is why a very special computer was needed. In the 1950s, Czechoslovak professor Antonín Svoboda and his student Miro Valach developed an elegant solution. So imagine you have a very huge number to process. You also have several buckets with different number of slots. So you make the integer division by each of these, placing the remainder into a bucket. This method is called the residue class system, or RCS. So you can represent large numbers as these small residuals, and when you make operations like multiplications or addition, you now work with those small numbers. In the late 50s, a report on Svoboda's research caught the attention of Theodor Lukin, head engineer of Design Bureau 1, which was specialized in Soviet air defense systems. He forwarded it to Israel Akushsky, who later became one of key developers of K340A. He realized that the new system has limitations, so it cannot be universal, but still it can be a great deal for specialized machines. So he shared his ideas with his boss, Davlet Girey-Yuditsky, who was previously a developer of Strela and Ural computers. In 1960, Lukin became the head of Institute 37, later known as the Institute of Distant Radio Communication, and he invited both scientists for a new job. A decade later, in this institute, Duga was designed. First, they created A340A, an experimental 20-bit machine capable of 5,000 operations per second. Then was T340A, a second-generation RCS-based computer built on ferrite transistor logic. And finally, in 1966 was finished K340A. A 1972 report by Yuditsky and Akushsky reveals some interesting details. So they patented their innovation in several countries, including the United States, France and the UK. The K340A had 472,000 elements, including 80,000 transistors, with an algorithmic performance of 1 million operations per second. Each machine cost 1.2 million Soviet rubles, which are roughly equivalent to $2 million at the time. By then, 10 machines had been produced, 2 were in adjustment stage and 15 more were planned. The first K340A was successfully tested at the 5N11 site. That was the initial Duga radar installation near Mykolaiv, here in Ukraine. So, a standalone K340A consisted of 15 to 17 computer racks, 4 power supply racks, an operator's console and a table-shaped rack with 2 connected printers for output. The operator's console was relatively small, and likely it was used only for maintenance and overall control. It featured light bulb-based indicators with masks with inscriptions and blue and orange filters. Well, we could decode the purpose of most of controls, but it is easier to explain this in connections with the racks. So all racks were standard for NIDAR equipment and they housed small standard cards. Like this one, which was saved from the Mykolaiv Duga by someone involved in its dismantling in 90s. Unlike the Chernobyl Duga, where every card lost its silver connector, this one remains completely intact, and it has these two metal bezels. These cards, called cells in K348 terminology, were actually very simple devices. We estimate there were around 50 variations of these cells, and many of them we could identify. Depending on the size, a cell could occupy 1, 2 or 3 slots, with up to 50 slots per one row. Each slot was equipped with a custom 35 contact connector made of epoxy resin, to which wires were attached using wire wrap. Each row also had 2 power buses and large connectors for cables that linked the racks. There were 3 types of racks used, and the first was the data processing rack. There were 4 of them in each machine, forming what we would call now a processor. So inside were 12 rows containing of total 600 cells. Rack A3 controlled all the computer system. A4 served as a high-speed processor buffer for 16 45-bit words. And racks A5 and A6 were the arithmetical logical units that handle residual classes system calculations. The second type of rack was so-called one-side accumulator. There were either 3 or 5 of them. Rack A7 stored constants and others stored programs. Each had a capacity of 4096 45-bit words. And since these constants and programs were very rarely changed, there were no need for, say, tape reels or punch cards. Instead, each rack had 4 large crates, each holding 32 so-called cassettes. Each cassette featured a 2-layer matrix with openings and coordinate rulers. In every opening there are 2 coils, where are tiny ferrite rods to be inserted in one of 2 positions. 1 inductively connected coils to indicate a logic of 1, while partially inserted rods represented a logic of 0. This feature is tied to the story of a prank George told us about. When one of the machines was being commissioned, the cassettes kept giving wrong data no matter what. So engineers reinstalled the ferrite rods repeatedly, but each time the errors would pop up in different places. This went on for weeks, throwing us way off the schedule. Eventually, some very serious people with cold eyes showed up at the data center. Well, if you understand whom I mean. They started to ask questions and putting everyone under immense pressure. During yet another attempt to fix what looked as a faulty cassette, one engineer had his hands already shaking. So he accidentally dropped a box of ferrite rods on the floor, and of course he tried to pick them up with a magnet. But to his shock, some of the rods weren't magnetic. It turned out that some prankster had made a few dozen similar looking rods out of pencil cores and just mixed them into the box. Well, maybe it was done even at the factory, but the story eventually spread all over the data center, and a year later we of course laughed about it, but at that time, trust me, it was anything but funny. Data reading was partially handled by 9 XY decoders on each cassette. And between the crates of cassettes there are 2 lines of cells. Some of them were address formers, controlling a diode-based decoder with 4096 outputs. The selected data passed through amplifier cells and then was sent to the processor buffer. The RAM of K348 consisted of these 8 racks, numbered from 8 to 15, and they were called accumulators of numbers. Each rack housed 2 independent accumulators with a capacity of 1024 45-bit words. Well, unfortunately we do not have detailed information about them. But a photo by Boris Malashevich shows that inside were 2 mirrored sets of cells and 4 extra power supplies providing 27 volts. A key feature of the K348 is its advanced system for interacting with external devices. So up to 8 devices can be directly connected to the processor controller. But additionally, any of the accumulators of numbers can be deallocated from RAM space. In this case, they would act as some sort of buffers for data exchange with these external devices. All computer racks were powered by a 4-rack section named K254A. Well, its racks are now empty, but backplanes and tables are still inside. So that helped us to precisely identify the layout of one of them. The first rack had warning lights indicating how power was controlled, either remotely when a part of multi-machine complex or locally from the console. The console also has similar indicators, a mode toggle switch and a compartment with switches to adjust power voltages in local mode. However, as you can imagine, all this equipment generated significant heat. So a powerful air conditioning system was installed in the second floor, with each segment cooling 3 to 4 racks. Air was circulated through the racks, collected at the top, and then recirculated for cooling using 2 collectors at the edges of each row. George shared 2 stories about this cooling system. Our machinery needed a special climate to operate, so it was always quite cold inside, around 20 degrees Celsius. In summer we often went outside during breaks, so trust me, we learned how to get a cold from air conditioning long before it became common knowledge. But there was a more serious incident. So there is that huge hole, right? Here stood 2 very, very large air conditioning units. The air was cooled with water and there were special dryers. One day one of them malfunctioned and the issue wasn't detected in time. To our horror, we found literal drops of water inside the equipment racks. You can't even imagine how much equipment we had to repair after, or how many people lost their job over it. Also on the second floor was a large system of cable mounts along with those small racks marked K341A. They had an interesting function, so connection between racks were made using coaxial cable. However, thin cables with small connectors that fit neatly were limited to a length of 12 meters, but some connections needed to span over 100 meters, requiring thicker cables. So these small racks contained cells with passive splitters, basically blocks of resistors that allowed cables of various types and resistances to work together. There are no exact details on how to operate the console, but at the same time this is a machine from the epoch where you would work with data on a very low level. So it is possible to approximately understand what was what. The central section features long rows of 45 light bulbs. Its upper part displays the registers which contain the data being currently processed. And based on this inscription, these light bulbs are grouped by the moduli of the residual classes system. Then there are these 2 registers with unknown purposes, and below are registers of 2 arithmetical logical units. These likely display the final computation results from each unit before the data is sent further to the processor buffer. And then it's interesting. So at the bottom there are control register of instructions, which showing the current instruction, and the register of instructions, which likely displays the operator's input or queued instruction. But here is interesting detail. So the computer could perform 2 instructions in one. The 25-bit long is called K2 and it is for managing data exchange between the processor buffer, storage devices and external connections. And another part, which is 20 bits long, is called K1. It is for arithmetical logical units. So this is why this indicator is split to 2 parts. Indicators on the right likely display addresses of data and instructions being processed, as well as the processor operations and system status. Then on the top left there are 3 rows of light bulbs which indicate status of system interrupts, which are blocked, which are enabled and which are triggered or currently active. The K340A had a special time register and time counter, but also it had a real-time clock in the most literal meaning. That was technically a standard aviation clock that generated impulses. Below this are small indicators for devices exchanging data with the processor. And also 2 rows of light bulbs indicated which RAM units are used for actual RAM or which are deallocated for external data exchange. Then there is a keyboard. Well, some buttons are missing, so we needed to make a combination of pictures of a few panels. Well, no inscriptions remained on any, but the functions became clearer when we examined the internals of the panel. So shortly, everything on the right are various blocking and console commands corresponding to the indicators above. Then 2 bottom rows are for the operator's input, to enter K1 subinstruction, K2 subinstruction, and this longest row is to enter values. Next are start, stop and step buttons. Everything else are buttons which allow to modify, select and override the data, addresses and instructions. Except this one, which activated the built-in loudspeaker for announcements. The output of operations was on a paper tape, coming from MP16-2 numeric printers. Those were common in the 60s for various computers and industrial devices, so well, it took years, but we could find one. The machine had one active printer and another was in backup. Although we do not have any details on actual output intensity, we know that the printer could produce 25 rows per second, and one paper tape could hold 20,000 rows. But here is a tiny detail. The printer could print 16 symbols in a row in decimal or octal format. But K340A operated 45-bit words, so what looked as a table for printers is actually a controller rack that converted that into a format compatible with the printer. We will soon do a detailed review of this printer and demonstrate how it works, so stay tuned. On internet you can find that these computers were part of a larger processing system called 1S31G. There are some limited details about it, but there is also evidence that there was actually unfolding quite a dramatic story behind. So, on each console there are small orange signs with numbers of machine sets, or so-called MKs. Initially there were 7 of them, 6 in this hole and 1 in the next. Some MKs had extra racks which doubled their storage capacity, and given that power system could operate in centralized control, some machines had to be in hot reserve for extra stability and redundancy. That shared power controller had to be somewhere close, so we believe it was in this now empty room. There is another tiny room that our engineer mentioned. In this room were standing a few hard disk drives, the same as YES mainframes had, and their controller rack. So all the data from K340A was streamed to those disks. Well, where those went, I have no idea, unfortunately. Our guess is that the data went to NIDAR Institute for research purposes. Because despite Duga never being on active duty, it was somewhat operational and much ionospheric research was conducted. This connection was likely managed by these racks, because one of which is extra pairs of number accumulators, which, as we told before, could be used as a buffer. There is a well-known story that in 1984, after many tests, designers concluded that Duga as it was ineffective. That led to a decision to use more complex algorithms for its operation. That needed more computing power, so later an 8th set, MK/08, was added, and integration work started. But in rows of K340A there are more racks, which have code S27 in them. Logically, those must be some sort of communication interfaces, because a standalone machine is completely useless. However, visually the design of few of those looks not only different, but somewhat handmade. And here we can only guess, that was one-time creation, likely for some very narrow use, for this very place. And we believe that could be only one thing, a connection with new mainframes. Those were installed in 1984 at the first floor hall. Those were YES-1060 Soviet IBM 370 clones with a performance of 1 million operations each. That was obviously unplanned, because to fit their cable connections the floor was raised. George said that these machines were at the adjustment stage and never went into operation due to the Chernobyl disaster. As a side note, our longtime followers remember we found a control panel of a similar mainframe and are working to bring it back to life. This project is going slowly due to limited information, but we hope to finish it this year. It looks like that these mainframes were installed as a last resort, because civilian computers had a weak point in simultaneous processing of external connections. That's why in 1986 Duga was still running on computers designed in 1966. But it seems that that was no longer sufficient. And that brings us to somewhat unexpected conclusion. Maybe the Chernobyl disaster, which effectively ended this project, was actually a huge relief to everyone. That allowed to leave all behind and finally forget it. Back in the day, what stands in this hole only cost roughly 15 millions of US dollars. But for the Soviet system, which operated astronomical budgets, this was not more than a matchbox price. But overall expenses were obviously hundreds, if not thousands times higher. And that makes Duga a monument to real priorities of the Soviet Union. The country which invested in this, but not in the safety of nuclear power plant located nearby. And that eventually brought its fruits. With all that said, our research always had a bigger goal, to preserve at least something from K340A and to tell this dramatic story. This led us to the idea of creating a Cold War museum in one of the buildings at Duga installation in Chernobyl 2, with a part of K340A as the central exhibit. While there isn't enough information to make the machine functional again, the plan was to clean and repair the components. Then assemble them like a model wired to a modern computer to recreate the lights and sounds. So anyone would be able to sit at the console and feel as an operator, or study papers, or look at electronic parts, and so on. And by 2021, we had an official work group with many people involved, and we were very close to starting actual works. Unfortunately, then happened February 2022, and this postponed everything indefinitely. One day, if the data center building remains stable enough, we will return to this project, but the story likely will be different. Until that time, we will do our best to save the story of Duga in digital form, and this is the first of them. So stay tuned, thank you for watching, and see you next time.
There been any service calls in the area of maybe Westchester and Leopard or Garfield?
I'm gonna be check.
Bravo 2, I'm clear.
These are the 7 most powerful men in China. They represent the top leadership positions of the ruling party, and their identities are revealed every 5 years at a carefully choreographed political event called the National Congress.
China's Communist Party unveils its new leadership over the next 5 years.
The order of appearance is symbolic. The first person to emerge is the head of the party for the next 5 years. At the most recent event in October 2022, that person was Xi Jinping, China's president for the last 10 years, who walked out in the top spot a historic 3rd time after getting rid of China's presidential term limit that restricted all his predecessors to 2 terms. A signal that he may be planning to stay in power for life. The world hasn't seen a Chinese leader like this since Mao Zedong, the revolutionary founder of the People's Republic of China, whose ruthless dictatorship scarred the Chinese people for generations. Xi has been compared to Mao a lot, and he clearly draws from Mao's playbook. But there's something else that connects these two. When Xi was just a young boy, Mao ruined his life. Generations apart, their paths crossed unexpectedly, and a teenage Xi from an elite family in Beijing ended up in exile, condemned to hard labor in the countryside. 50 years later, Xi is one of the most powerful political figures in the world and the only leader since Mao to have unchecked power over China. So, how did he go from being banished in his country to taking complete control of it? Xi Jinping's connection to Mao formed long before Xi was even born. It goes back to when a bloody civil war was raging in China. A group of radical communist revolutionaries, including Mao, gained influence over large swaths of mainland China and controlled a communist military called the Red Army that fought the Nationalist Party ruling the Republic of China at the time. At this point, the communists were losing bad. The bulk of their army was pinned down here, in a communist-controlled region originally established by Mao, now surrounded by nationalist forces. And they were running low on food. So the Red Army decided to launch a bold attack to break through the nationalist forces and evacuate the roughly 130,000 communist soldiers and civilians stuck here. On October 16, 1934, they made their move and attacked a weaker part of the enemy line. They broke through, and even though their numbers quickly dropped, with thousands dying and thousands more fleeing to the countryside, around 86,000 stuck together and pushed on. This was the beginning of a year-long historic retreat called the Long March, the journey to establish a new communist base far from the nationalist forces.
1436 Dahlia.
Mao, who used to be a military leader, wasn't in charge at this time. He'd insisted on using guerrilla tactics, which had heavily influenced the Red Army earlier in the war, but that approach had fallen out of favor and he was demoted. The Long March changed that. After escaping the siege here, the Red Army continued to suffer relentless attacks by the pursuing Nationalist Army. The military leaders of the march had pushed for a more traditional wartime strategy of direct confrontation rather than Mao's guerrilla tactics. And the result was catastrophic for the Red Army. Less than half of the original escape group survived the first 3 months alone. So it was at this first stopping point where Communist Party leader Zhou Enlai handed military leadership back to Mao. And Mao picked an endpoint for the march. Here, 800 miles away in rural northern China. But they didn't go straight for it. Mao led the Red Army deep into the mountains where he predicted lighter resistance. And he was right. But the journey was still brutal. It was 9 more months of non-stop marching and fighting along this several thousand-mile route before they ultimately arrived in northern China, where a guerrilla base led by a communist revolutionary named Shi Zhongshun offered Mao's army refuge, bringing the long march to an end. That man was Xi Jinping's father. In the end, fewer than 8,000 of the original marchers survived. Even though thousands died on the Long March from starvation, fighting, and disease, Mao's leadership was credited with saving the Red Army from total annihilation, and he became the de facto head of the party as well as the military, entrusted with rebuilding the army to take on the nationalist forces for total control of China.
Wherever and however the Red troops move into battle, they spread the glory of Mao Zedong.
This is a good stopping point in the story to talk about how power in the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, works. Officially, the highest level of authority is a group called the Central Committee, and is responsible for all of the party's major policy decisions. Within the Central Committee is a select group of officials called the Political Bureau, or Politburo. In most communist parties, like that of the former Soviet Union, the Politburo represents the most powerful members of the party besides the General Secretary. But the Chinese Communist Party has a key distinction that makes it unique. It has one more, even smaller selection of top officials who ultimately have the final say, an elite class of Politburo members called the Politburo Standing Committee. This group, which includes the General Secretary, holds supreme control over the Central Committee, dictates the will of the party, and is in full control of the Central Military Commission, which oversees China's defense. Mao's promotion during the Long March landed him here, in the highest position of the military and the Politburo Standing Committee. Even though he was considered the de facto head of the party when the Long March ended in 1935, he officially became head of the party in 1943. With both the party and the military under his control, Mao began to exploit the system to ensure he remained at the top for the rest of his life. At Mao's first National Congress as the official party leader in 1945, the party introduced a resolution that brought his influence to a whole new level. It unified the party around a single understanding of its history and declared Mao's political ideology, later called Mao Zedong thought, or Maoism, as the unquestioned guiding principle of the Chinese Communist Party. Basically, Mao's ideas or policy decisions could no longer be challenged by anyone. It was here he unveiled his equivalent at the time of the Politburo Standing Committee, the 4 other top party leaders, all long marchers deeply loyal to Mao, like Liu Shaoqi and Zhou Enlai, who'd go on to hold some of the most powerful positions in the future government. 4 years later, Mao declared final victory for the communists in the decades-long Chinese Civil War and established a new country, the People's Republic of China, or PRC.
Mao Zedong, once a lowly party worker, now assumed the stature of the dominant figure in all of Eastern Asia.
But winning a revolution isn't the same as running a country.
Because now that you're running a country, there's all these other things you have to do, like deliver the mail and like build a dam and stuff like that. You can't possibly have the party do all these things.
So the party set up a government that would take the policy decisions made by the Politburo Standing Committee and figure out a way to make them a reality.
And so it evolved to a system where the party would make all the important decisions, and especially the Politburo Standing Committee. Then, as it is today, many of these decisions would go to the State Council. So the State Council is the highest decision-making body on the state side, led by the Premier of China.
The Premier of China, by the way, is almost always a member of the Politburo Standing Committee. One way Mao kept a tight grip on power over the years was by promoting those loyal to him to top positions in the party and government, whether they had government experience or not. For example, Zhou Enlai, the former party leader who helped Mao rise to power during the Long March, became China's first premier.
The advantage of that is that they could never challenge him. The disadvantage of that is they didn't know what they were doing, and so administration suffered, policy outcomes suffered.
Long March survivors often became party elites under Mao. Xi Jinping's father, for example, was appointed Secretary General of the State Council. And as the son of a Long Marcher, young Xi was given the informal title of Princeling. Mao succeeded in never giving up his power during his lifetime. His unchecked policies resulted in massive famines and widespread persecution that cost between 40 and 80 million lives over a span of decades, and culminated in the disastrous Cultural Revolution, a violent final attempt from Mao to consolidate his power and force loyalty to the practice of Maoism. The idea was to make himself and his ideas eternal, the way he viewed communist figureheads like Lenin and Marx before him. Anyone that didn't fall in line with Mao's ideology was publicly humiliated, impoverished, excluded from society, and in many cases, executed, either at the hands of the army or by a militant youth group obsessed with enforcing Maoism, the Red Guards. Even those closest to the dictator weren't safe from his purges during the Cultural Revolution. High-level officials, including members of the Politburo Standing Committee and Long Marchers, were removed from their positions. Liu Shaoqi was denounced as a traitor and died while imprisoned under harsh conditions. Mao also removed the chief of staff of the army and replaced him with a Maoist, leaving no one left to oppose him in the military. Mao's handpicked successor, who always appeared loyally by his side in photos and propaganda posters, died under mysterious circumstances when his plane crashed as he was fleeing to the Soviet Union. Mao later denounced him as a traitor. He denounced Xi's father, too. This is a photo of Xi Sr. being restrained and publicly criticized by the Red Guards at the height of the Cultural Revolution. He would remain a prisoner in Beijing for 8 years following this. With his father purged, Xi Jinping, 15 at the time, was expelled from his elite school in Beijing and sent to work in the countryside.
He had to live in a cave and, do hard manual labor. His food was barely enough for, a growing young person. And Chairman Mao was responsible for all of it.
But then, Mao died. The Cultural Revolution ended. His successor was Deng Xiaoping, one of the Politburo Standing Committee members who was removed from power during the Cultural Revolution, who, just before Mao died, started making a promise to fellow exiled party veterans.
Deng Xiaoping signaled credibly to all the surviving Long Marchers that he wanted to rehabilitate people. So when Mao died, they all supported the rehabilitation of Deng. And as soon as Deng was rehabilitated, he went ahead and rehabilitated all these people.
With experienced leadership back in place, the party needed to figure out how to prevent something like this from ever happening again. In order to undo Mao's cult of personality, the party introduced a second historical resolution in 1981. It condemned periods of Mao's rule and emphasized a renewed commitment to collective leadership, vowing to oppose the consolidation of power around one person moving forward.
The successors to Mao didn't want a dictatorship, so they divided up these positions and put them in the hands of different people.
Like Mao, Deng kept tight control over the Central Military Commission as its chairman, and held a leadership position in the government, but was never head of state. He never held the highest position in the party either. Instead, he set up a new advisory commission and served as its chairman, which allowed him to influence the party's direction without positioning himself directly on top of it. This allowed a power-sharing structure while still making Deng the de facto leader of China until he stepped down in 1989, following the army's massacre of students protesting in Tiananmen Square.
A protester suddenly ran into the middle of the street and in front of the oncoming tanks.
Anger at Deng Xiaoping, the entire Chinese government, it had the real feeling of rebellion in the streets of Beijing.
People want to fight the military out of their city.
Deng and his ideology, which moved away from Maoism, set a precedent of sharing power. He opened up China and established economic ties with these countries, and was the first PRC leader to visit the U.S. in 1979.
Today we take another step in the historic normalization of relations which we have begun this year.
Deng's reforms became the foundation for decades of economic prosperity that led China to having the world's second largest economy over time and being on the verge of becoming the world's next superpower.
Communism is creating a consumer society.
It also reminds you that the standard of living in China is going up. Here, capitalism rules.
One thing power sharing did lead to was a lot of policy innovation and then some degree of decentralization, and both of these things helped China's economy enormously.
Which is why this period of economic growth and reform, stretching over roughly 30 years, is known as the Deng era. And whether he wanted to or not, Deng kept his word and never tried to consolidate absolute power around himself.
He did end up sharing power, and that set the stage for power sharing in the party until the rise of Xi Jinping.
So what was Xi doing all this time? When Mao died in 1976, Xi was back in Beijing, studying communist philosophy. Even though the Chinese Communist Party had ruined Xi's family, he had joined it, just as the Cultural Revolution was winding down. But why?
Personally, he might begrudge Chairman Mao for doing all these terrible things to his family, but I think at this time he also recognized that in the system of the Chinese Communist Party, power is everything. Without power, you're nothing.
But in order to get that power, Xi did something unexpected. He left Beijing.
As his competitors were fiercely competing with each other in the 1980s and 1990s, he sort of got out of their way and went to the provinces.
He took positions in party leadership in rural, poor provinces all around China, where there were no other princelings to compete with. First in Hebei, a poor rural province outside of Beijing, where he easily reached the top spot as party secretary. Then in Fujian, a heavily militarized region where top members of the army were stationed. He moved up the ranks to party secretary here too, before becoming the governor of the province a few years later. After making powerful friends in the military, Xi went here, where he once again assumed the office of party secretary and grew his support on the civilian side. This strategy of moving around didn't just give Xi a leg up in areas where competition was slim, it also gave him credibility as a humble, hardworking party leader. And he cultivated a growing group of supporters who would come back into play years down the line. It was his last stop, and his shortest one, that ultimately got him back to Beijing. A brief stint in the top party spot in Shanghai in 2007, where he rehabilitated the city's image following a high-level corruption scandal. Xi developed a reputation here as a prudent leader who towed the party line. Just 7 months later, he finally returned to Beijing, having been promoted to the all-powerful Politburo Standing Committee.
Basically, the people who were deciding on top leadership at the time, they wanted a princeling, but they didn't want a princeling who was too ambitious or too strong. So Xi Jinping, he was seen as less ambitious because he was willing to go to the countryside and work in lower-level positions.
When Xi emerged at the 2007 National Congress and leadership unveiling, he was one of the 9 most powerful men in the country. It was at this moment that his strategic climb, over 17 long years in the countryside, paid off, big time. When the General Secretary stepped down in 2012, Xi emerged at the top spot in the party as China's leader. Now, the elite son of a former revolutionary, turned exiled peasant, turned party darling, was poised to seize control of everything. Like Mao, Xi Jinping believes that rallying around a single figure is crucial to the party's survival, rather than the collective leadership Deng's reforms had normalized. So pretty much as soon as Xi Jinping came to power, he started getting rid of people.
The news 4 top officials removed for taking bribes was announced on state TV.
Xi Jinping has just sacked his foreign minister, just sacked his defense minister. He sacked a whole lot of other people at the top of the military establishment.
The former security czar has not been seen in public for more than a year. The investigation against Xu allows the Chinese president to remove those opposed to his reforms.
He launched a major anti-corruption campaign as soon as he took power in late 2012, early 13, which led to the arrest of hundreds of senior level officials, as well as military officers.
These purges targeted Xi's rivals in the party, whose vacant positions he filled with his own supporters.
After this massive purge, Xi Jinping was in very tight control over both the party and also the Chinese military, thereby making him the most powerful leader of the Chinese Communist Party since the death of Mao.
That pattern continued in the second term, where he unveiled 5 new faces of the Politburo Standing Committee, 3 of them with close personal ties to Xi. In 2021, Xi pulled off one of his most dramatic acts yet to enforce his influence over the Chinese Communist Party. He introduced a 3rd historic resolution that unified the party's ideology around one clear line of thinking: Xi Jinping thought. Xi's personal political ideology would now be the core in the party's thinking, political stance, and action. Basically, Xi Jinping's ideas could no longer be challenged. And they weren't for many years. During Xi's first 10 years in power, the size of China's economy more than doubled. So did average individual income. So did military spending. Under his leadership, China's presence on the world stage has grown too, positioning the rising superpower to take on the role of an aggressor externally, reasserting claims over parts of the South China Sea, intimidating Taiwan and Tibet, and stripping democratic process in Hong Kong. Inside its own borders, strict internet censorship and surveillance are widespread. And oppression of Uyghurs, a mostly minority Muslim ethnic group, is marked by human rights abuses. But it wasn't until COVID that Xi saw the first real challenge to his authority.
Anger in China is growing.
Video showing protesters in Xinjiang fed up with China's zero COVID rules. The boldest public challenge yet for leader Xi Jinping.
With these protests all around the country and the party's reputation in peril, Xi reversed the failed policy, but is now faced with a shaky economy and cracks in his unchecked authority. It was just weeks before the widespread protests at the 20th National Congress in 2022 that Xi walked out in the leading position a 3rd time. He had already locked in the presidency for another 5 years and unveiled a Politburo Standing Committee completely packed with those loyal to him, after removing the final senior members of the party that had ties to his predecessor. Now, there is no one left in party or military leadership whose ideology differs from Xi.
I don't think anyone can push him out at this point. I think he will be the most powerful leader in China as long as he's alive and conscious.
Thanks so much for watching this episode of Atlas. So many teammates worked on this piece. A small army of editors, animators, and researchers helped bring this complicated story into focus. I'd especially like to shout out Raja, one of the key researchers on this piece, who conducted an incredible interview with our expert, Victor Xi. It takes a lot of resources to make these videos, but we publish our work free to watch here because we think journalism should be accessible to everyone. If you believe in keeping journalism free and want to support our continuing work, go to vox.com/give now to make a contribution. Thanks again.
502 King Street, 503 King Street. Through 2801B, 1044.
This episode is brought to you by Brilliant. Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. How did a 1979 panel with David Attenborough result in this? It's a strange question, but hear me out. In the late 1970s, David Attenborough was having trouble entering China to film his documentaries. He decided to join a committee panel in China in order to change this. Attenborough just happened to ask a Chinese high-up official, Deng Xiaoping, what China was going to do about their rapidly growing population. In answering David's question, it was here, on this panel, that China's one-child policy would be revealed to the world. This policy decision would cascade into a myriad of problems, both demographic and economic. I've covered China's broader economic woes in the previous video, so check the link below if you haven't caught it yet. But as for our story, in China, there was now too few young people.
The world's
Try 215, try 220 for Mandel, Stapleton, Berkshire. 250, subject fell off his bike, possibly, on the sidewalk northbound in the grass.
Frame 45, 514.
Back in the 2000s, three companies dominated American telecom: AT&T, Verizon, and Sprint. Sprint was a legacy giant and one of the biggest in the world, with as many as 55 million customers. But despite their size, Sprint would lose billions and be driven to the edge of bankruptcy. Sprint would end up being bailed out by T-Mobile, who themselves were fighting against bankruptcy in the early 2010s. But while T-Mobile staged one of the biggest corporate comebacks in history, Sprint would be completely forgotten. How did this happen? Sprint had a bigger brand, more customers, and way more money. How did Sprint die? Sprint made many big bets in the wrong places, but there was one that set off a long chain of dominoes, and it was championed by their CEO, Gary Forsey. He was trying to solve a problem: the mass exodus of customers. No one was happy with the telecom industry, but Sprint was particularly bad. Forsey had a solution, or at least what he thought was a solution. Sprint was going to merge with Nextel, a gigantic wireless provider. They could add new options for customers, absorb the revenue from the millions of wireless customers, and the many government contracts. Telecom and wireless seemed like a great fit, but this was the start of a long and painful road for Sprint. Merging two gigantic companies is always tough. Often one is absorbed into another, with one being the more dominant brand. This happened with AT&T and DirecTV and the HP Compaq mergers. But Sprint was a bit different. They were going to merge equally. Both companies were valued equally and their shareholders each hold approximately 50% of the new company. So, what went wrong? The two companies did a 50-50 split in everything. Management teams, executives, to headquarters. They even tried to merge the two brands together with the Sprint logo and the Nextel colors. It was an identity crisis and an internal crisis. The two company cultures didn't fit at all, and the merging process was long and painful. Thousands of jobs were cut, and underperforming stores were shut down. Dan Hess, the Sprint CEO after Forsey, reflected that, in 2020 hindsight, the Nextel merger was a bad idea. This is kind of what you learn in business school. A merger of equals isn't a good thing. Bloomberg ranked the deal as one of the worst mergers of the past 5 years. While AT&T and Verizon were taking ground, Sprint was on internal damage control, and at this time, Forsey was forced out of his role as CEO, replaced by Hess. Yet, even putting the merger problems aside, it had distracted Sprint from a bigger issue. Customers were still leaving. The experience at Sprint was still terrible. In fact, it had gotten worse. After the merger, Sprint's customer satisfaction rating had dropped to 61, the worst in the industry. The service was unreliable with dropped calls, incorrect billing, and terrible customer support. This made for a lot of high-maintenance customers who often called to complain. So, what did Sprint do? Well, they fired them. That's right, fired their customers. They fired 1,000 customers. They told them, the number of inquiries you have made to us during this time has led us to determine that we are unable to meet your current wireless needs. Generously, Sprint said it wouldn't charge them the early termination fee, which could often be up to $200. How generous? Naturally, this sparked outrage and the media caught on to that quickly. Keep in mind, this was also around the time Sprint was dragged into court over their early cancellation fees and ordered to pay out over $70 million to customers. We were last in customer satisfaction, last in 2007, 2008, and 2009, said Hess. People absolutely hated Sprint, but this was just one of their many problems. Amidst all of this,
something else happened. Something would change the trajectory of Sprint forever.
Today, Apple is going to reinvent the phone. But what we're going to do is get rid of all these buttons and just make a giant screen. A giant screen.
We all know how the iPhone changed the world, but what many don't know is Apple made a major deal in the background.
And so we went back and forth for a few months, and we finally settled for a 5-year exclusive deal at AT&T.
AT&T bet big on the iPhone. In my opinion, this was one of AT&T's best business moves ever. They secured an exclusive 5-year deal with Apple. If you wanted an iPhone, you had to get it through AT&T. Think about how powerful that is in retrospect. It was a huge gamble that paid off big time. Customers began leaving in droves for the iPhone, and this left Sprint in a dangerous position. They had to react, and they weren't the only ones. Verizon in response went all in on Android with Motorola and their own Droid brand. Not as popular as the iPhone, but it was a competitor for sure. You've got to almost put the iPhone, to be fair, in a separate category, Sprint CEO Hess said. The Apple brand and that device has done so well, it's like comparing someone to Michael Jordan. Hess knew Sprint had to respond, but maybe they should have thought about it a bit more. AT&T offered the iPhone, Verizon offered the Droid, Sprint offered the Palm Pre. If you don't know anything about this phone, I don't blame you. It was a WebOS phone, aka a Linux-based phone, and to be honest, it was way ahead of its time. It allowed for amazing multitasking and felt very intuitive, but unfortunately, being ahead of your time usually means having the restraints of your time. It was quite fragile, with the sliding screen tending to come loose. Not to mention, it had a very small number of apps. Naturally, the Palm Pre didn't take off like Sprint hoped, but that wasn't even the end of their problems. They had also bet on the wrong infrastructure. As a first mover in 4G, they invested in WiMAX, but over time, the industry moved towards another technology, LTE. It had better device compatibility, better coverage, and faster speeds, and soon became the universal standard. Sprint, rushing to be the first in this technology, teamed up with Clearwire to build a 4G network, but they turned out to be an unreliable partner. Much time was wasted, and soon their competitors caught up and chose the right network, LTE. Sometimes being a first mover is crucial, like AT&T and Apple. Other times, it just means you're the first loser, like Sprint. But there was, however, one silver lining in all of this. Hess had been working tirelessly to improve their customer support and service. I took those numbers every week to the head of network or head of marketing or head of billing, and I said, own that number to get it down. To his credit, that's exactly what happened. In 2007, they were the worst in the industry, but by 2011, they had gradually risen to the top. They were even awarded the most improved US company in overall customer satisfaction across 43 industries. But there's still something to keep in mind. Most improved doesn't always mean great. The telecom industry as a whole was hated for their terrible service. Confusing plans, long contracts, terrible cancellation fees. If you compare anything to a dumpster fire, it'll look good by comparison. Sprint's customer service wasn't a strength, it was just less of a disaster. Sprint was still losing the war, so they had to make some big plays. After the failure of the Palm Pre, let's just say Sprint was eager to get in on Apple's golden goose. Dan Hess reportedly said that the biggest reason people leave Sprint is because it doesn't sell the iPhone. So finally being able to support the iPhone after 5 years was a major win for Sprint, but it came with a huge cost. In 2011, the two companies made a deal. We don't know exactly what went down, but Sprint agreed to spend $20 billion on iPhones over 4 years. $20 billion. When shareholders heard about this, they were furious. The company's already tightening profit margins had suddenly fell off a cliff thanks to this deal. So Dan Hess took a pay cut and gave back performance payments he received earlier, which together passed $3 million. They now had the iPhone, but there was still the issue of 4G. Sprint had to catch up, and unfortunately, that didn't mean WiMAX. But if they weren't bad enough already, things were about to get much worse for Sprint. The industry was about to see what real customer service was, but it wasn't from Sprint.
The industry wants you to be confused. They want the way you purchase to be tough. How about this stat? 46% of Americans say they have gone in and made a wireless decision and gone home and regretted it. This is a higher remorse rate by a factor of 33% than the used car industry.
T-Mobile's new CEO, John Legere, had come out swinging with their new Un-carrier strategy. No long-term contracts, no cancellation fees, cheap plans, good customer service. T-Mobile was in last place of the four and most assumed they were done for. But unlike Sprint, T-Mobile was undergoing a true revolution which allowed them to quickly make up ground. Sprint needed to act fast. They began a massive operation to overhaul their infrastructure to catch up in LTE 4G. They aimed to cover 250 million points of presence with their new network by the end of 2013. To help, Sprint also shut down the Nextel iDEN network. Despite spending billions on the merger, the technology was now old and losing customers. But it was still a vital network for businesses and first responders, so this shutdown stung particularly hard. Nextel went dark overnight, but from Sprint's point of view, it was a necessary evil. They needed the company to boost its new 4G LTE network, which was where the real business was, and their competitors were already well ahead of them. But things weren't going as planned. The replacement and rollout was going much slower than expected. But why? A 4G LTE network uses fiber optic cables to create a backhaul infrastructure. But Sprint didn't have enough fiber cables to build such a massive network across the US. Their competitors had invested in fiber over the past few years, but Sprint hadn't. T-Mobile had actually laid this groundwork years in advance by adding in fiber backhaul to another network before it became LTE. We knew it would be difficult, but it was even more difficult than any of us had anticipated. Unfortunately, there was no playbook. No wireless company in the world had done something so radical and so aggressive in order to build a great network in the end. Sprint's head of network development said, "If there was a silver bullet, we would have found one. We all would like this to go faster." Soon, Sprint scaled their goal down to 200 million points of presence.
With Sprint, you don't get charged extra, you don't slow down, and you get unlimited data, text, and calling to any mobile for only $79.99. The best unlimited plan wins.
LTE soon began rolling out, but it was riddled with issues for customers. Some on the network just had no data available, or bad coverage due to their lackluster backhaul. During this phase of rip and replace, their customer reputation they worked so hard to rebuild was wounded once again. Their profits were falling, their customers were leaving, the Sprint ship was sinking. But in the 2000s, T-Mobile was losing badly. Their technology was worse, they were balancing on the brink of bankruptcy, and their parent company was about to abandon them. Yet today, T-Mobile is on the top of the world, with more customers than even AT&T, and somehow is even a beloved telecom company with fans. What happened? How did T-Mobile turn things around? How did they go from almost bankrupt to absolutely destroying their competitors? This story is wild, filled with drama, name-calling, and most importantly, a leather jacket. In the 2000s, T-Mobile was losing the telecom war to the giants, Verizon, AT&T, and Sprint. Out of the four companies, T-Mobile was by far the weakest, but they weren't some new disruptive startup. In 2001, the German telecom giant Deutsche Telekom, or DT, acquired VoiceStream Wireless for $35 billion, which was soon renamed to T-Mobile. DT is the largest telecom company in Europe, and this was their way into the American market. But you can't acquire your way to success, which DT found out the hard way. Despite spending $35 billion on the acquisition, the new T-Mobile was struggling. Their competitors were far ahead in technology, specifically in the 4G LTE network. Thanks to their poor infrastructure, T-Mobile could only provide 3G, which caused another problem. In 2007, AT&T secured an exclusive contract with the iPhone, all the way until 2011, when their competitors could finally offer services for iPhone users, except T-Mobile. Their technology that their carrier, there was a huge swinging. Tied to outdated internet was listen. During the show, everyone what a
so in the fact that we called out subscriber additions than Verizon's
outside the LTE range, even receivers on Twitter, and that
line reps. Thanks so much.
Angel.
Remember GoPro, the insanely popular action camera brand from the 2010s? Well, they're getting annihilated. Their stock has plummeted 97% and they now have a 30% chance of going bankrupt. So, what happened? Well, GoPro was doomed from the start because of its founder, Nick Woodman. Nick wasn't your humble founder. His dad, Dean Woodman, was actually the founder of a massive investment bank that now manages over $4 billion. And Nick's dad hooked Nick up with 200 grand and enough connections to blow up a GoPro. But instead of working on cementing this success, Nick lived life like a true billionaire son. In 2015, he paid himself $285 million, which is more than Tim Cook and Sundar Pichai. This lavish spending destroyed the company's financials. GoPro went from making $180 million per year to losing $400 million per year within just 15 months. Nick has since cut his salary to $1 and has been desperately trying to revive GoPro. But despite his efforts, not many people remember GoPro, the insanely popular action camera brand from the 2010s? Well, they're getting annihilated. Their stock has plummeted 97% and they now have a 30%.
Do a call back for their location.
Nancy, after she's given, but she don't see anybody out there. 4592, County Road 38.
Negative. We confirmed the other address, so we're at, I think 85, I think. We'll go ahead that way.
10-4, 4592, County Road 38.
This is number.
Some car features seemed like the future, until they aged like a Maserati's resale value. Starting with car phones. Once the ultimate flex, found in many luxury cars in the 90s and early 2000s. But now, well, as pretty much everyone carries a smartphone on them, car phones became a fancy brick with buttons. Moving on to motorized seatbelts. At first they seemed like a nice automation for extremely lazy people that can't do basic functions. But then it turned out that they had this slight tiny issue where they would strangle people if they didn't buckle up properly. Because the shoulder part was motorized, but you still had to buckle the lap belt, and if you didn't, you could end up being strangled. And now old school navigation systems, they really age the interior of the car and are pretty much useless in older cars. And as the screen trend is growing strong, in a few years we'll have interiors full of screens that can barely do half of the functions they're supposed to. Some car features seemed like the future, until they aged like a Maserati's resale value. Starting with car phones. Once the ultimate flex.
So I don't visit Dollar General a lot, but as I was driving through my city and I saw this location, I had to stop and take a closer look. Was it a fire or a tornado that passed through town that I didn't know of? That doesn't ever happen in Salt Lake City, Utah, but I figured I would stop and go inside to take a look. Once inside, I realized they're just doing a renovation, and I was also surprised to find that they sell smartphones. Unfortunately, the shelves were completely empty. I asked the cashier what's going on, and she said that Dollar General doesn't sell smartphones. smartphones anymore, at least this location. She said I could try a different Utah location, and so that's exactly what I did. I felt this Dollar General looked a bit more promising, and so I made my way inside and went straight to the smartphone section, hoping that they would have some in stock. Well, unfortunately, this location was also bone dry, and I asked the cashier if they had any smartphones in the back, and she said they did, but they weren't in the system yet. I asked her if they had just received a new shipment, and she said, no, this is nothing new. We actually have some models so old in the back that they're still on 3G. At wit's end, I decided to walk around, and to my amazement, I found that Dollar General also sells quick steak. Maybe I should try cooking some of this up. Also, Dollar General sells mozzarella sticks. Oh baby, let's go. The cashier gave me an address for a Dollar General that supposedly would have some smartphones, and I was feeling pretty confident. I was excited to see that once I beelined to the smartphone section, they actually had smartphones for sale. Now, sure, they were low on stock, but I found a sign on the smartphones that kind of blew me away. TracFone brand handsets now come with 1 year of service. 1 year of service. What does that even mean? It sounds like a scam, but there's only one option I had here. I bought them all. Okay, I didn't buy them all, but I bought all the ones that would make sense to buy, specifically all of the TracFones and a couple others in there as well. Now, I do have a surprise in here, so stay tuned, but I've sorted these from the most expensive to the cheapest being this one right here, 25, and the most expensive, 69. So I'm going to go through these smartphones to see if they're a scam, and maybe if they're worth it, and if you should consider buying a phone from Dollar General. Now, this one here is a TCL phone. It's a Verizon phone, so it's not going to have that, in quotations, year of service, which we're going to come to in a few minutes. Now, you see this right here. It says Wi-Fi is not available until the device is activated on the Verizon network. In my personal opinion, that is dumb, that you have to buy a plan just to set up a phone, but maybe there's a way around it. In previous videos, when I've gotten these from Family Dollar, it requires a payment to activate before even getting into the phone, and I think that is dumb. But the fact this phone comes with a SIM pin and is absolutely beautiful, I was feeling pretty dang good. Also, pause the video if you want to see full specs, but this thing has a MediaTek Dimensity 6100 chipset, which ain't so bad. Little did I know that my dreams were about to be crushed through this initialization process. Holy crap, this thing has bezels the size of Texas. Back to the initialization, I waited for this for about 5 minutes, and eventually I thought we were making progress, but then it asked for a second confirmation of initialization, and it brought me to this web page not available, essentially a timeout. For about 20 minutes, I tried troubleshooting this. I turned the phone off, and then back on, and then connected to different Wi-Fi, and tried several things, but in the end, it kept bringing me back to this page. And it wasn't something I could skip through because you're required to purchase a service plan, and it wasn't the SIM card. I tried taking that in and out. I just eventually gave up on the phone. If you guys have any ideas, comment below, but for now, I'm moving on to the Blue View 5, which I've talked about quite a bit on this channel before, and it's a pretty decent smartphone. Usually it sells for $25 at Family Dollar. I believe the price was bumped up because it comes with a year of service. We'll talk about that more with a different phone. For this phone, I'm going to give it away to you guys. All you need to do is comment this on the screen, and I'll go live where I give this away. But for now, we're going to move over to the Moto G Play. And again, this one is on TracFone, and this is where we're going to find if this is a scam or not with that year of service. Now, this phone is 6.5 inches. It's got a 50 megapixel back camera, but it's got this security tag that makes it pretty much impossible to open. You have to just obliterate the box out, and then I put that in the phone to process. Oh, got a text. Got a ahead. Send me some gigs for a year. If you've heard the saying, if it's for free, then you're the product. You're being sold things like these applications of Temu or Cash App that will automatically be installed. For under 70 bucks, this thing's got a
We're at 28, 1044.
One 27.
140.
I thought this old tin was a cigarette container, but it turned out to be filled with these weird metal discs. Each one is a rubber tire patch, and you have to light them on fire to use them. And since they're more than 75 years old, I was really curious to see if they still worked. So I bought an inner tube, cut a slice in it, then attempted to patch it. Burning the patch material causes a chemical reaction called vulcanization to occur. Basically, the heat from the reaction causes rubber molecules from the patch to become cross-linked to molecules in the tube, resulting in essentially a single huge rubber molecule. After it cooled, I peeled off the metal disc and tested it.
It worked!
How cool is that? I thought this old tin was a cigarette container, but it turned out to be filled with these weird metal.
These are Route 2106 Mangrove. Contact the judge just runs the border.
About a weekend ago, I was driving through downtown Salt Lake and I saw people congregated on the side of the road. I did a couple laps to see what was going on, and when I drove past again, I saw a building with a sign that said free phone or free tablet, along with some interesting characters standing outside of that building. I figured this was part of the government-assisted cell phone program they have, which I've heard a lot of controversy about, and I decided I want to try to get one of these cell phones myself. I'm curious to know if these cell phones are any good, so I found a spot to park my car and walked over myself. Oh hey look, it's a cart. I wonder what's in there. Probably best I don't know. As soon as I walked up, I met a guy.
No, I was trying to see it. I saw there's like a free phone thing.
Do you have a phone? Because they put me a 10. We don't use that phone's calling the number seats are coming in.
Yeah, I tried calling it too.
What did it say?
It just rang forever. Yeah. How does it work though? You apply pretty much and then...
It was basically like so you were on food stamps, you were on Medicaid and stuff like that.
Okay, that makes sense.
Eventually, I met the owner/contractor, and he told me that he's part of the ACP program. Essentially, the government pays him a fee to pass out free phones to people who are in need. You have to qualify through low income or something similar. I offered to pay him money to let me borrow a phone, which I would bring back after reviewing, but he was not open to this. He told me the ACP program changes the model of phone that they're giving out every few months, but currently it was called the Vortex A24, which I looked up on eBay, and I'm unsure if it's related to the ACP program, but there's quite a few people who are selling a lot of these smartphones. So I decided to order one for myself because I want to see how good are these smartphones. I mean, the government gives them away for free, and to my surprise, it showed up to my doorstep in about 3 days. And today we're going to open this thing up and see if it's worth it. My biggest question is if these are loaded with malware and other garbage, or if they're actually decent phones, but with them being free, I'd assume they're worth it. Speaking of free things, before we jump into that, I want to give a quick shout out to Opera Browser, today's video sponsor. If you've never heard of Opera Browser, they've been around for a really here and ask Aria to find the name of the phone. Not only that, but Aria is built right into your browser, and there's a bunch of different tools within Aria that you could use on cell phones. Okay, Aria, that's impressive. I like that. Allows you to highlight literally any word and get quick, private, and secure. Here's the best part. It doesn't count. I think you guys will too. So a couple years ago, there was controversy that these were loaded with malware. Honestly, I would not be surprised if that was the case with these, considering the Family Dollar phones were the same. I was happy to see that the phone as described in the eBay listing was here, the Vortex A24. Not bad. It's exactly what I purchased. That's always good news from eBay. As for the specs, it's a GSM phone. It has a 5-megapixel front camera, 1.6 gigahertz, 6.5-inch screen, 720 by 1600, 3 gigabytes of RAM and 32 gigabytes of ROM, and Android 14. Huh, that is interesting, with a 3000 milliamp hour battery. This was interesting. Vortex's website is right here, which is just a smartphone manufacturer. It's not related to Lifeline or the government ACP wireless program. I mean, if you guys think I should order some phones off their website, let me know in the comments and I'll just buy them all. That would be an interesting video. Well, let's break the seal. La-da-da, la-da-da. So you qualify for a free government phone, and this is what it would look like when you open it up. Not bad. It looks kind of like an AliExpress phone as well, and it's got all the fixin'. Wait a minute. A removable battery! You guys know I love modular phones. Also comes with a USB-C type charge cable and a charge block. Great move by them to have all of the essentials, as well as this manual, which is very straightforward, and a really durable case made out of some rubberized materials. Love it. First impressions, the phone doesn't look bad at all. I'd make a bet that only one of these cameras are real, but hey, when you get a free phone, you only a $14 billion fund to help support individuals or households who qualify for this program. The program used to be called the Lifeline program, started in 1985 by the Reagan administration. Like I was saying, I'm almost 100% confident only one of these cameras is working, but boy do I want to see how good it could take some photos. So let's start with the camera test. Now, my concern is now that we're connected to Wi-Fi, I'm curious to know if a bunch of applications are going to start automatically downloading, which is what I've seen with phones previously, and I'm unsure if that's going to happen. So we'll check up on that in a minute, but let's go ahead and test the cameras. Now, this middle standard. The front and back cameras are only flashlight as well. So far, all is looking well. As for the photos, cellular service. What kind of carriers can be used? CP government program. They have these approved carriers, and they'll basically cover all of your cell phone bill or a portion of your bill. Yeah, in the end, I did not. What about the specs of the phone? Are they good or trash? Up to this point, in my opinion, if you could get this phone at no cost, and it's got calls, texts, maps, and email, it's definitely not trash. But let's go ahead. Being faked, I can't find the Android Easter egg, but I pulled the same. 3 gigabytes of RAM, battery's reading a bit milliamp hours. I think that might be version. And anyone else penned and stick at 0% while it was connected to Wi-Fi. Well, I'm looking through now, and someone in need of a device like subscribe as I release these videos entertaining. I hope this helps someone, and thank you guys so much for watching. Opera, thank you for being today's sponsor, and we will catch you guys in the next video.
A severe disruption in Europe's electrical system is now leaving millions without power in Spain, Portugal, and France. The mass outage brought most of those countries to a standstill, knocking out subways, phone lines, traffic lights, ATMs, and airports. The cause of the disruption remains unknown, but officials say there's no indication at this time that it was the result of a cyber attack.
Bulldog 3 has a Brenda Ann Cassiopo with a Web 350. No rockets.
So tens of millions of people over in Europe have been hit by a widespread power outage.
And when we talk about widespread, this one covers France, it covers Portugal, it covers Spain, a lot of places here. Train stations and airports are at a standstill and streetlights are out, leading to major traffic jams. Some mobile phone networks, they're also down in some areas. They could be in the dark for days. The cause is still under investigations, and officials are offering some vague explanations here so far. Spain's prime minister calls it a strong oscillation. The Portuguese grid operator is blaming a rare atmospheric phenomenon.
So tens of millions of people over in Europe have been hit by a
You can put 320 and 315 on that disturbance. If you're clear negative contact. 1-6-1-4-9-88. Several. 2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
Be advised, outbound gate arm is not working. 1-6, volume is 10.
The enter or the exit?
The outbound, the exit.
As President Donald Trump approaches his 100th day in office, his approval ratings are shrinking. That's according to a new ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll. Overall, 39% of American adults approve the way Trump is handling his job as president. On tariffs, 34% approve of his handling on the issue, and 31% approve of how he's handling the
issuing many, just as he promised on the campaign trail.
Paul Baumgartner is a political science professor at Augustana.
In fact, this start to his second
Plans and vowed to lower taxes for companies who make products
higher levels than we saw when
protests against the administration from lawmakers.
Why won't you do your jobs?
One New London farmer saying the tariffs have left farmers caught in the middle.
The farm market for sales to China.
tariffs, I would definitely say, but members of communities are being
He's looking to see how many of Trump's
how voters will react to the administration's policies in it, but the House could be up for grabs. As President Donald Trump approaches his 100th day in office, his approval
Two Alpha, is it working now?
10-4. Unit 3, doc report. 10-4, I'm waiting for a response from that record.
Unit 3.
It looks like H&H going to be en route. 10-4. 094 has a Mako with the 1081, radius 556, 017, 019.
Adam
211, I'm clear.
10-4.
10-4, clear. One 159. He's over the call. 159. Whenever you clear out the call, can you 1019? Cut. 133 ending 704.
Delta 250.
Unit 059, and is it clear for a 7? Pizza Hut on left reading up over.
And 4, thank you for your help today. Going to the next page.
Developing now, power outages spread across parts of Spain and Portugal. Hundreds of people were at a standstill after the outage delayed public transport and caused large traffic jams. Utility operators sought to restore the grid, but officials say the outage could last anywhere from 6 to 10 hours. Play at the Madrid Open was suspended after a scoreboard went dark and overhead cameras lost power. The cause of the outage is under investigation, but officials have said there was no sign of a cyber attack. Developing now.
Unit 3, talk report. Calling for an open line, female over yelling.
Unit 3.
Right, not the female left NA vehicle and went to a house. RT is going to be in a silver Ford F-150. Ford I-7 has a FPMC 32. Water rating 805-598. So dark. Hey. Number 3 switching vehicles. There's going to be at K-Box down the street. Bringing a silver Toyota Highlander. $327, I'll be out at La Quinta. Zipper? Delta 275 for Wild at 2513, Joel 251, 3 Charleston. Have you requested contact 2513? Yes. Adam 244, it's going to be in OCO. I'm going to go to OCO. I'm going to go take the report.
210 Kingston. $1520 for the address. 210 Kingston. Okay. Hello. Delta 324, that number. Delta 320, that number is 2504 045263 2504 045263. Thank you. This is 10-4. Can you show us how to service in that first shot? Unit 3. Womack 11 has the American Way with King Barges 3706 and 3238. No hot damage. 801913. Water
Engineer received.
Detail number. I'm 211, right?
Russ, yeah, you came through with only wind.
Delta 220 was up for me.
10-4.
250 had it 5 I was on 7 with him at the Pizza Hut.
Delta 375, Delta Road. Adam, K21 area. Delta 385, we'll be on to say. We'll be around for tagging.
10-4.
Clear, sir. 10-4.
Okay.
Jan 4, no message. Thank you.
Yeah, Maine, right in front of the post office. Yeah, with David Boy 6, Boy 655, David Boy. I'm sorry, it's David Boy George, Boy 655.
10-4.
75 Transit up here on errors in Santa Fe.
Well, good afternoon. Portugal.
Three one three. I copy David Boy George Boy 655.
Delta 273, 44 pounds, 456,
303. It is David Boy 6, Boy 655. David Boy 6, Boy 655. Dispatch, 94 arrived at Northwest. MH30, we clear. 10-4.
I was recently nerd sniped by something I saw on the YouTube channel Technology Connections. If you're not already familiar, you should stop watching this video and go watch, like, and subscribe to everything he's ever produced. But now that you've done that, you may recall in a recent video, he took a look at something called the TV Guardian.
The TV Guardian filters out foul language from cable or satellite TV and home video sources like VHS tapes, DVDs, and let's not forget Laserdiscs.
He goes into plenty of detail about how this 1980s era Marvel works, including mentioning that
baked into its programming is a dictionary of offensive words and phrases which, for science, I'd love to see, but it's not written anywhere in the manual. Aw, shucks.
So I figured it'd be a good idea to, for science, see what it takes to extract data from a device like this. So I found my own on eBay, and let's take a look at what I got. And I have to say, the construction of this thing feels exceptionally cheap. But inside, it's pretty straightforward, just a single board. One of the first things I noticed when I opened this up is there's a chip here with a sticker that says 1.05, and that sticker presumably is a version of software or something that's programmed into that chip by the manufacturer of the TV Guardian. So let's try to get that sticker off and see what kind of chip this is. And so this is a PIC microcontroller, PIC 16C622A, and a microcontroller is basically a microprocessor with some RAM and ROM all built into one package. And in this case, it looks like there's 2K of ROM and 128 bytes of RAM. So there's definitely going to be some code programmed onto the ROM on this PIC. So, but that could prove difficult to get. But let's take a look at what else we have on this board. We've got this Zilog Z8612912SSC. This is a NTSC line 21 decoder. So this is going to decode the closed captioning. And then this JRC chip, this Japan Radio Corporation 2207, that is a video superimposer. So that's how it's going to put the closed captionings back on the video that it puts out. So that sort of makes sense that you'd have a closed caption decoder and some sort of superimposer for putting text on top of video. And there's a couple other chips here. We've got, this looks like an LM358A op amp of some sort, and then an LM393 comparator. Not sure exactly what those are used for, but maybe something to do with the audio muting or something like that. Or maybe it does something with the video signal, not really sure. And then up here we've got a 74HC4066. This is a quad analog switch, so maybe this is what does the audio muting. Hard to say without tracing out all the traces and everything. But finally we get to this chip here, which is a 93LC86, and that is a serial EEPROM. So there's some data stored on this chip as well. So getting the data out of the ROM that's built into the microcontroller could prove to be difficult, but getting data that's on this ROM is actually going to be pretty easy. So let's start with the low-hanging fruit and see what we can extract from this guy. And the first step is extracting the chip from the circuit board. So I'm using a combination of copper braid and a little suction tool to suck the solder out of there. And once I've got most of the solder out, I'll use hot air to loosen any remaining solder while easing the chip out with some tweezers. So there we go. So here it is, the 93LC86, and I've got it on a breadboard, of course. But to figure out how to read data from it, let's take a look at the data sheet. So here's the pinout, and it says pins 8 and 5 are power and ground. So I'll go ahead and start hooking those up. So pin 8 is power, and pin 5 is ground. And so that'll supply power to the chip. And it says it's a 2.5 volt chip. But if we look at the specs here, 16-bit words. It us with the clock chip select pulses for the 8 bits of data that we're going to read. This is the byte from the ROM. We can just call the read byte function. We're seeing some potentially a list of words to be censored. And it also looks like there's maybe some special characters in here separating each word. And yeah, I know it'd be easier to just dump the contents of the ROM using a commercial EEPROM programmer like this one that I sell on my website, eater.net/, both in hex as well as ASCII. So let's upload this and run it and see what we get. So we'll open up our serial monitor, and it looks like it got a little bit garbled. Let's clear that, and I'll reset the Arduino so it runs again. And there we go. This is the entire contents of the ROM. And I've looked at this quite a bit, actually, to try to figure out what I can learn. And I think I've figured most of it out, but there's still a few things I'm not sure about. So first, it's obviously a list of words to censor, separated by some sort of non-ASCII characters. So in some cases, between words, there's a 0 and then a larger value, like 98. In other cases, you'll have a word followed by a 0, followed by a 2, or in some cases a 1, followed by a larger value, in this case 81. But in many cases, there's just a single byte between words, and it's just some higher value byte. And so you've got a bunch of words, and then eventually you get to a point where you get a word, followed by a higher value byte here, followed by an FF. And then after FF, and that's it. So there's not that much to it. It's a bunch of words, and each word is followed by some byte code of some sort. And the question is, what do those byte codes mean, and can we figure out anything about how this device works by trying to decode them? So to better analyze what's going on, I put all the data into a spreadsheet. So I've got all the words here, and as you saw, each word may be followed by a 0, a 1, and or a 2, and then some higher value byte. And so what's interesting is if we convert this higher value byte to binary, and we can do that in the spreadsheet with just the hex to bin function. And I spent some time looking for patterns in these bits, and count this first blank because the first byte in that section was a 0. And 32. You can see strict mode censors things like balls and butt, as well as the religious stuff. So it's interesting to see what qualifies there. But anyway, I'll leave a link to this spreadsheet in the video description if you'd like to explore it further. And there's that are explicitly whitelisted, making it possible for me to randomly go buy one of these things and spend all the time to play with it.
You can be interrupt at 215 East Broadway, 215 East Broadway. They contact the RP out there by somebody entered the property. I don't know if anything was taken. So far, nothing looks like it was stolen. I'll just get an officer. Have it around 3 o'clock or so. Contact the Michelle Bellows. 508, 10-4. 320. I'm looking at the command center on monitoring.
Please Garcia, advise on the absence of location, counting the location time right here. Indeed. RV's husband is Matthew. Contact Jerry Jones.
Cargo non-obstruction and safety are both taken. No need not there. Reading is 701889.
Running out of 1044.
140 down.
10-4.
Dispatch may going to show clear northwest and right back.
Franklin Party, HEB Port, Dalton.
Dispatch 25. Go ahead, show us how to service for the day. Adam 61 area.
He lost that item in Gregory. He was the last to go to Gregory PD.
Hey, 14. Just more 4 ways, any miles, 10.8.
Clear.
Paramount. Yeah, with Nora Zebra Tom, 7723.
Yeah, open up subject. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? One of the other units fled over coffee. I'm sorry. 903 hit it in over your house. There you go.
Plaza 1952.
268, 223.
Can you repeat your traffic? Charles 1952.
Can you cross over and talk all with that previous call I had in the branch?
Super.
Dispatch for truck 4661 Squad 4. Item 61, I'm still in comments. You can take 240 death and closer.
Yeah, Isabel John Martinez, 0682
Code line 240 on street there, and after this, that's not in progress. 967 access at 5 points. And 247. It's going to be at the CVS pharmacy. They're putting the shoplifting and the wanting officer contacts for a report.
You said you have yet?
Negative 29 has a classy driver's license. It's going to be at a box down. It expires 12 of 26. Shows eligible. That subject is clear.
He was like to 6 officers got shot heard this morning at 2 a.m.
Let me leave it in the grate.
All William 4911, San Pat, B1042.
I'm over by the target on the motorway. Do they see where they're going?
Back over that seems like 1812. He's had multiple today.
Yeah, so far.
Yeah, in that firearm too.
60 levels, 3 days, 10 levels.
It's still in front of that stand back.
And why? It's still going.
It was one of those toy belly guns, the gel ones that they took.
You've got 51 contact with an officer.
Delta 220.
Delta 220.
Everybody here is 10-4. Can we have a cross field on Charlie side at 3222 Reservoir Drive?
435, 6 o'clock. I'm not going to get more left my location. Or by data screen. Also not to put in. On Theodore Bloomington on the route of half and should confirm 27 Jessica. Car on the wheel out of Corpus Christi class in 2029. With status showing negative 29.
Getting to Egypt, by the way, was the most hassle I've ever had on a reporting trip.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Can you repeat, please?
On a lonely ridge in Santa Monica, California, stands the forgotten remains of an eerie microwave tower that once worked in conjunction with 107 other similar structures spread across the nation. This tower is how your grandparents made wireless phone calls all the way back in the 1950s. The network was known as the Microwave Radio Relay Skyway, a 70-year-old initiative that would inevitably change the world as we know it. But why have these icons just been left to rot? Well, the answer might shock you, so stay tuned because today we discover America's forgotten microwave towers. I'm your host Ryan Socash, and you're watching It's History.
Hey guys, ATI here. I wanted to do a quick video today on a actual long line bunker because I had a video in my archive on that. So we have a bunker here. This is one of the biggest ones that I personally know of. This would serve 4 different lines or paths on the microwave side. And this was a Autovon carrying bunker. So I wanted to do a quick video on what it looked like on the outside and what it looked like on the inside. Not a whole lot to see. Most of it's unfortunately been scrapped, but it is still a piece of history that I want to present. So we're just driving up here right now on the driveway, and right here is the door that's been welded shut. And then this is the tower with all the feed horns on it still there. We got some towers in the area as well. This is a pretty active site for Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and some other mom and pop providers. What you're seeing right here is the front of the building. That is the actual air scrubber, and it is a intake for the generator dirty room, which we will see a picture of later. And then basically this is all rated to take a nuclear blast in about 10 miles or so. Within 10 miles. Not direct hit, of course, but it's rated for 10 miles. There's a Raven up there just flying away. This right here is the air scrubber room, and then there's 3 levels. The top, there's first floor, second floor, and basement. So air scrubbers on the top. There's the tower again. and then there's a basement below, and that door covered with all the bushes is actually the fuel room with the fuel pump, so that the diesel could get pumped out of the trucks and into the tanks, or vice versa, to fill up trucks with diesel. It was a 10,000 gallon diesel tank right under where I'm standing, which is pretty significant, and it was a very, very difficult aspect to remove from the underground. This right here, this door, which is kind of like concreted in front of, is a front, it's a blast barrier to keep the blast from affecting the main front door, because it protects the clean room behind it, which we will see later. And this is the existing transformer here that has been welded shut. The landowner tried to do their best to keep the squatters out, or the copper thieves out. Not that I think people would squat in here, but they're trying to keep copper thieves out, so they're welding everything shut, which I respect, because there's no need to keep it exposed. That's the existing meter can, where the meter would go. That's the transformer, and as you can see, there's the bolts on it welded up. So I don't know if the tower owner knows about this stuff being welded up, but it is, so that's their thing. Okay, moving to the side of the building, we have some basement exposure. That bottom line there is actually the basement level, and then we see it surrounded by the bigger walls. That center divider, kind of where that light is not an indicator of a second story. That's all one main equipment room. But like I said, that smooth concrete on the bottom is actually where we're starting to see the basement exposure. Okay, so we are currently seeing the rear end of the building. This is coming through that back door we just left off of. And we actually see at the end of the other wall here is the fallout control panel. We'll get into that later. There's a lot of things to talk about with that. Okay, and this is looking to the left side. You can also see there's just a bunch of racks. This is where all of the analog filament equipment would have been. So the tube systems. And it's a real shame it's all gone, because it would have been beautiful to see in person here, especially with the lights on, but maybe someday. Anyway, unfortunately, like I said, this is a copper scrap thief vandal place, so there's been several in and out here. That's the reason they welded the door shut, all the doors, and yeah, it just sucks. But this empty racks here. This next picture is when you walk in from where you're originally. This is the right side, and just a bunch of empty space. There's
In most every community across the nation, there's a telecommunications central office. They are often located in the center of town and well known to the locals as to its function. This story is about AT&T's hidden central offices, the COs that the public did not know about, and that played a crucial role in our nation's national security. During the Cold War era between the United States and Russia, there was one thing on everyone's mind: surviving a nuclear attack. AT&T and the government recognized it was crucial that telecommunications continued during a nuclear war. In the mid-1960s, AT&T began a program to build hardened central offices that could withstand a nuclear attack and the accompanying electromagnetic pulse, or EMP. An EMP has the ability to disable all electronic equipment. This plan was called Operation Survival. These nuclear-hardened COs would handle AT&T's long-distance L4 carrier communications for the U.S. military's Audubon network, and at times for the President's Air Force One communications. AT&T began working with government agencies and local construction contractors to build a series of remote sites across the nation from coast to coast. The basic building criteria was established by the United States Army with input by the American Society of Civil Engineers. The general telecommunications specifications were developed after research by Bell Telephone Laboratories and the University of Illinois. Western Electric, the manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell system, built and installed the telecommunications equipment. At the time, it was determined the targeting accuracy of nuclear weapons was only 2 miles. All underground hardened AT&T sites were designed to withstand an explosion of a 20 megaton nuclear warhead no closer than 2 miles away. These sites could not withstand a direct ground zero hit. They were also designed to withstand an overpressure of 50 psi. This overpressure, consisting of both heat and shock, is what destroys most structures. To put this in perspective, an average wood frame home would be totally destroyed with an overpressure of 1/2 psi. The overpressure blast detectors automatically activated multi-ton blast doors to the bunkers. These doors were 9 inches thick and resembled bank vault doors. Many false alarms occurred when nearby lightning strikes activated the overpressure systems. Every site was equipped with gamma ray radiation monitors to detect nuclear explosions. If an explosion was detected within a radius of 250 miles, a site would instantly go into lockdown status. About 25 hardened sites were built across the nation, as well as about 20 semi-hardened sites. The construction costs of each site varied from $20 to $40 million each. The size of the underground sites varied from 1 to 2 stories and from 10,000 to 40,000 square feet of space. Most were built in remote locations far away from populated areas. Average construction time took over a year. The walls were 1 foot thick and reinforced with over 2,000 tons of rebar and used over 10,000 cubic yards of concrete. The infrastructure had to withstand the shock and seismic movement of a nuclear explosion. Almost all critical infrastructure equipment was mounted on springs. The electrical panels, light fixtures, diesel generators, HVAC cooling equipment, telecommunication equipment, batteries, and even the toilets were all mounted on springs. The entire building was shielded with copper mesh to prevent the damaging effects of an EMP pulse. When the building was completed, it was buried with 5 feet of compacted topsoil. There was only the above microwave tower and a couple of small access buildings visible from above. In their prime, these facilities were manned 24/7 by management and craft personnel. To enter the facility, personnel walked down several flights of stairs, passing through the blast doors. The air was filtered to protect the people and equipment from nuclear fallout. The personnel inside would not be able to leave. These sites became obsolete in the early 1970s for 2 reasons. The targeting accuracy for nuclear weapons increased from 2 miles to within a few feet. Thus, the sites were all vulnerable to ground zero hits. Also, the use of fiber optic cables and equipment allowed for the greater path diversity in telecommunications. So even if multiple hardened facilities were targeted, telecommunication traffic could quickly be rerouted. By the 1990s, AT&T began selling off these obsolete sites. AT&T printed advertising brochures touting the unique benefits and security of these sites. Many are still sitting vacant and slowly decaying. They are becoming a haunting reminder of a time when the threat and fear of nuclear war gripped our nation.
Ops 24, airfield inspection.
Yeah, it was all the churches and kilograms from the pack. What am I surprised? More people are arriving at the churches with the contact them.
Little girl in Colorado called the number advertised here to speak with Santa Claus. The number, however, was accidentally misprinted, and the person she called was no Santa Claus. It was Colonel Harry Shoup, Director of Operations for the Continental Air Defense Command, or CONAD, a joint military control center responsible for coordinating U.S. air defenses. The phone Colonel Shoup answered was no regular phone. It was the red phone, like this one, a hotline reserved for the Pentagon. When it rang, Colonel Shoup had reason to believe a nuclear crisis was at hand. Anticipating the commanding voice of four-star General Earl E. Partridge, Shoup was stunned when he instead heard a tiny voice ask, "Are you really Santa Claus?" Realizing that a dramatic mix-up had occurred, the quick-thinking Shoup pretended to be Santa Claus rather than disappoint his young caller. And as more children called that night, Shoup and his staff delighted them with updates on Santa's progress around the globe, a tracking operation for which CONAD was uniquely qualified. And the rest is history. Every year after that fateful call, the Defense Agency tracked and reported Santa's journey on Christmas Eve. The tradition lived on even as CONAD became the North American Aerospace Defense Command, or NORAD, a joint operation with Canada. And today, NORAD's Santa tracking operation is an annual event anticipated by millions around the world.
He is not to the entire church. He has a call from the purpose thing window into the church. He's constantly so acting crazy. He's trying to break into the church. I see people on the side across the metro. He hasn't entered yet. Delta 3.
Delta 6-1, you can have me back on the phone.
Six 13, that's one. Delta 6. What time was the dispatch time?
13.
37 southbound West Area 2. Go with 56. So,
Route 30 to base 1044. 250 arrive.
yeah, Roger, take it. Delta 12, alright.
call at approximately 3:20 p.m. for a vehicle that had driven through the Why Not building on East Walnut Street in Chatham. We did find that there were multiple fatalities, and we had confirmed at this time 4 fatalities. There are, I believe, 6 people that have been transported to local area hospitals with injuries.
Not including the 4?
That's correct.
Okay, so 10 total.
10 total.
All right. Any information on the age of the 4?
I don't have any ages yet.
Okay, got it. Why Not? Is that acronym?
It's an after-school camp.
Okay.
They call it Why Not Outdoors summer camp and after-school camp.
Any information about the status of the driver? Are they under arrest? Are they?
I'm waiting for an update from the officer that's at the hospital with the driver currently.
Okay.
Dispatch 96. Yes, ma'am. We're reading the notes. Can we get an engine to respond as well? 1522. Show me third traffic. I'll be 23. I don't see any dogs around resident. 8. Medic received.
Operation Castle, the 5th in a series of tests at the Pacific Proving Grounds. Another accumulation of men, of machines, another meeting of ships and aircraft and troops. Here was the best of physics, of metallurgy, of electronics. During the months after the historic Mike detonation, preparations for a new series of tests to solve the problems of a deliverable megaton weapon went ahead at an accelerated pace throughout the country. Operation Castle became a reality and is now successfully concluded. The report which follows is a summation of what occurred at the Pacific Proving Grounds during that operation in 1954. Here to lead off this record is General Clarkson, Task Force Commander.
Operation Castle was concluded on the 14th of May, 1954. Castle was an all-thermonuclear test, a test basically of devices in the megaton range. We feel that the report of this important test should give the failures as well as the successes, should reflect the changes in thinking that occurred during the test. We hope this treatment will help you understand the problems that were experienced during the course of the operation. This program encompassed then 3 shots on land and 4 shots on barges. Our main base camp on Bikini was located in the same island complex. The firing station.
Can you add that subject from that call yesterday, please?
Okay. Hey, buddy. $310, $326, and myself will be underway in Marine Point.
At 10:24, we continue to follow breaking news. The River Road to Taos, State Road 68, is now closed both ways between the towns of Espanola and Taos for reasons unknown. The road is a vital link to the Black Mesa Research Facility, the largest research complex in the country. It is unclear whether the facility is involved with the blockage. Austin Reed is live near the scene now with the latest.
Nicole, we are right off the intersection between 68 and 518 here at Taos, just outside of the University of New Mexico. In fact, there was a bus of students who were heading towards Black Mesa for a one-day tour, but were turned down by state troopers blocking the road. I was not permitted to film towards that direction and was told that if I did, our camera would be confiscated. The officers refused to talk with us since. I have absolutely no idea what's happening, but we were able to hear strange noises coming from the canyons. Locals told me this is routine around here, except they usually don't start this early in the morning. We'll stay around here to see if there are any further updates, but for now, this is all we know.
We have just received a major development in our story. The Espanola Police Department has issued a mandatory evacuation order for all individuals within a 5-mile radius of the city. The section of Route 84 from Espanola to Colorado has also been closed. Citizens are told to use only one vehicle and head towards Santa Fe immediately. We've managed to reach an officer in charge of the evacuation.
We were told that everyone in Espanola should evacuate immediately. It was a phone call that came directly from the governor's office at around 10:16. They didn't really tell us what was going on, but that National Guards are already dispatched and are on their way.
We will continue to follow this story and bring you the latest updates. Next, Big Tony's Pizza opens new chain in Rio Rancho.
Transporting code 1 to doctors, starting 0.
Good morning, I'm Mike Powers. The time is 11:21. We are following breaking news now out of Taos. The following message is delivered at the request of the Taos County Office of Emergency Management and the State Governor's Office. At 9:47 a.m. Mountain Time, a disaster of unknown type has occurred at the Black Mesa Research Facility, causing significant damage and failure to various power and communication systems in the surrounding areas. An immediate evacuation order is hereby issued for all residents within a 75-mile radius of the facility. An on-site military has been dispatched to provide assistance. Make sure to bring an emergency supply of food, water, clothing, first aid kit, flashlights with extra batteries, and battery-powered radios. Follow local evacuation routes which have been marked by local authorities and only use one vehicle. Do not return to the warning area until the all clear has been given. If you are not in the evacuation zone, stay where you are. If you are within the evacuation area and have no transportation, locate your nearest police department or military officer. Do not use telephones or cell phones except in the case of emergencies. Stay tuned to KRQE News 13 for further details and information on this situation.
Where authorities have just issued the closure of the Rio Grande Gorge Bridge connecting US 64.
advising any evacuees still within the county to reroute toward Cuesta instead. Vehicles are still passing through the bridge as we speak after a mandatory evacuation order was hastily announced through local radio stations throughout Taos County. The bridge serves as a critical juncture connecting the two sides of the Rio Grande Valley.
The following message is transmitted at the request of the New Mexico Office of Emergency Management. FEMA Code 1328. Classification, Major Disaster. At 9:47 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, a disaster of unknown type has occurred at the Black Mesa Research Facility, causing significant damage and failure to various power and communication systems in the surrounding areas. This message replaces the previous alert, which expired at 12:01 p.m. Mountain Standard Time this afternoon. A full quarantine has been issued for the Black Mesa area. In the interest of public safety, all residents within a 150-mile radius of Black Mesa, New Mexico, are advised to evacuate the area immediately. Take only essential supplies and a battery-powered radio. Do not use more than one vehicle for traveling. Follow local evacuation routes which have been marked by local authorities. If you are within the evacuation area and have no transportation, locate your nearest police department. If you begin experiencing a fever, coughing, nausea, dizziness, muscle ache, pneumonia, hair loss, or any such similar ailments, please contact your nearest disease control center immediately, as these symptoms may be related to recent events. If you encounter unknown fauna or flora, do not approach or make contact. These encounters may be hazardous or fatal. Repeat, do not approach. Report your sightings to the nearest police, military, or emergency response unit. Stay tuned to local media outlets for further information on this major disaster event.
Yep, 360. Can you make a note for that subject, I guess down to whatever's on the roof? It's going to be a 20 of these staples, and that's where FD is going to be needed.
10-4.
Record 1, address code beginning 0.
Ladder 7 from Medic 3.
You want us to come in off of that apples?
No, sir. PD needs you at that building across the street from us.
Where's he?
Repeat. 320 target max will be transporting the Driscoll. 19. Real boy, just have them go to Driscoll to meet the night so they can talk to the parents. Clear. We'll have to return to the Driscoll and clear from county.
CDC 1 clear from county.
Time for 320 Charlie Street clear.
Yes, South People House Charter Operation in Louisiana, and we drew motorcycles going between vehicles. There was an accident, driving recklessly, one man, motorcycle had a neon glow. South Palm and pushing to its highway.
Medic 10 arriving, 3.5.
158 radio check.
Just looking at a little tragic.
10.
Yeah, this is
I'll be out of 19.
Level 3.
Level 3.
Adam, T10 both units are
10-4, 325 traffic.
The units that are actively doing something on that trespass with a weapon, let's have them clear up, please.
Location.
10-4. Use heavy. 10-4. Silver.
34 base. Can I get a private?
Fifteen 22 traffic.
From 1889, Tower 46, Texas. San John King 0255.
12-4.
35 right past the windshield. It's up. I want to think it's a CVS pharmacy. Contact Jeff for the police location.
Adam, 245. Ten 458. One 40 traffic. Good. Happy Berlin, over.
Anywhere else.
Alright, please.
Hey, never received.
Make sure I receive.
I'm not sure it's coming from the Saratoga side. It looks like it might be. I'll drive around from the opposite direction, see if it's open. But if it's not, then I can't drop her off at the bus stop.
To go down, halted trains, shut down traffic lights, and caused major delays. A massive power outage hits parts of Spain and Portugal Monday. The outage caused internet and phone networks to go down, halted trains, shut down traffic lights, and caused major delays at airports. Spain's prime minister says half of the country's power has been restored. It's still unclear what caused the outage. CBS News national correspondent Drika Duncan just returned from a trip from Portugal and joins us now. So, Drika, your sister is still there. How has the outage affected her? Are you able to reach her?
Yeah, so just moments ago, I actually got a call from her saying the power has been restored. So this is something she was dealing with for about 12 hours. Initially, I saw the headline and I actually screenshot it and I sent it to her in the WhatsApp. And I'm like, are you okay? And she's like, no, we have no power. So it was evident that as we heard about the widespread power outage in Spain and Portugal, that my sister was in fact impacted. She just moved there with her family a couple of months ago. And I got a chance to speak to her earlier today, and I just asked her to describe the scene and what she was experiencing at that time. Take a listen.
I went to the grocery store and I got post-apocalyptic vibes. The lines were crazy. Everybody had like multiple gallons of water, perishable, like food was just on the shelves because everything people had was like canned goods.
So first of all, we got to talk about how cute my nephews are, right? Okay, no, really, the focus is the fact that she and her
Okay, here we go. Big Bad Harris has been fixed, mostly. It will go on the air and it's going to make full power. You watch this. Music Mix 97.3 Eagle. Come on, baby. Come on. There we are.
There's no answer at the door. Both things were. Therefore. Item 221.
Oh yeah, definitely. Cool. Much more. Yes, it is.
Hey, I have AP Rios, his vehicle stalled out. He's going to leave it here overnight, but he's going to get picked up in the morning.
What was that?
Felt like an earthquake.
What the hell?
What do we got? Turbine trip?
Yeah.
Generator trip, full load rejection, turbine trip.
Reactor scram.
Okay, we're off the line. Disconnected from the grid. Ted, stabilize the reactor.
Right.
Radiation in the containment.
What level?
Level 8, Jack.
Okay, aboard you. Relax.
Must be that safety valve just opened after the trip.
Might be. Hold. Cut down the research close. Hi, Barney. Come over here and keep your eye on the feed water. And holler out those numbers if they don't start to drop. Line up the valves and put the turbine on a turning gear. Somebody turn off the goddamn alarm. Thank you. Jesus, I don't know how they figure you're supposed to be able to give orders with a racket like that. Are you within limits, Ted?
Yeah, it's gonna level out okay.
System status.
Reactor pressure back to normal.
Right. Set the research flow to minimum, guys.
Jack.
Good.
Phone for you.
Jack, we still have high radiation on level 8.
Perfectly normal.
Feed water flow 450,000 pounds per hour and it's decreasing.
Goodell here.
Jack? Bill Gibson in the distress gallery.
Yep.
We got some people here from Channel 3. They're shooting a TV news special at the plant. Listen, what the hell's going on down there?
It's just a routine turbine trip, Bill. Okay? So just take it easy. There's nothing to worry about.
High water level in the reactor. We're still on main auxiliary power.
Okay, relax. Everybody relax. Got high water in the core and I'm gonna dump it.
There's nothing to worry about. It's just a routine turbine trip.
Barney, see if you can find out where that goddamn water's coming from. Well, wherever it's coming from, we gotta get rid of it. Look at this, Ted.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Barney.
Yo.
Open 14 and 15.
You can't do that, Jack.
Open them, Barney.
Jack, you can't do it. The book says you
Screw
can't
the
do
book.
it.
We're almost up to the steam lines.
Those flashing lights are called annunciators. When they're activated, it means something in the plant needs some attention. There's obviously a lot of activity, but Goodell says it's routine. He's a good man, Goodell. He was a commander of a submarine in the nuclear navy. We have these turbine trips a couple times a year.
What's a turbine trip?
Well, that means the turbine is no longer turning because the steam has been shut down.
Jack, it just might be a feed water leak.
Which valve?
Can't really tell.
Shut the isolation valves.
You're gonna need that feed water later.
You want to go down there and do it by hand? Do it.
Closing isolation valves.
Would everybody please go back to their stations? We'll try to handle the goddamn feed water.
Hey, Jack.
What?
Look at this water level indicator. Water level's low. This says it's high.
Oh, that's it, that's it.
Jesus Christ. Water, Barney, give me some water. God damn it.
Ted, we may uncover the core.
Operation.
This is Jack Goodell. We have a serious condition. You get everybody into safety areas and make sure that they stay there.
All personnel proceed directly to safety areas. Caution, code 6. This is not a drill. This is not a drill.
We stay right here.
Personnel proceed
This is the
directly
safety
to
area.
areas. Caution, code 6. This is not a drill. Code 6. Caution. This is not a drill. All personnel proceed directly to safety areas. Code 6. This is not a drill. Code 6. This is not a drill.
Come on, you guys, move it! Routine, huh? Talk to me, Barney.
I can't give you very much. We're isolated and on auxiliary feed water now. Besides, I've only got one system that's operational.
Less than 9 inches.
Is it holding?
Dropping.
We're losing it. My God, we're losing it. It's a back pressure. Now, what the hell happened to the high-pressure coolant injection?
Hipsy's valved out for maintenance, Jack.
Believe it. We gotta dump pressure.
Jack!
You can't take that chance.
Gordon, you let me know the split second the LPCI comes in.
Right.
Water.
8 inches. Still dropping.
Oh, please, God, cover it.
Come on, it! We've got Dixie Jack!
Dispatch from Medic 71. Arriving and mileage 21.
It's coming up.
All right. We got
We're keeping the patients isolated.
Dispatch from Engine 3.
Negative.
One male patient. He was just taking a nap. We're available.
Show the patient off a third.
Just 385, what was your name?
Four.
Adam 4, I'm in service. In service, 4. Okay. Hey, 6624. Mary King or 6624.
Okay. Delta 375. Checking over. Denver, will you back on radio? 702103. Denver 307. Denver.
He's a medical worker. Now, Dr. Maselli tells us that he was sprayed with a blood sample taken from Rudy Alvarez. And how?
Acknowledgement. Silver 31, he's in the shower. I'm away from the wrap everything up.
Sorry, just sent from my phone.
So, on that one out of Pennsylvania.
Good.
34613-994, repeating 34613-994.
James, your way, go ahead.
Perfect.
Engine 10, where's the